Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 1. Nor only by the warmth and soothing sunshine of delightful things do minds grow up and flourish. Akenside. After parting with the last of her beloved relatives, Mary tried to think only of the happiness that awaited her in a reunion with her mother and sister, and she gave herself up to the blissful reveries of a young and ardent imagination. Mrs. Douglas had sought to repress rather than excite her sanguine expectations, but vainly as the experience of others employed in moderating the enthusiasm of a glowing heart. Experience cannot be imparted. We may render the youthful mind prematurely cautious or meanly suspicious, but the experience of a pure and enlightened mind is the result of observation matured by time. The journey, like most modern journeys, was performed in comfort and safety, and late one evening Mary found herself at the goal of her wishes, at the threshold of the house that contained her mother. One idea filled her mind, but that idea called up 1,000 emotions. "I am now to meet my mother," thought she, and, unconscious of everything else, she was assisted from the carriage and conducted into the house. Her door was thrown open, but shrinking from the glare of light and sound of voices that assailed her, she stood dazzled and dismayed, till she beheld a figure approaching that she guessed to be her mother. Her heart beat violently. A film was upon her eyes. She made an effort to reach her mother's arms, and sank lifeless on her bosom. Lady Juliana, for such it was, doubted not but that her daughter was really dead, for though she talked of fainting every hour of the day herself, still what is emphatically called a dead faint was a spectacle no less strange than shocking to her. She was therefore sufficiently alarmed and overcome to behave in a very interesting manner, and some yearnings of pity even possessed her heart as she beheld her daughter's lifeless form extended before her, her beautiful, though inanimate features, half hid by the profusion of golden ringlets that fell around her. But these kindly feelings were of short duration, for no sooner was the nature of her daughter's insensibility ascertained than all her former hostility returned, as she found everyone's attention directed to Mary, and she herself entirely overlooked in the general interest she had excited. And her displeasure was still further increased as Mary, at length, slowly unclosing her eyes, stretched out her hands, and faintly articulated, "My mother." Mother, what a hideous vulgar appellation, thought the fashionable parent to herself, and instead of answering her daughter's appeal, she hastily proposed that she should be conveyed to her own apartment. Then, summoning her maid, she consigned her to her care, slightly touching her cheek as she wished her good night, and returned to the card-table. Adelaide, too, resumed her station at the harp, as if nothing had happened, but Lady Emily attended her cousin to her room, embraced her again and again, as she assured her she loved her already. She was so like her dear Edward. Then, after satisfying herself that everything was comfortable, affectionately kissed her and withdrew. Bodily fatigue got the better of mental agitation, and Mary slept soundly and awoke refreshed. "Can it be?" thought she, as she tried to collect her bewildered thoughts. "Can it be that I have really beheld my mother, that I have been pressed to her heart, that she has shed tears over me while I lay unconscious in her arms? Mother! What a delightful sound, and how beautiful she seemed! Yet I have no distinct idea of her. My head was so confused, but I have a vague recollection of something very fair and beautiful and seraph-like, covered with silvery drapery and flowers, and with the sweetest voice in the world. Yet that must be too young for my mother. Perhaps it was my sister, and my mother was too much overcome to meet her stranger child. Oh, how happy must I be with such a mother and sister!" In these delightful cogitations Mary remained till Lady Emily entered. "How well you look this morning, my dear cousin," said she, flying to her. You are much more like my Edward than you were last night. Ah, and you have got his smile, too. You must let me see that very often." "I'm sure I shall have cause," said Mary, returning her cousin's affectionate embrace. "But at present I feel anxious about my mother and sister, the agitation of our meeting, and my weakness. I fear it has been too much for them." And she looked earnest in Lady Emily's face for a confirmation of her fears. "Indeed, you need be under no uneasiness on their account," returned her cousin, with her usual bluntness. "Their feelings are not so easily disturbed. You will see them both at breakfast, so come along." The room was empty, and again Mary's sensitive heart trembled for the welfare of those already so dear to her. But Lady Emily did not appear to understand the nature of her feelings. "Have a little patience, my dear," said she, with something of an impatient tone, as she rang for breakfast. "They will be here at their usual time. Nobody in this house is a slave to ours or genie with each other's society. Liberty is the motto here. Everybody breakfasts when and where they please. Lady Juliana, I believe, frequently takes hers in her dressing-room. Papa never is visible till 2 or 3 o'clock, and Adelaide is always late." What a selfish, cold-hearted thing is Grandeur, thought Mary, as Lady Emily and she sat like two specks in the splendid salon, surrounded by all that wealth could purchase or luxury invent, and her thoughts reverted to the pious thanksgiving and affectionate meeting that graced their social meal in the sweet sunny parlour at Lochmarlie. Some of those airy nothings, without a local habitation, who are always to be found flitting about the mansions of the great, now lounged into the room, and soon after Adelaide made her entrée. Mary, trembling violently, was ready to fall upon her sister's neck, but Adelaide seemed prepared to repel everything like a science, for, with a cold but sweet, "I hope you are better this morning," she seated herself at the opposite side of the table. Mary's blood rushed back to her heart, her eyes filled with tears. She knew not why, for she could not analyse the feelings that swelled in her bosom. She would have shuddered to think her sister unkind, but she felt she was so. "It can only be the difference of our manners," sighed she to herself. "I'm sure my sister loves me, though she does not show it in the same way I should have done." And she gazed with the purest admiration and tenderness on the matchless beauty of her face and form. Never had she beheld anything so exquisitely beautiful, and she longed to throw herself into her sister's arms and tell her how she loved her. But Adelaide seemed to think the present company wholly unworthy of her regard, for, after having received the adulation of the gentlemen, as they severally paid her a profusion of compliments upon her appearance, "Desire Tomkins," said she to a footman, "to ask Lady Juliana for the Morning Post, and the second volume of the French novel I am reading, and say she shall have it again when I have finished it." In what different terms people may express the same meaning, thought Mary. Had I been sending a message to my mother, I should have expressed myself quite differently, but no doubt my sister's meaning is the same, though she may not use the same words. The servant returned with a newspaper, and the novel would be sent when it could be found. "Lady Juliana never reads like anybody else," said her daughter. "She is forever mislaying books. She has lost the first volumes of the 2 last novels that came from town, before I had even seen them." This was uttered in the softest, sweetest tone imaginable, and as if she had been pronouncing a panegyric. Mary was more and more puzzled. "What can my sister's meaning here?" thought she. The words seemed almost to imply censure, but that voice and smile speak the sweetest praise. How truly Mrs. Douglas warned me never to judge of people by their words. At that moment the door opened, and 3 or 4 dogs rushed in, followed by Lady Juliana, with a volume of a novel in her hand. Again Mary found herself assailed by a variety of powerful emotions. She attempted to rise, but pale and breathless she sank back in her chair. Her agitation was unmarked by her mother, who did not even appear to be sensible of her presence, for, with a graceful bend of her head to the company in general, she approached Adelaide, and putting her lips to her forehead, "How do you do, love? I'm afraid you are very angry with me about that teasing I can't conceive where it can be, but here is the 3rd volume. which is much prettier than the second. I certainly shall not read the third volume before the second, said Adelaide with her usual serenity. Then I shall order another copy from town, my love, or I dare say I could tell you the story of the second volume. It is not at all interesting, I assure you. Hermilla sighed. You know, but I forget where the first volume left off. Then, directing her eyes to Mary, who had summoned strength to rise and was slowly venturing to approach her, she extended a finger towards her. Mary eagerly seized her mother's hand and pressed it with fervour to her lips, then hid her face on her shoulder to conceal the tears that burst from her eyes. "Absurd, my dear," said her ladyship in a peevish tone as she disengaged herself from her daughter. "You must really get the better of this foolish weakness. These scenes are too much for me. I was most excessively shocked last night, I assure you, and you ought not to have quitted your room to-day." Poor Mary's tears congealed in her eyes at this tender salutation, and she raised her head as if to ascertain whether it really proceeded from her mother. But instead of the angelic vision she had pictured to herself, she beheld a face which, though once handsome, now conveyed no pleasurable feeling to the heart. Late hours, bad temper, and rouge had done much to impair Lady Juliana's beauty. There still remained enough to dazzle a superficial observer, but not to satisfy the eye used to the expression of all the best affections of the soul. Mary almost shrank from the peevish inanity portrayed on her mother's visage, as a glance of the mind contrasted it with the mild eloquence of Mrs. Douglas's countenance, and, abashed and disappointed, she remained mournfully silent. "Where is Dr. Redgill?" demanded Lady Juliana of the company in general. "He has got scent of a turtle at Admiral Yellowchops," answered Mr. P. "How vastly provoking," rejoined her ladyship, "that he should be out of the way the only time I have wished to see him since he came to the house." "Who is this favoured individual whose absence you are so pathetically lamenting, Julia?" asked Lord Courtland, as he indolently sauntered into the room. "That disagreeable Dr. Redgill. He has gone somewhere to eat turtle at the very time I wish to consult him about." "The propriety of introducing a new niece to your lordship," said Lady Emily, as, with affected solemnity, she introduced Mary to her uncle. Lady Juliana frowned. The Earl smiled, saluted his niece, hoped she had recovered the fatigue of the journey, remarked it was very cold, and then turned to a parrot, humming, "Pretty Polly say," etc. Such was Mary's first introduction to her family, and those only who have felt what it was to have the genial current of their souls chilled by neglect or changed by unkindness can sympathize in the feelings of wounded affection when the overflowings of a generous heart are confined within the narrow limits of its own bosom, and the offerings of love are rudely rejected by the hand most dear to us. Mary was too much intimidated by her mother's manner towards her to give way in her presence to the emotions that agitated her, but she followed her sister's steps as she quitted the room, and, throwing her arms around her, sobbed in a voice almost choked with the excess of her feelings, "My sister, love me, oh, love me!" But Adelaide's heart, seared by selfishness and vanity, was incapable of loving anything in which self had no share, and for the first time in her life she felt awkward and embarrassed. Her sister's streaming eyes and supplicating voice spoke a language to which she was a stranger, for art is ever averse to recognize the accents of nature. Still less is it capable of replying to them, and Adelaide could only wonder at her sister's agitation, and think how unpleasant it was, and say something about overcome, and eau de luce, and composure, which was all lost upon Mary as she hung upon her neck, every feeling wrought to its highest tone by the complicated nature of those emotions which swelled her heart. At length, making an effort to regain her composure, "Forgive me, my sister," said she. "This is very foolish to weep when I ought to rejoice, and I do rejoice, and I know I shall be so happy yet." But in spite of the faint smile that accompanied her words, tears again burst from her eyes. "I am sure I shall have infinite pleasure in your society," replied Adelaide with her usual sweetness and placidity, as she replaced a ringlet in its proper position. "But I have unluckily an engagement at this time. You will, however, be at no loss for amusement. You will find musical instruments there," pointing to an adjacent apartment, "and here are new publications, and portfolios of drawings you will perhaps like to look over." And so saying, she disappeared. "Musical instruments and new publications," repeated Mary mechanically to herself. "What have I to do with them? Oh, for one kind word from my mother's lips, one kind glance from my sister's eye!" And she remained overwhelmed with the weight of those emotions, which, instead of pouring into the hearts of others, she was compelled to concentrate in her own. Her mournful reveries were interrupted by her kind friend, Lady Emily, but Mary deemed her sorrow too sacred to be betrayed even to her, and therefore, rallying her spirits, she strove to enter into those schemes of amusement suggested by her cousin for passing the day. But she found herself unable for such continued exertion, and, hearing a large party was expected to dinner, she retired, in spite of Lady Emily's remonstrance, to her own apartment, where she sought a refuge from her thoughts in writing to her friends at Glenfern. Lady Juliana looked in upon her as she passed to dinner. She was in a better humour, for she had received a new dress which was particularly becoming, as both her maid and her glass had attested. Again Mary's heart bounded towards the being to whom she owed her birth, yet afraid to give utterance to her feelings. She could only regard her with silent admiration, till a moment's consideration converted that into a less pleasing feeling, as she observed for the first time that her mother wore no mourning. Lady Juliana saw her astonishment, and, little guessing the cause, was flattered by it. "Your style of dress is very obsolete, my dear," said she, as she contrasted the effect of her own figure and her daughter's in a large mirror, "and there's no occasion for you to wear black here. I shall desire my woman to order some things for you, though perhaps there won't be much occasion, as your stay here is to be short, and of course you won't think of going out at all. Apropos, you will find it dull here by yourself, won't you? I shall leave you my darling Blanche for companion," kissing a little French lapdog as she laid it in Mary's lap. "Only you must be very careful of her, and coax her, and be very, very good to her, for I would not have my sweetest Blanche vexed, not for the world." And with another long and tender salute to her dog, and a "Good-bye, my dear," to her daughter, she quitted her to display her charms to a brilliant drawing-room, leaving Mary to solace herself in her solitary chamber with the whines of a discontented lapdog. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 2. C'est un personnage illustre dans son genre et qui a porté le talent de se bien nourrir jusqu'où il pouvoir aller. Il ne semble né que pour la digestion. La Bruyère. In every season of life, grief brings its own peculiar antidote along with it. The buoyancy of youth soon repels its deadening weight. The firmness of manhood resists its weakening influence. The torpor of old age is insensible to its most acute pangs. In spite of the disappointment she had experienced the preceding day, Mary arose the following morning with fresh hopes of happiness springing in her heart. "What a fool I was," thought she, "to view so seriously what, after all, must be merely difference of manner, and how illiberal to expect everyone's manner should accord exactly with my ideas. But now that I have got over the first impression, I dare say I shall find everybody quite amiable and delightful." and Mary quickly reasoned herself into the belief that she only could have been to blame. With renovated spirits she therefore joined her cousin, and accompanied her to the breakfasting saloon. The visitors had all departed, but Dr. Redgill had returned, and seemed to be at the winding up of a solitary but voluminous meal. He was a very tall, corpulent man, with a projecting front, large purple nose, and profusion of chin. "Good morning, ladies," mumbled he, with a full mouth, as he made a feint of half rising from his chair. "Lady Emily, your servant. Miss Douglas, I presume. Allow me to pull the bell for your ladyship," as he sat without stirring hand or foot. Then, after it was done, "'Pon my honour, Lady Emily, this is not using me well. Why did you not desire me? And you are so nimble, I defy any man to get the start of you." "I know you have been upon hard service, doctor, and therefore I humanely wish to spare you any additional fatigue," replied Lady Emily. "Fatigue! Pooh! I'm sure I mind fatigue as little as any man. Besides, it's really nothing to speak of. I have merely rode from my friend Admiral Yellowchops this morning." "I hope you passed a pleasant day there yesterday." "So-so, very so-so," returned the doctor dryly. "Only so-so, and a turtle in the case!" exclaimed Lady Emily. "Pooh! As to that, the turtle was neither here nor there. I value turtle as little as any man. You may be sure it wasn't for that I went to see my old friend Yellowchops. It happened indeed that there was a turtle, and a very well-dressed one too. But where 35 people, one half of them ladies, who of course are always helped first, sit down to dinner, there's an end of all rational happiness, in my opinion." "But at a turtle feast you have surely something much better. You know how many have rational happiness any day over a beefsteak." "I beg your pardon. That's not such an easy matter. I can assure you it is a work of no small skill to dress a beefsteak handsomely, and moreover to eat it in perfection. A man must eat it by himself. If once you come to exchange words over it, it is useless. I once saw the finest steak I ever clapped my eyes upon completely ruined by one silly scoundrel asking another if he liked fat. If he liked fat! What a question for one rational being to ask another! The fact is, a beefsteak is like a woman's reputation. If once it is breathed upon, it's good for nothing." "One of the stories with which my nurse used to amuse my childhood," said Mary, "was that of having seen an itinerant conjurer dress a beefsteak on his tongue." The doctor suspended the morsel he was carrying to his mouth, and for the first time regarded Mary with looks of unfeigned admiration. "'Pon my honour, that was as clever a trick as I ever heard of. You are a wonderful people, you Scotch. A very wonderful people. But pray, was she at any pains to examine the fellow's tongue?" "I imagine not," said Mary. "I suppose the love of science was not strong enough to make her run the risk of burning her fingers." "It's 1,000 pities," said the doctor, as he dropped his chin with an air of disappointment. "I'm surprised none of you Scotch scabbons got hold of the fellow and squeezed the secret out of him. It might have proved an important discovery, a very important discovery, and you Scotch are not apt to let anything escape them. A very searching, shrewd people as ever I knew, and that's the only way to arrive at knowledge. A man must be of stirring mind if he expects to do good." "A poor woman below wishes to see you, sir," said a servant. "These poor women are perfect pests to society," said the doctor, as his nose assumed a still darker hue. "There is no resting upon one's seat for them. Always something the matter. They burn and bruise and hack themselves and their brats. One would really think on purpose to give trouble." "I have not the least doubt of it," said Lady Emily. "They must find your sympathy so soothing." "As to that, Lady Emily, if you know as much about poor women as I do, you wouldn't think so much of them as you do. Take my word for it, they are one and all of them a very greedy, ungrateful set, and require to be kept at a distance." "And also to be kept waiting, and poor people's time is their only wealth. I observe you generally make them pay a pretty large fee in that way." "That is really not what I would have expected from you, Lady Emily. I must take the liberty to say your ladyship does me the greatest injustice. You must be sensible how ready I am to fly," rising as if he had been glued to his chair, "where there is any real danger. I'm sure it was only last week I got up as soon as I had swallowed my dinner to see a man who had fallen down in a fit, and now I am going to this woman who, I dare say, has nothing the matter with her, before my breakfast is well down my throat." is that gentleman?" asked Mary, as the doctor at length, with much reluctance, shuffled out of the room. "He is a sort of medical aide-de-camp of papa's," answered Lady Emily, "who, for the sake of good living, has got himself completely domesticated here. He is vulgar, selfish, and gourmand, as you must already have discovered; but these are accounted his greatest perfections, as papa, like all indolent people, must be diverted, and that he never is by genteel, sensible people. He requires something more piquant, and nothing fatigues him so much as the conversation of a commonplace sensible man, one who has the skill to keep his foibles out of sight. Now what delights him in Dr. Redgill, there is no retinue, any child who runs may read his character at a glance." "Certainly does not require much penetration," said Mary, "to discover the doctor's master passion. Love of ease and self-indulgence seem to be the predominant features of his mind, and he looks as if, when he sat in an arm-chair, with his toes on the fender and his hands crossed, he would not have any idea beyond 'I wonder what we shall have for dinner to-day.'" "I am glad to hear you say so, Miss Douglas," said the doctor, catching the last words as he entered the room, and taking them to be the spontaneous effusions of the speaker's own heart. "I rejoice to hear you say so. Suppose we send for the bill of fare," pulling the bell, and then to the servant who answered the summons, "Desire Grillade to send up his bill. Miss Douglas wishes to see it." "Young ladies are much more housewifely in Scotland than they are in this country," continued the doctor, seating himself as close as possible to Mary. "At least, they were when I knew Scotland. But that's not yesterday, and it's much changed since then, I dare say. I studied physic in Edinburgh, and went upon a tour through the Highlands. I was very much pleased with what I saw, I assure you. Fine country in some respects. Nature has been very liberal." Mary's heart leapt within her at hearing her dear native land praised even by Dr. Redgill, and her conscience smote her for the harsh and hasty censure she had passed upon him. "One who can admire the scenery of the Highlands," thought she, "must have a mind. It has always been observed that only persons of taste were capable of appreciating the peculiar charms of mountain scenery. A London citizen, or a Lincolnshire grazier, sees nothing but deformity in the sublime works of nature. Ergo, reasoned Mary, Dr. Redgill must be of a more elevated way of thinking than I had supposed." The entrance of Lady Juliana prevented her expressing the feelings that were upon her lips, but she thought what pleasure she would have in resuming the delightful theme at another opportunity. After slightly noticing her daughter, and carefully adjusting her favourites, Lady Juliana began, "I am anxious to consult you, Dr. Redgill, upon the state of this young person's health. You have been excessively ill, my dear, have you not?" "My sweetest Blanche, do be quiet. You had a cough, I think, and everything that was bad, as her friends in Scotland have sent her to me for a short time, entirely on account of her health." "My charming Frisk, your spirits are really too much. I think it quite proper that she should be confined to her own apartment during the winter, that she may get quite well and strong against spring. As to visiting or going into company, that of course must be quite out of the question. You can tell Dr. Redgill, my dear, all about your complaints yourself." Mary tried to articulate, but her feelings rose almost to suffocation, and the words died upon her lips. "Your ladyship confounds me," said the doctor, pulling out his spectacles, which, after duly wiping, he adjusted on his nose, and turned their beams full on Mary's face. "I really never should have guessed there was anything the matter with the young lady. She does look a little delicate, to be sure, changing colour too, but hand cool, eye clear, pulse steady, a little impetuous, but that's nothing, and the appetite good. I own I was surprised to see you cut so good a figure after the delicious meals you have been accustomed to in the north, and you must find it miserable picking here. An English breakfast," glancing with contempt at the eggs, muffins, toast, preserves, etc., he had collected around him, "is really a most insipid meal. If I did not make a rule of rising early and taking regular exercise, I doubt very much if I should be able to swallow a mouthful. There's nothing to whet the appetite here, and it's the same everywhere. As Yellowchops says, our breakfasts are a disgrace to England. One would think the whole nation was upon a regimen of tea and toast, from the Land's End to Berwick upon Tweed. Nothing but tea and toast. Your ladyship must really acknowledge the prodigious advantage the Scotch possess over us in that respect." "I thought the breakfasts, like everything else in Scotland, extremely disgusting," replied her ladyship, with indignation. "Ha! Well, that really amazes me. The people I give up, they are dirty and greedy. The country, too, is a perfect mass of rubbish, and the dinners not fit for dogs. The cookery, I mean. As to the materials, they are admirable. But the breakfasts, that's what redeems the land. And every country has its own peculiar excellence. In Argyllshire you have the Lochfine herring, fat, luscious, and delicious, just out of the water, falling to pieces with its own richness, melting away like butter in your mouth. In Aberdeenshire you have the finnan haddock, with a flavour all of its own, vastly relishing, just salt enough to be piquant, without parching you up with thirst. In Perthshire there is the Tay salmon, kippered, crisp, and juicy, a very magnificent morsel, a little heavy, but that's easily counteracted by a teaspoonful of the Atholl whisky. In other places you have the exquisite mutton of the country made into hams of a most delicate flavour, flour scones, soft and white, oat-cake, thin and crisp, marmalade and jams of every description, but I beg pardon, your ladyship was upon the subject of this young lady's health. 'Pon my honour, I can see little the matter. We were just going to look over the bill together, when your ladyship entered. I see it begins with that eternal soupe santé, and that paltry potage au riz. This is the second day within a week Monsieur Grillade has thought fit to treat us with them, and it's a fortnight yesterday since I have seen either oyster or turtle soup upon the table. 'Pon my honour, such inattention is infamous. I know Lord Courtland detests soupe santé, or what's the same thing, he's quite indifferent to it, for I take indifference and dislike to be much the same. A man's indifference to his dinner is a serious thing, and so I shall let Monsieur Grillade know." And the doctor's chin rose and fell like the waves of the sea. "What is the name of the physician at Bristol who is so celebrated for consumptive complaints?" asked Lady Juliana of Adelaide. "I shall send for him. He is the only person I have any reliance upon. I know he always recommends confinement for consumption." Tears dropped from Mary's eyes. Lady Juliana regarded her with surprise and severity. "How very tiresome! I really can't stand these perpetual scènes. Adelaide, my love, pull the bell for my eau de luce. Dr. Redgill, place the screen there. This room is insufferably hot. My dogs will literally be roasted alive." And her ladyship fretted about in all the perturbation of ill humour. "'Pon my honour, I don't think the room hot," said the doctor, who, from a certain want of tact and capacity of intellect, never comprehended the feelings of others. "I declare I have felt it much hotter when your ladyship has complained of the cold, and there's no accounting for people's feelings. If you would move your seat a little this way, I think you would be cooler. And as to your daughter—" "I have repeatedly desired, Dr. Redgill, that you will not use these familiar appellations when you address me or any of my family," interrupted Lady Juliana with haughty indignation. "I beg pardon," said the doctor, nowise discomposed at the rebuff. "Well, with regard to this young lady, I assure your ladyship you need be under no apprehensions on her account. She's a little nervous, that's all. Take her about by all means. All young ladies love to go about and see sights. Show her the pump room and the ball room and the shops and the rope dancers and the wild beasts, and there's no fear of her. I never recommend confinement to man, woman, or child. It destroys the appetite, and our appetite is the best part of us. What would we be without appetites? Miserable beings, worse than the beasts of the field." And away shuffled the doctor to admonish Monsieur Grillade on the iniquity of neglecting this the noblest attribute of man. "It appears to me excessively extraordinary," said Lady Juliana, addressing Mary, "that Mrs. Douglas should have alarmed me so much about your health, when it seems there's nothing the matter with you. She certainly showed very little regard for my feelings. I can't understand it, and I must say, if you are not ill, I have been most excessively ill-used by your Scotch friends." And with an air of great indignation her ladyship swept out of the room, regardless of the state into which she had thrown her daughter. Poor Mary's feelings were now at their climax, and she gave way to all the repressed agony that swelled her heart. Lady Emily, who had been amusing herself at the other end of the saloon, and had heard nothing of what had passed, flew towards her at sight of her suffering, and eagerly demanded of Adelaide the cause. "I really don't know," answered Adelaide, lifting her beautiful eyes from her book with the greatest composure. "Lady Juliana is always cross of a morning." "Oh no," exclaimed Mary, trying to regain her composure. "The fault is mine. I have offended my mother. I know not how. Tell me, oh, tell me, how can I obtain her forgiveness?" "Obtain her forgiveness!" repeated Lady Emily indignantly. "For what?" "Alas, I know not, but in some way I have displeased my mother. Her looks, her words, her manner, all tell me how dissatisfied she is with me, while to my sister, and even to her very dogs—" Here Mary's agitation choked her utterance. "If you expect to be treated like a dog, you will certainly be disappointed," said Lady Emily. "I wonder Mrs. Douglas did not warn you of what you had to expect. She must have known something of Lady Juliana's ways, and it would have been as well had you been better prepared to encounter them." Mary looked hurt, and making an effort to conquer her emotion, she said, "Mrs. Douglas never spoke of my mother with disrespect, but she did warn me against expecting too much from her affection. She said I had been too long estranged from her to have retained my place in her heart. But still—" "You could not foresee the reception you have met with." "Nor I, neither. Did you, Adelaide?" "Lady Juliana is sometimes so odd," answered her daughter in her sweetest tone, "that I really am seldom surprised at anything she does. But all this fracas appears to me perfectly absurd, as nobody minds anything she says." "Impossible!" exclaimed Mary. "My duty must ever be to reverence my mother. My study should be to please her, if I only knew how. And oh, would she but suffer me to love her!" Adelaide regarded her sister for a moment with a look of surprise, then rose and left the room, humming an Italian air. Lady Emily remained with her cousin, but she was a bad comforter. Her indignation against the oppressor was always much stronger than her sympathy with the oppressed, and she would have been more in her element scolding the mother than soothing the daughter. But Mary had not been taught to trust to mortals weak as herself for support in the hour of trial. She knew her aid must come from a higher source, and in solitude she sought for consolation. "This must be all for my good," sighed she, "else it would not be. I had drawn too bright a picture of happiness. Already it is blotted out with my tears. I must set about replacing it with one of soberer colours." Alas! Mary knew not how many a fair picture of human felicity had shared the same fate as hers. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 3. They were in sooth a most enchanting train, skilful to unite with evil good, and strew with pleasure pain. Castle of Indolence. In writing to her maternal friend, Mary did not follow the mode usually adopted by young ladies of the heroic cast, that is, that of giving a minute and circumstantial detail of their own complete wretchedness, and abusing, in terms highly sentimental, every member of the family with whom they are associated. Mary knew that to breathe a hint of her own unhappiness would be to embitter the peace of those she loved, and she therefore strove to conceal from their observation the disappointment she had experienced. Many a sigh was heaved, however, and many a tear was wiped away, ere a letter could be composed that would carry pleasure to the dear group at Glenfern. She could say nothing of her mother's tenderness or her sister's affection, but she dwelt upon the elegance of the one and the beauty of the other. She could not boast of the warmth of her uncle's reception, but she praised his good humour, and enlarged upon Lady Emily's kindness and attention. Even Dr. Redgill's admiration of Scotch breakfasts was given as a bonne bouche for her good old aunts. "I declare," said Miss Grizzy, as she ended her fifth perusal of the letter, Mary must be a happy creature, everybody must allow. Indeed, I never heard it disputed that Lady Juliana is a most elegant being, and I dare say she is greatly improved since we saw her, for you know that is a long time ago." "The mind may improve after a certain age," replied Jacky, with one of her wisest looks, "but I doubt very much if the person does." "If the inside had been like the out, there would have been no need for improvement," observed Nicky. "I'm sure you're both perfectly right," resumed the sapient Grizzy, "and I have not the least doubt but that our dear niece is a great deal wiser than when we knew her. Nobody can deny but that she is a great deal older, and you know people always grow wiser as they grow older, of course." "They ought to do it," said Jacky, with emphasis. "But there's no fool like an old fool," quoth Nicky. "What a delightful creature our charming niece Adelaide must be, from Mary's account," said Grizzy. "Only I can't conceive how her eyes come to be black. I'm sure there's not a black eye amongst us. The Kilnacroish family are black, to be sure, and Kilnacroish's great-grandmother was first cousin, once removed, to our grandfather's aunt, by our mother's side. It's wonderful the length that resemblances run in some old families, and I really can't account for our niece Adelaide's black eyes naturally any other way than just through the Kilnacroish family, for I'm quite convinced it's from us she takes them. Children always take their eyes from the father's side. Everybody knows that Becky's and Bella's and babies are all as like their poor fathers as they can stare." "There's no accounting for the varieties of the human species," said Jacky. "And like's an ill mark," observed Nicky. "And only think of her being so much taller than Mary, and twins. I declare it's wonderful. I should have thought, indeed I never doubted, that they would have been exactly the same size. And such a beautiful colour too, when we used to think Mary rather pale. It's very unaccountable." "You forget," said Jacky, who had not forgot the insult offered to her nursing system 18 years before, "you forget that I always predicted what would happen." "I never knew any good come of change," said Nicky. "I'm sure that's very true," rejoined Grizzy, "and we have great reason to thank our stars that Mary is not a perfect dwarf, which I really thought she would have been for long, till she took a shooting, summer was a year." "But she'll shoot no more," said Jacky, with a shake of the head that might have vied with Jove's imperial nod. "England's not the place for shooting." "The English women are all poor joiks," said Nicky, who had seen 3 in the course of her life. "It's a great matter to us all, however, and to herself too, poor thing, that Mary should be so happy," resumed Grizzy. "I'm sure I don't know what she would have done if Lord Courtland had been an ill-tempered harsh man, which, you know, he might just as easily have been, and it would have been very hard upon poor Mary, and Lady Emily, such a sweet creature too. I'm sure we must all allow we have the greatest reason to be thankful." "I don't know," said Jacky. "Mary was petted enough before. I wish she may have a head to stand any more." "She'll be 10 times nicer than ever," quoth Nicky. "There is some reason, to be sure, that can't be denied, to be afraid of that. At the same time, Mary has a great deal of sense of her own, when she chooses, and it's a great matter for her, and indeed for all of us, that she is under the eye of such a sensible, worthy man as that Dr. Redgill. Of course we may be sure Lord Courtland will keep a most elegant table, and have a great variety of sweet things, which are certainly very tempting for young people. But I have no doubt but Dr. Redgill will look after Mary, and see that she doesn't eat too many of them." "Dr. Redgill must be a very superior man," pronounced Jacky, in her most magisterial manner. "If I could hear of a private opportunity," exclaimed Nicky, in a transport of generosity, "I would send him one of our hams, and a nice little pig of butter. The English are all great people for butter." The proposal was hailed with rapture by both sisters in a breath, and it was finally settled that to those tender pledges of Nicky's, Grizzy should add a box of Lady Maclaughlan's latest invented pills, while Miss Jacky was to compose the epistle that was to accompany them. The younger set of aunts were astonished that Mary had said nothing about lovers and offers of marriage, as they had always considered going to England as synonymous with going to be married. To Mrs. Douglas's more discerning eye, Mary's happiness did not appear in so dazzling a light as to the weaker optics of her aunt's. "It is not like my Mary," thought she, "to rest so much on mere external advantages. Surely her warm, affectionate heart cannot be satisfied with the grace of a mother and the beauty of a sister. These she might admire in a stranger, but where we seek for happiness, we better prize more homely attributes. Yet Mary is so open and confiding. I think she could not have concealed from me had she experienced a disappointment." Mrs. Douglas was not aware of the effect of her own practical lessons, and that, while she was almost unconsciously practising the quiet virtues of patience and fortitude and self-denial, and ostentatiously sacrificing her own wishes to promote the comfort of others, her example, like a kindly dew, was shedding its silent influence on the embryo blossoms of her pupil's heart. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 4. So the devil prevails often. Apponi nubem. He claps clouds between. Some little objection, a stranger is come, or my head aches, or the church is too cold, or I have letters to write, or I am not disposed, or it is not yet time, or the time is past. These, and such as these, are the clouds the devil claps between heaven and us. But these are such impotent objections, that they were as soon confuted, as pretended, by all men that are not fools, or professed enemies of religion. Jeremy Taylor. Lady Juliana had in vain endeavoured to obtain a sick certificate for her daughter that would have authorized her consigning her to the oblivion of her own apartment. The physicians whom she consulted all agreed, for once, in recommending a totally different system to be pursued, and her displeasure, in consequence, was violently excited against the medical tribe in general, and Dr. Redgill in particular. For that worthy she had indeed always entertained a most thorough contempt and aversion, for he was poor, ugly, and vulgar, and these were the three most deadly sins in her calendar. The object of her detestation was, however, completely insensible to its effects. The doctor, like Achilles, was vulnerable but in one part, and over that she could exercise no control. She had nothing to do with the ménage, possessed no influence over Lord Courtland, nor authority over Monsieur Grillade. She differed from himself as to the dressing of certain dishes, and in short, he summed up her character in one emphatic sentence that in his idea conveyed severer censure than all that Pope or Young ever wrote. "I don't think she has the taste of her mouth." Thus thwarted in her scheme, Lady Juliana's dislike to her daughter rather increased than diminished, and it was well for Mary that lessons of forbearance had been early infused into her mind, for her spirit was naturally high, and would have revolted from the tyranny and injustice with which she was treated had she not been taught the practical duties of Christianity, and that patience with all its appendages is the sum total of all our duty that is proper to the day of sorrow. Not that Mary sought, by a blind compliance with all her mother's follies and caprices, to ingratiate herself into her favour. Even the motive she would have deemed insufficient to have sanctified the deed, and the only art she employed to win a place in her parents' heart were ready obedience, unvarying sweetness, and uncomplaining submission. Although Mary possessed none of the sour bigotry of a narrow mind, she was yet punctual in the discharge of her religious duties, and the Sunday following her arrival, as they sat at breakfast, she inquired of her cousin at what time the church service began. "I really am not certain. I believe it is late," replied her cousin carelessly. "But why do you ask?" "Because I wish to be there in proper time." "But we scarcely ever go, never indeed to the parish church, and we are rather distant from any other, so you must say your prayers at home." "I would certainly prefer going to church," said Mary. "Going to church!" exclaimed Dr. Redgill in amazement. "I wonder what makes people so keen of going to church. I'm sure there's little good to be got there. For my part, I declare I would just as soon think of going into my grave. Take my word for it, churches and churchyards are rather too nearly related." "In such a day as this," said Mary, "so dry and sunny, I am sure there can be no danger." "Take your own way, Miss Mary," said the doctor, "but I think it my duty to let you know my opinion of churches. I look upon them as extremely prejudicial to the health. They are invariably either too hot or too cold. You are either stewed or starved in them, and, till some improvement takes place, I assure you my foot shall never enter one of them. In fact, they are perfect receptacles of human infirmities. I can tell you one of the church-going ladies at a glance. They have all rheumatisms in their shoulders, and colds in their heads, and swelled faces. Besides, it's a poor country church. There's nothing to be seen after you do go." "I assure you Lady Juliana will be excessively annoyed if you go," said Lady Emily, as Mary rose to leave the room. "Surely my mother cannot be displeased at my attending church?" said Mary in astonishment. "Yes, she can, and most probably will. She never goes herself now, since she had a quarrel with Dr. Barlow, the clergyman, and she can't bear any of the family to attend him." "And you have my sanction for staying away, Miss Mary," added the doctor. "Is he a man of bad character?" asked Mary, as she stood irresolute whether to proceed. "Quite the reverse. He is a very good man, but he was scandalized at Lady Juliana's bringing her dogs to church one day, and wrote her what she conceived a most insolent letter about it. But here come your lady mamma and the culprits in question." "Your ladyship is just come in time to settle a dispute here," said the doctor, anxious to turn her attention from a hot muffin, which had just been brought in, and which he meditated appropriating to himself. "I have said all I can. Was you looking at the toast, Lady Emily? I must now leave it to your ladyship to convince this young lady of the folly of going to church." The doctor gained his point. The muffin was upon his own plate, while Lady Juliana directed her angry look towards her daughter. "Who talks of going to church?" demanded she. Mary gently expressed her wish to be permitted to attend divine service. "I won't permit it. I don't approve of girls going about by themselves. It is vastly improper, and I won't hear of it." "It is the only place I shall ask to go to," said Mary timidly, "but I have always been accustomed to attend church, and—" "That is sufficient reason for my choosing that you should not attend it here. I won't suffer a Methodist in the house." "I assure you the Methodists are gaining ground very fast," said the doctor, with his mouth full. "'Pon my soul, I think it's very alarming." "Pray, what is so alarming in the apprehension?" asked Lady Emily. "What is so alarming? 'Pon my honour, Lady Emily, I'm astonished to hear you ask such a question," muttering to himself. "Zealots, fanatics, enthusiasts, bedlamites. I'm sure every one knows what Methodists are." "There has been quite enough said upon the subject," said Lady Juliana. "There are plenty of sermons in the house, Miss Mary," continued the doctor, who, like many other people, thought he was always doing a meritorious action when he could dissuade anybody from going to church. "I saw a volume somewhere not long ago, and, at any rate, there's the Spectator, if you want Sunday's reading. Some of the papers there are as good as any sermon you'll get from Dr. Barlow." Mary, with fear and hesitation, made another attempt to overcome her mother's prejudice, but in vain. "I desire I may hear no more about it," cried she, raising her voice. "The clergyman is a most improper person. I won't suffer any of my family to attend his church, and therefore, once for all, I won't hear another syllable on the subject." This was said in a tone and manner not to be disputed, and Mary felt her resolution give way before the displeasure of her mother. A contest of duties was new to her, and she could not all at once resolve upon fulfilling one duty at the expense of another. "Besides," thought she, "my mother thinks she is in the right. Perhaps, by degrees, I may bring her to think otherwise, and it is surely safer to try to conciliate than to determine to oppose." But another Sabbath came, and Mary found she had made no progress in obtaining the desired permission. She therefore began seriously to commune with her own heart as to the course she ought to pursue. The commandment of "Honour thy father and thy mother" had been deeply imprinted on her mind, and few possessed higher notions of filial reverence. But there was another precept which also came to her recollection. "Whosoever loveth father and mother more than me cannot be my disciple." "But I may honour and obey my parent without loving her more than my Saviour," argued she with herself, in hopes of lulling her conscience by this reflection. "But again," thought she, "the Scripture saith, He that keepeth my commandments, he it is that loveth me." Then she felt the necessity of owning that if she obeyed the commandments of her mother, when in opposition to the will of God, she gave one of the Scripture proofs of either loving or fearing her parent upon earth more than her Father which is in heaven. But Mary, eager to reconcile impossibilities, that is, the will of an ungodly parent, with the holy commands of her Maker, thought now of another argument to calm her conscience. "The Scripture," said she, "says nothing positive about attending public worship, and, as Lady Emily says, I may say my prayers just as well at home." But the passages of Scripture were too deeply imprinted on her mind to admit of this subterfuge. "Forsake not the assembling of yourselves together." "Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there will I be in the midst of them," etc., etc. But, alas, 2 or 3 never were gathered together at Beech Park, except upon parties of pleasure, games of hazard, or purposes of conviviality. The result of Mary's deliberation was a firm determination to do what she deemed her duty, however painful, and she went in search of Lady Emily, hoping to prevail upon her to use her influence with Lady Juliana to grant the desired permission, or, should she fail in obtaining it, she trusted her resolution would continue strong enough to enable her have her mother's displeasure in this act of conscientious disobedience. She met her cousin, with her bonnet on, prepared to go out. "Dear Lady Emily," said she, "let me entreat of you to use your influence with my mother to persuade her to allow me to go to church." "In the first place," answered her cousin, "you may know that I have no influence. In the second, that Lady Juliana is never to be persuaded into anything. In the third, I really can't suppose you are serious in thinking it a matter of such vast moment whether or not you go to church." "Indeed I do," answered Mary, earnestly. "I have been taught to consider it as such, and—" "Pshaw! Nonsense! These are some of your stiff-necked Presbyterian notions. I shall really begin to suspect you are a Methodist, and yet you are not at all like one." "Pray tell me," said Mary, with a smile, "what are your ideas of a Methodist?" "Oh, thank heaven, I know little about them, almost as little as Dr. Redgill, who, I verily believe, could scarcely tell the difference between a Catholic and a Methodist, except that the one dances and t'other prays. But I am rather inclined to believe it is a sort of a scowling, black-browed, hard-favoured creature, with its greasy hair combed straight upon its flat forehead, and that twirls its thumbs and turns up its eyes, and speaks through its nose, and, in short, is everything that you are not, except in this matter of going to church. So, to avert all these evil signs from falling upon you, I shall make a point of your keeping company with me for the rest of the day." Again Mary became serious, as she renewed her entreaties to her cousin to intercede with Lady Juliana that she might be allowed to attend any church. "Not for kingdoms!" exclaimed she. "Her ladyship is in one of her most detestable humours to-day. Not that I should mind that, if it was anything of real consequence that I had to compass for you. A ball, for instance. I should certainly stand by you there, but I am really not so fond of mischief as to enrage her for nothing." "Then I fear I must go to church without it," said Mary, in a melancholy tone. "If you are to go at all, it certainly must be without it. And here is the carriage. Get your bonnet and come along with me. You shall at least have a sight of the church." Mary went to put on her pelisse, and descending to join her cousin in the drawing-room, she found her engaged in an argument with Dr. Redgill. How it had commenced did not appear, but the doctor's voice was raised as if to bring it to a decided termination. "The French, madam, in spite of your prejudices, are a very superior nation to us. Their skill and knowledge are both infinitely higher. Every man in France is a first-rate cook. In fact, They are a nation of cooks, and one of our late travellers assures us that they have discovered 300 methods of dressing eggs, for one thing." "That is just 299 ways more than enough," said Lady Emily. "Give me a plain boiled egg, and I desire no other variety of the produce of a hen till it takes the form of a chicken." Dr. Redgill lowered his eyebrows and drew up his chin, but disdained to waste more arguments upon so tasteless a being. "To talk sense to a woman is like feeding chickens upon turtle soup," thought he to himself. As for Lady Juliana, she exulted in the wise and judicious manner in which she had exercised her authority, and felt her consequence greatly increased by a public display of it, power being an attribute he was very seldom invested with now. Indeed, to do her ladyship justice, she was most feelingly alive to the duty due to parents, although that such a commandment existed seemed quite unknown to her till she became a mother. But she made ample amends for former deficiencies now. As to hear her expatiate on the subject, one would have deemed it was the only duty necessary to be practised either by Christian or heathen, and that, like charity, it comprehended every virtue, and was a covering for every sin. But there are many more sensible people than her ladyship who entertain the same sentiments, and, by way of variety, reverse the time and place of their duties. When they are children, they make many judicious reflections on the duties of parents. When they become parents, then they acquire a wonderful insight into the duties of children. In the same manner, husbands and wives are completely alive to the duties incumbent upon each other, and the most ignorant servant is fully instructed in the duty of a master. But we shall leave Lady Juliana to pass over the duties of parents, and ponder upon those of children, while we follow Lady Emily and Mary in their airing. The road lay by the side of a river, and though Mary's taste had been formed upon the wild romantic scenery of the Highlands, she yet looked with pleasure on the tamer beauties of an English landscape; and though accustomed to admire even rocks where the snowflake reposes, she had also taste, though of a less enthusiastic kind, for the gay landscapes and gardens of roses, which, in this more genial clime, bloomed even under winter's sway. The carriage drove smoothly along, and the sound of the church bell fell at intervals on the ear, in cadent sweet, now dying all away, and, at the holy sound, Mary's heart flew back to the peaceful vale and primitive kirk of Lochmarlie, where all her happy Sabbath had been spent. The view now opened upon the village church, beautifully situated on the slope of a green hill. Parties of straggling villagers in their holiday suits were descried in all directions, some already assembled in the churchyard, others traversing the neat footpaths that led through the meadows. But to Mary's eyes the well-dressed English rustic, trudging along the smooth path, was a far less picturesque object than the barefooted Highland girl, bounding over trackless heath-covered hills, and the well-preserved glossy blue-coat seemed a poor substitute for the varied drapery of the graceful plaid. So much do early associations tincture all our future ideas. They had now reached the church, and as Mary adhered to her resolution of attending divine worship, Lady Emily declared her intention of accompanying her, that she might come in for her share of Lady Juliana's displeasure. But in spite of her levity, the reverend aspect and meek yet fervent piety of Dr. Barlow impressed her with bitter feelings, and she joined in the service with outward decorum, if not with inward devotion. The music consisted of an organ, simply but well played, and to Mary, unaccustomed to any sacred sounds save those twanged through the nose of a Highland precentor, it seemed the music of the spheres. Far different sounds than those of peace and praise awaited her return. Lady Juliana, apprised of this open act of rebellion, was in all the paroxysms incident to a little mind on discovering the impotence of its power. She rejected all attempts at reconciliation, raved about ingratitude and disobedience, declared her determination of sending Mary back to her vulgar Scotch relations one moment, the next protested she should never see those odious Methodists again. Then she was to take her to France, and shut her up in a convent, etc., till, after uttering all the incoherencies usual with ladies in a passion, she at last succeeded in raving herself into a fit of hysterics. Poor Mary was deeply affected at this, to her, tremendous display of passion. She, who had always been used to the mild placidity of Mrs. Douglas, and who had seen her face sometimes clouded with sorrow, but never deformed by anger, what a spectacle! To behold a parent subject to the degrading influence of an ungovernable temper! Her very soul sickened at the sight, and while she wept over her mother's weakness, she prayed that the Power which stayed the ocean's wave would mercifully vouchsafe to still the wilder tempests of human passion. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 5. Why all delights are vain, but that most vain, which with pain purchased, doth inherit pain. Shakespeare. In addition to her mother's implacable wrath and unceasing animadversion, Mary found she was looked upon as a sort of alarming character by the whole family. Lord Courtland seemed afraid of being drawn into a religious controversy every time he addressed her. Dr. Redgill retreated at her reproach, and eyed her askance, as much as to say, "'Pon my honour, a young lady that can fly in her mother's face about such a trifle as going to church is not very safe company." And Adelaide shunned her more than ever, as if afraid of coming in contact with a professed Methodist. Lady Emily, however, remained staunch to her, and though she had her own private misgivings as to her cousin's creed, she yet stoutly defended her from the charge of Methodism, and maintained that, in many respects, Mary was no better than her neighbours. "Well, Mary," cried she, as she entered her room one day with an air of exultation, "here is an opportunity for you to redeem your character. There," throwing down a card, "is an invitation for you to a fancy ball." Mary's heart bounded at the mention of a ball. She had never been at one, and it was pictured in her imagination in all the glowing colours with which youth and inexperience deck untried pleasures. "Oh, how charming!" exclaimed she, with sparkling eyes. "How my aunts Becky and Bella will love to hear an account of a ball, and a fancy ball! What is that?" Lady Emily explained to her the nature of the entertainment, and Mary was in still greater raptures. "It will be a perfect scene of enchantment, I have no doubt," continued her cousin, "for Lady M. understands giving balls, which is what every one does not, for there are dull balls as well as dull everything else in the world. But come, I have left Lady Juliana and Adelaide in grand debate as to their dresses. We must also hold a cabinet council upon ours. Shall I summon the inimitable Slash to preside?" The mention of her mother recalled Mary's thoughts from the festive scene to which they had already flown. "But are you quite sure," said she, "that I shall have my mother's consent to go?" "Quite the contrary," answered her cousin coolly. "She won't hear of your going, but what signifies that? You could go to church in spite of her, and surely you can't think her consent of much consequence to a ball." Poor Mary's countenance fell, as the bright vision of her imagination melted into air. "Without my mother's permission," said she, "I shall certainly not think of, or even wish," with a sigh, "to go to the ball, and if she has already refused it, that is enough." Lady Emily regarded her with astonishment. "Pray, is it only on Sundays you make a point of disobeying your mother?" "It is only when I conceive a higher duty is required of me," answered Mary. "Why, I confess I used to think that to honour one's father and mother was a duty, till you showed me the contrary. I have to thank you for ridding me of that vulgar prejudice. And now, after setting me such a noble example of independence, you seem to have got a new light on the subject yourself." "My obedience and disobedience both proceed from the same source," answered Mary. "My first duty, I have been taught, is to worship my Maker; my next, to obey my mother. My own gratification never can come in competition with either." "Well, I really can't enter into a religious controversy with you, but it seems to me the sin, if it is one, is precisely the same, whether you play the naughty girl in going to one place or another. I can see no difference." "To me it appears very different," said Mary, "and therefore I should be inexcusable wherever I choose the evil, believing it to be such." "Say what you will," cried her cousin pettishly, "you never will convince me there can be any harm in disobeying such a mother as yours, so unreasonable, so—" "The Bible makes no exceptions," interrupted Mary, gently. "It is not because of the reasonableness of our parents' commands that we are required to obey them, but because it is the will of God." "You certainly are a Methodist, there's no denying it. I have fought some hard battles for you, but I see I must give you up. The thing won't conceal." This was said with such an air of vexation that Mary burst into a fit of laughter. "And yet you are the oddest compound," continued her cousin, "so gay and comical, and so little given to be shocked and scandalized at the wicked ways of others, or to find fault and lecture, or, in short, to do any of the insufferable things that your good people are so addicted to. I really don't know what to think of you." "Think of me as a creature with too many faults of her own to presume to meddle with those of others," replied Mary, smiling at her cousin's perplexity. "Well, if all good people were like you, I do believe I should become a saint myself. And you are right, I must be wrong. But 50 years hence we shall settle that matter, with spectacles on nose, over our family Bibles. In the meantime, the business of the ballroom is much more pressing. We really must decide upon something. Will you choose your own style, or shall I leave it to Madame? Or shall I leave it to Madame Trieur to do us up exactly alike?" "You have only to choose for yourself, my dear cousin," answered Mary. "You know I have no interest in it, at least not till I have received my mother's permission." "I have told you already there is no chance of obtaining it. I had a brouillerie with her on the subject before I came to you." "Then I entreat you will not say another word. It is a thing of so little consequence that I am quite vexed to think that my mother should have been disturbed about it. Dear Lady Emily, if you love me, promise that you will not say another syllable on the subject." "And this is all the thanks I get for my trouble and vexation!" exclaimed Lady Emily angrily. "But the truth is, I believe you think it would be a sin to go to a ball. And as for dancing, oh, shocking! That would be absolute— I really can't say the bad word you good people are so fond of using." "I understand your meaning," answered Mary, laughing. "But indeed I have no such apprehensions. On the contrary, I am very fond of dancing, so fond that I have often taken Aunt Nicky for my partner in a strathspey rather than sit still, and, to confess my weakness, I should like very much to go to a ball." "Then you must and shall go to this one. It is really a pity that you should have enraged Lady Juliana so much by that unfortunate church-going. But for that, I think she might have been managed. And even now I should not despair, if you would, like a good girl, beg pardon for what is past, and promise never to do so any more." "Impossible," replied Mary. "You surely cannot be serious in supposing I would barter a positive duty for a trifling amusement." "Oh, hang duties, they are odious things. And as for your amiable duty, virtuous goody-two-shoes characters, I detest them. They never would go down with me, even in the nursery, with all the attractions of a gold watch and coach and six. They were ever my abhorrence, as every species of canting and hypocrisy still is." Then, struck with a sense of her own violence and impetuosity, contrasted with her cousin's meek, unreproving manner, Lady Emily threw her arms round her, begging pardon, and assuring her she did not mean her. "If you had," said Mary, returning her embrace, "you would have only told me what I am in some respects. Dull and childish, I know I am, for I am not the same creature I was at Lochmarlie," and a tear trembled in her eye as she spoke. "And troublesome, I am sure, you have found me." "No, no," eagerly interrupted Lady Emily. "You are the reverse of all that. You are the picture of my Edward, and everything that is excellent and engaging, and I see by that smile you will go to the ball. There's a darling." Mary shook her head. "I'll tell you what we can do," cried her persevering patroness. "We can go as masks, and Lady Juliana shall know nothing about it. That will save the scandal of an open revolt or a tiresome dispute. Half the company will be masked, so if you keep your own secret, nobody will find out. Come, what characters shall we choose?" "That of Janus, I think, would be the most suitable for me," said Mary. Then, in a serious tone, she added, "I can neither disobey nor deceive my mother. Therefore, once for all, my dear cousin, let me entreat of you to be silent on a subject on which my mind is made up. I am perfectly sensible of your kindness, but any further discussion will be very painful to me." Lady Emily was now too indignant to stoop to remonstrance. She quitted her cousin in great anger, and poor Mary felt as if she had lost her only friend. "Alas!" sighed she, "how difficult it is to do right, when even the virtues of others throw obstacles in our way. How easy our duties would be could we kindly aid one another in the performance of them! But such is human nature. The real evils of life, of which we so loudly complain, are few in number, compared to the daily, hourly pangs we inflict on one another." Lady Emily's resentment, though violent, was short-lived, and in the certainty that either the mother would relent or the daughter rebel, she ordered a dress for Mary. But the night of the ball arrived, and both remained unshaken in their resolution. With a few words, Adelaide might have obtained the desired permission for her sister, but she chose to remain neuter, coldly declaring she never interfered in quarrels. Mary beheld the splendid dresses and gay countenances of the party for the ball with feelings free from envy, though perhaps not wholly unmixed with regret. She gazed with the purest admiration on the extreme beauty of her sister, heightened as it was by the fantastic elegance of her dress, and contrasted with her own pale visage and mourning habiliments. "Indeed," thought she, as she turned from the mirror with rather a mournful smile, "my Aunt Nicky was in the right. I certainly am a poor shilpit thing." As she looked again at her sister, she observed that her earrings were not so handsome as those she had received from Mrs. Macshake, and she instantly brought them, and requested Adelaide would wear them for that night. Adelaide took them with her usual coolness, remarked how very magnificent they were, wished some old woman would take it into her head to make her such a present, and, as she clasped them in her ears, regarded herself with increased complacency. The hour of departure arrived. Lord Courtland and Lady Juliana were at length ready, and Mary found herself left to a tête-à-tête with Dr. Redgill, and, strange as it may seem, neither in a sullen nor melancholy mood. But after a single sigh, as the carriage drove off, she sat down with a cheerful countenance to play backgammon with the doctor. The following day she heard of nothing but the ball and its delights, for both her mother and her cousin sought, though from different motives, to heighten her regret at not having been there. But Mary listened to the details of all she had missed with perfect fortitude, and only rejoiced to hear they had all been so happy. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 6. Day follows night, the clouds return again, after the falling of the latter rain. But to the aged blind shall ne'er return grateful vicissitude. She still must mourn the sun and moon and every starry light, eclipsed to her and lost in everlasting night. Prior. Amongst the numerous letters and parcels with which Mary had been entrusted by the whole county of , there was one she had received from the hands of Lady Maclaughlan, with a strict injunction to be the bearer of it herself, and, as even Lady Maclaughlan's wishes now wore an almost sacred character in Mary's estimation, she was very desirous of fulfilling this her parting charge. But, in the thraldom in which she was kept, she knew not how that was to be accomplished. She could not venture to wait upon the lady to whom it was addressed without her mother's permission, and she was aware that to ask was upon every occasion only to be refused. In this dilemma she had recourse to Lady Emily, and showing her the letter, craved her advice and assistance. "Mrs. Lennox, Rose Hall," said her cousin, reading the superscription. "Oh, I don't think Lady Juliana will care a straw about your going there. She is merely an unfortunate blind old lady, whom everybody thinks is a bore to visit. Myself, I'm afraid, amongst the number. We ought all to have called upon her ages ago, so I shall go with you now." Permission for Mary to accompany her was easily obtained, for Lady Juliana considered a visit to Mrs. Lennox as an act of penance rather than of pleasure, and Adelaide protested the very mention of her name gave her the vapours. There certainly was nothing that promised much gratification in what Mary had heard, and yet she already felt interested in this unfortunate blind lady, whom everybody thought it a bore to visit, and she sought to gain some more information respecting her. But Lady Emily, though possessed of warm feelings and kindly affections, was little given to frequent the house of mourning, or sympathize with the wounded spirit, and she yawned as she declared she was very sorry for poor Mrs. Lennox, and would have made a point of seeing her oftener, could she have done her any good. "But what can I possibly say to her?" continued she. "After losing her husband, and having I don't know how many sons killed in battle, and her only daughter dying of a consumption, and herself going blind in consequence of her grief for all these misfortunes, what can I possibly do for her, or say to her? Were I in her situation, I'm sure I should hate the sight and sound of any human being, and should give myself up entirely to despair." "That would be but a pagan sacrifice," said Mary. "What would you do in such desperate circumstances?" demanded Lady Emily. "I would hope," answered Mary, meekly. "But in poor Mrs. Lennox's case, that would be to hope though hope were lost, for what can she hope for now? She has still something to fear, however, as I believe she still has one son remaining, who is in the brunt of every battle. Of course she has nothing to expect but accounts of his death." "But she may hope that Heaven will preserve him, and—" "That you will marry him. That would do excellently well, for he is as brave as a real Highlander, though he has the misfortune to be only half a one. His father, General Lennox, was a true Scot to the very tip of his tongue, and as proud and fiery as any chieftain need be. His death certainly was an improvement in the family. But there is Rose Hall, with its pretty shrubberies and nice parterres. What do you say to becoming its mistress?" "If I am to lay snares," answered Mary, laughing, "it must be for nobler objects than hedgerow elms and hillocks green." "Oh, it must be for black crags and naked hills. Your country really does vastly well to rave about. Lofty mountains and deep glens and blue lakes and roaring rivers are mighty fine-sounding things, but I suspect cornfields and barnyards are quite as comfortable neighbours. So take my advice and marry Charles Lennox." Mary only answered by singing, "My heart's in the Highlands, my heart is not here," etc., as the carriage drew up. "This is the property of Mrs. Lennox," said Lady Emily, in answer to some remark of her companion's. "She is the last of some ancient stock, and you see the family taste has been treated with all due respect." Rose Hall was indeed perfectly English. It was a description of place of which there are none in Scotland, for it wore the appearance of antiquity, without the too usual accompaniments of devastation or decay. Neither did any incongruities betray vicissitude of fortune or change of owner, but the taste of the primitive possessor seemed to have been respected through ages by his descendants, and the ponds remained as round, and the hedges as square, and the grass walks as straight, as the day they had been planned. The same old-fashioned respectability was also apparent in the interior of the mansion. The broad heavy oaken staircase shone in all the lustre of beeswax, and the spacious sitting-room into which they were ushered had its due allowance of Vandyke portraits, massive chairs, and china jars, standing much in the same position they had been placed in 100 years before. To the delicate mind the unfortunate are always objects of respect, as the ancients held sacred those places which had been blasted by lightning, So the feeling heart considers the afflicted as having been touched by the hand of God himself. Such were the sensations with which Mary found herself in the presence of the venerable Mrs. Lennox. Venerable rather through affliction than age, for sorrow more than time had dimmed the beauty of former days, though enough still remained to excite interest and engage affection in the mournful yet gentle expression of her countenance, and the speaking silence of her darkened eyes. On hearing the names of her visitors, she arose, and, guided by a little girl who had been sitting at her feet, advanced to meet them, and welcomed them with a kindness and simplicity of manner that reminded Mary of the home she had left and the maternal tenderness of her beloved aunt. She delivered her credentials, which Mrs. Lennox received with visible surprise, but laid the letter aside without any comments. Lady Emily began some self-accusing apologies for the length of time that had intervened since her last visit, but Mrs. Lennox gently interrupted her. "Do not blame yourself, my dear Lady Emily," said she, "for what is so natural at your age, and do not suppose I am so unreasonable as to expect the young and the gay should seek for pleasure in the company of an old blind woman. At your time of life I would not have courted distress any more than you." "At every time of life," said Lady Emily, "I am sure you must have been a very different being from what I am, or ever shall be." "Ah, you know little what changes adversity makes in the character," said Mrs. Lennox mournfully, "and may you never know, unless it is for your good." "I doubt much if I shall ever be good on any terms," answered Lady Emily in a half melancholy tone. "I don't think I have the elements of goodness in my composition. But here is my cousin, who is fit to stand proxy for all the virtues." Mrs. Lennox involuntarily turned her mild but sightless eyes towards Mary, then heaved a sigh and shook her head, as she was reminded of her deprivation. Mary was too much affected to speak, but the hand that was extended to her she pressed with fervour to her lips, while her eyes overflowed with tears. The language of sympathy is soon understood. Mrs. Lennox seemed to feel the tribute of pity and respect that flowed from Mary's warm heart, and from that moment they felt towards each other that indefinite attraction which, however it may be ridiculed, certainly does sometimes influence our affections. "That is a picture of your son, Colonel Lennox, is it not?" asked Lady Emily. "I mean the one that hangs below the lady in the satin gown, with the bird on her hand." Mrs. Lennox answered in the affirmative, then added with a sigh, "And when I could look on that face, I forgot all I had lost. But I was too fond, too proud a mother. Look at it, dear," taking Mary's hand and leading her to the well-known spot, while her features brightened with an expression which showed maternal vanity was not yet extinct in the mourner's heart. "He was only 18," continued she, "when that was done, and many a hot sun has burned on that fair brow, and many a fearful sight has met these sweet eyes since then, and sadly that face may be changed, but I shall never see it more." "Indeed," said Lady Emily, affecting to be gay, while a tear stood in her eye, "it is a very dangerous face to look on, and I should be afraid to trust myself with it, were not my heart already pledged. As for my cousin there is no fear of her falling a sacrifice to hazel eyes and chestnut hair. Her imagination is all on the side of sandy locks and frosty grey eyes, and I should doubt if Cupid himself would have any chance with her, unless he appeared in tartan plaid and Highland bonnet." "Then my Charles would have some," said Mrs. Lennox with a faint smile, "for he has lately been promoted to the command of a Highland regiment." "Indeed," said Lady Emily, "that is very gratifying. And you have reason to be proud of Colonel Lennox. He has distinguished himself upon every occasion." "Ah, the days of my pride are now past," replied Mrs. Lennox with a sigh. "'Tis only the more honour, the greater danger, and I am weary of such bloody honours. See there," pointing to another part of the room, where hung a group of 5 lovely children. "3 of these cherub heads were laid low in battle. The 4th, my Louisa, died of a broken heart for the loss of her brothers. Oh, what can human power or earthly honours do to cheer the mother who has wept o'er her children's graves? But there is a power," raising her darkened eyes to heaven, "that can sustain even a mother's heart, and here," laying her hand upon an open Bible, "is the balm He has graciously vouchsafed to pour into the wounded spirit. My comfort is not that my boys died nobly, but that they died Christians." Lady Emily and Mary were both silent from different causes. The former was at a loss what to say. The latter felt too much affected to trust her voice with the words of sympathy that hovered on her lips. "I ought to beg your pardons, my dears," said Mrs. Lennox, after a pause, "for talking in this serious manner to you, who cannot be supposed to enter into sorrows to which you are strangers. But you must excuse me, though my heart does sometimes run over." "Oh, do not suppose," said Mary, making an effort to conquer her feelings, "that we are so heartless as to refuse to take a part in the afflictions of others. Surely none can be so selfish. And might I be allowed to come often, very often?" She stopped and blushed, for she felt that her feelings were carrying her farther than she was warranted to go. Mrs. Lennox kindly pressed her hand. "Ah! God hath indeed sent some into the world whose province it is to refresh the afflicted, and lighten the eyes of the disconsolate. Such, I am sure, you would be to me, for I feel my heart revive at the sound of your voice. It reminds me of my heart's darling, my Louisa, and the remembrance of her, though sad, is still sweet. Come to me, then, when you will, and God's blessing, and the blessing of the blind and desolate, will reward you." Lady Emily turned away, and it was not till they had been some time in the carriage that Mary was able to express the interest this visit had excited, and her anxious desire to be permitted to renew it. "It is really an extraordinarily kind of delight, Mary, that you take in being made miserable," said her cousin, wiping her eyes. "For my part, it makes me quite wretched to witness suffering that I can't relieve. And how can you or I possibly do poor Mrs. Lennox any good? We can't bring back her sons." "No, but we can bestow our sympathy, and that, I have been taught, is always a consolation to the afflicted." "I don't quite understand the nature of that mysterious feeling called sympathy. When I go to visit Mrs. Lennox, she always sets me a-crying, and I try to set her a-laughing. Is that what you call sympathy?" Mary smiled and shook her head. "Then I suppose it is sympathy to blow one's nose and read the Bible, is that it? Or what is it?" Mary declared she could not define it, and Lady Emily insisted she could not comprehend it. "You will some day or other," said Mary, "for none, I believe, have ever passed through life without feeling, or at least requiring its support. And it is well, perhaps, that we should know betimes how to receive as well as how to bestow it." "I don't see the necessity at all. I know I should hate mortally to be what you called sympathized with. Indeed, it appears to me the height of selfishness in anybody to like it. If I am wretched, it would be no comfort to me to make everybody else wretched, and were I in Mrs. Lennox's place, I would have more spirit than to speak about my misfortunes." "But Mrs. Lennox does not appear to be what you call a spirited creature. She seems all sweetness and—" "Oh, sweet enough, certainly, but hers is a sort of Aeolian harp that lulls me to sleep. I tire to death of people who have only 2 or 3 notes in their character. By the by, Mary, you have a tolerable compass yourself, when you choose, though I don't think you have science enough for the bravura. There I certainly have the advantage of you, as I flatter myself my mind is a full band in itself. My kettledrums and trumpets I keep for Lady Juliana, and I am quite in the humour for giving her a flourish to-day. I really require something of an exhilarating nature after Mrs. Lennox's dead march." An unusual bustle seemed to pervade Beech Park as the carriage stopped, and augured well for its mistress's intention of being more than usually vivacious. It was found to be occasioned by the arrival of her brother, Lord Lindore's servants and horses, with the interesting intelligence that his lordship would immediately follow; and Lady Emily, wild with delight, forgot everything in the prospect of embracing her brother. "How does it happen," said Mary, when her cousin's transports had a little subsided, "that you, who are in such ecstasies at the idea of seeing your brother, have scarcely mentioned his name to me?" "Why, to tell you the truth, I fear I was beginning to forget there was such a person in the world. I have not seen him since I was 10 years old. At that time he went to college, and from thence to the Continent. So all I remember of him is that he was very handsome and very good-humoured, and all that have heard of him is, that wherever he goes he is the glass of fashion and the mould of form. Not that he is much of a Hamlet, I've a notion, in other respects. So pray put off that Ophelia phiz, and don't look as if you were of ladies most deject and wretched, when everybody else is gay and happy. Come, give your last sigh to the Lennox, and your first smile to Lindore." "That is sympathy," said Mary. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 7. Quelle fureur, dit-il, qui aveule caprice, quand le dîner est prêt. Boileau. "I hope your lordship has no thoughts of waiting dinner for Lord Lindore?" asked Dr. Redgill, with a face of alarm, as 7 o'clock struck and neither dinner nor Lord Lindore appeared. "I have no thoughts upon the subject," answered Lord Courtland, as he turned over some new caricatures with as much nonchalance as if it had been midday. "That's enough, my lord, but I suspect Mr. Marshall, in his officiousness, takes the liberty of thinking for you, and that we shall have no dinner without orders," rising to pull the bell. "We ought undoubtedly to wait for Frederick," said Lady Juliana. "It is of no consequence when we sit down to table." A violent yell from the sleeping beauty on the rug sounded like a summary judgment on her mistress. "What is the meaning of this?" cried her ladyship, flying to the offended fair one, in all the transports of pity and indignation. "How can you, Dr. Redgill, presume to treat my dog in such a manner?" "Me treat your ladyship's dog!" exclaimed the doctor, in a well-feigned astonishment. "'Pon my honour, I'm quite at a loss. I'm absolutely confounded. Yes, I saw you plainly give her a kick, and—" "Me kick Beauty? After that? 'Pon my soul, I should just as soon have thought of kicking my own grandmother. I did give her a very little shove, just with the point of my shoe, as I was going to pull the bell, but it couldn't have hurt a fly. I assure you it would be one of the last action of my life to treat Beauty ill. Beauty, poor Beauty," affecting to pat and soothe, by way of covering his transgression. But neither Beauty nor her mistress were to be taken in by the doctor's cajolery. The one felt, and the other saw, the indignity he had committed, and his caresses and protestations were all in vain. The fact was, the doctor's indignation was so raised by Lady Juliana's remark, made in all the plenitude of a late luncheon, that, had it been herself instead of her favourite, he could scarcely have refrained from this testimony of his detestation and contempt. But much as he despised her, he felt the necessity of propitiating her at this moment, when dinner itself depended upon her decision. For Lord Courtland was perfectly neutral, Lady Emily as not present, and a servant waited to receive orders. "I really believe it's hunger that's vexing her, poor brute," continued he, with an air of feigned sympathy. "She knows the dinner hour as well as any of us. Indeed, the instinct of dogs in that respect is wonderful. Providence has really—ahem! Indeed, it's no joke to tamper with dogs, when they've got the notion of dinner in their heads. A friend of mine had a very fine animal, just such another as poor Beauty here. She had always been accustomed, like Beauty, to attend the family to dinner at a particular hour, but one day, by some accident, instead of sitting down at 5, she was kept waiting till 6:30. The consequence was, the disappointment, operating upon an empty stomach, brought on attack of the hydrophobia, and the poor thing was obliged to be shot the following morning. I think your lordship said, 'Dinner,' in a loud voice to the servant, and Lady Juliana, though still sullen, did not dissent. For an hour the doctor's soul was in paradise still more substantial than a Turk's, for it was lapped in the richest of soups and ragoûts, and, secure of this existence, it smiled at ladies of quality, and deified their lap-dogs. Dinner passed away, and supper succeeded, and breakfast. Dinner and supper revolved, and still no Lord Lindore appeared. But this excited no alarm in the family. It was Lord Courtland's way, and it was Lady Juliana's way, and it was all their ways not to keep to their appointed time, and they therefore experienced none of the vulgar consternation incident to common minds when the expected guest fails to appear. Lady Emily indeed wondered, and was provoked, and impatient, but she was not alarmed, and Mary amused herself with contrasting in her own mind the difference of her aunt's feelings in similar circumstances. Dear Aunt Grizzy would certainly have been in tears these 2 days, fancying the 1,000 deaths Lord Lindore must have died, and Aunt Jacky would have been inveighing from morning till night against the irregularities of young men, and Aunt Nicky would have been lamenting that the black cock had been roasted yesterday, and that there would be no fish for to-morrow. And the result of Mary's comparison was, that her aunt's feelings, however troublesome, were better than no feelings at all. They are, to be sure, something like brambles, thought she. They fasten upon one in every possible way, but still they are better than the faded exotics of fashionable life. At last, on the 3rd day, when dinner was nearly over, and Dr. Redgill was about to remark for the 3rd time, "I think it's as well we didn't wait for Lord Lindore," the door opened, and without warning or bustle, Lord Lindore walked calmly into the room. Lady Emily, uttering an exclamation of joy, threw herself into his arms. Lord Courtland was roused to something like animation, as he cordially shook hands with his son. Lady Juliana flew into raptures at the beauty of his Italian greyhound. Adelaide, at the first glance, decided that her cousin was worthy of falling in love with her. Mary thought of the happiness of the family reunion, and Dr. Redgill offered up a silent thanksgiving that this fracas had not happened 10 minutes sooner, otherwise the woodcocks would have been cold as death. Chairs were placed by the officious attendants in every possible direction, and the discarded first course was threatening to displace the 3rd. But Lord Lindore seemed quite insensible to all these attentions. He stood surveying the company with a nonchalance that had nothing of rudeness in it, but seemed merely the result of high-bred ease. His eye for a moment rested upon Adelaide. He then slightly bowed and smiled, as in recognition of their juvenile acquaintance. "I really can't recommend either the turtle soup or the venison to your lordship to-day," said Dr. Redgill, who experienced certain uneasy sensations at the idea of beholding them resume their stations, something resembling those which Macbeth testified at sight of Banquo's ghost, or Hamlet on contemplating Yorick's skull. "After travelling, there is nothing like a light dinner. Allow me to recommend this pretty little cuisse de poulet en papillote, and here are some fascinating beignets d'abricot, quite foreign." "If there is any roast beef or boiled mutton to be had, pray let me have it," said Lord Lindore, waving off the zealous maître d'hôtel, as he kept placing dish after dish before him. "Roast beef or boiled mutton!" ejaculated the doctor with a sort of internal convulsion. "He is certainly mad." "How did you contrive to arrive without being heard by me, Frederick?" asked Lady Emily. "My ears have been wide open these 2 days and 3 nights watching your approach." "I walked from Newbury House," answered he, carelessly. "I met Lord Newbury 2 days ago, as I was coming here, and he persuaded me to alter my course and accompany him home." "Vastly flattering to your friends here," said Lady Emily, in a tone of pique. "What, you walked all the way from Newbury?" exclaimed the Earl, "and the ground covered with snow? How could you do so foolish a thing?" "Simply because, as the children say, I liked it," replied Lord Lindore, with a smile. "That's just of a piece with his liking to eat boiled mutton," muttered the doctor to Mary; "and yet, to look at him, one would really not expect such gross stupidity." There certainly was nothing in Lord Lindore's appearance that denoted either coarseness of taste or imbecility of mind. On the contrary, he was an elegant-looking young man, rather slightly formed, and of the middle size, possessing that ease and grace in all his movements which a perfect proportion alone can bestow. There was nothing foreign or recherché either in his dress or deportment. Both were plain, even to simplicity, yet an almost imperceptible air of hauteur was mingled with the good-humoured indifference of his manner. He spoke little, and seemed rather to endure rather than to be gratified by attentions. His own were chiefly directed to his dog, and he was more intent on feeding it than on answering the questions that were put to him. There never was anything to be called conversation at the dinner-table at Beech Park, and the general practice was in no danger of being departed from on the present occasion. The Earl hated to converse; it was a bore, and he now merely exchanged a few desultory sentences with his son, as he ate his olives and drank his claret. Lady Juliana, indeed, spoke an even more than her usual quantity of nonsense, but nobody listened to it. Lady Emily was somewhat perplexed in her notions about her brother. He was handsome and elegant, and appeared good-humoured and gentle, yet something was wanting to fill up the measure of her expectations, and a latent feeling of disappointment lurked in her heart. Adelaide was indignant that he had not instantly paid her the most marked attention, and revenged herself by her silence. In short, Lord Lindore's arrival seemed to have added little or nothing to the general stock of pleasure, and the effervescence of joy, the rapture of sensation, like some subtle essence, had escaped almost as soon as it was perceived. "How stupid everybody always is at a dinner-table!" exclaimed Lady Emily, rising abruptly with an air of chagrin. "I believe it is the fumes of the meat that dulls one's senses, and renders them so detestable. I long to see you in the drawing-room, Frederick. I've a notion you are more of a carpet-knight than a knight of the Round Table. So pray," in a whisper as she passed, "leave papa to be snored asleep by Dr. Redgill, and do you follow us. Here is metal more attractive," pointing to the sisters as they quitted the room, and she followed without waiting for her brother's reply. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 8. Io dubito, signor M. Pietro, che il mio quotidiano sarà stato altro che fatica mia e fastidio degli amici. Baldassare Castiglioni. Lord Lindore was in no haste to avail himself of his sister's invitation, and when he did, it was evident his was a mind not to be changed by place, for he entered more with the air of one who was tired of the company he had left, than expecting pleasure from the society he sought. "Do come and entertain us, Lindore," cried Lady Emily as he entered, "for we are all heartily sick of one another. A snowstorm and a lack of company are things hard to be borne. It is only the expectancy of your arrival that has kept us alive these 2 days, and now pray don't let us die away of the reality." "You have certainly taken a most effectual method of sealing my lips," said her brother with a smile. "How so?" "By telling me that I am expected to be vastly entertaining, since every word I utter can only serve to dispel the illusion, and prove that I am gifted with no such miraculous power." "I don't think it requires any miraculous power either to entertain or be entertained. For my part, I flatter myself I can entertain any man, woman, or child in the kingdom, when I choose; and as for being entertained, that is still an easier matter. I seldom meet with anybody who is not entertaining, either from their folly, or their affectation, or their stupidity, or their vanity, or, in short, something of the ridiculous that renders them not merely supportable, but positively amusing." "How extremely happy you must be," said Lord Lindore. "Happy? No, I don't know that my feelings precisely amount to happiness neither, for at the very time I'm most diverted, I'm sometimes disgusted too, and often provoked. My spirit gets chafed, and—" "You long to box the ears of all your acquaintances," said her brother, laughing. "Well, no matter. There is nothing so enviable as the facility of being amused, and even the excitement of anger is perhaps preferable to the stagnation of indifference." "Oh, thank heaven, I know nothing about indifference. I leave that to Adelaide." Lord Lindore turned his eyes with more animation than he had yet evinced towards his cousin, who sat reading, apparently paying no attention to what was going on. He regarded her for a considerable time with an expression of admiration, but Adelaide, though she was conscious of his gaze, calmly pursued her studies. "Come, you positively must do something to signalize yourself. I assure you it is expected of you that you should be the soul of the company. Here is Adelaide, waltzes like an angel, when she can get a partner to her liking." "But I waltz like a mere mortal," said Lord Lindore, seating himself at a table and turning over the leaves of a book. "And I am engaged to play billiards with my uncle," said Adelaide, rising with a blush of indignation. "Shall we have some music, then? Can you bear to listen to our croakings after the warbling of your Italian nightingales?" asked Lady Emily. "I should like very much to hear you sing," answered her brother, with an air of the most perfect indifference. "Come then, Mary, do you be the one to untwist the chains that tie the hidden soul of harmony. Give us your Scotch exile, pray. It is tolerably appropriate to the occasion, though an English one would have been still more so. But, as you say, there is nothing in this country to make a song about." Mary would rather have declined, but she saw a refusal would displease her cousin, and she was not accustomed to consult her own inclination in such frivolous matters. She therefore seated herself at the harp, and sang the following verses. The Exile. For weary wanderer may roam, to seek for bliss in change of scene, yet still the loved idea of home, and of the days he there has seen. Pursue him with a fond regret, like rays from suns that long have set. 'Tis not the sculptor's magic art, 'tis not the heroic deeds of yore, that fill and gratify the heart. No, 'tis affection's tender law, the thought of friends, and love's first sigh, when youth and hope and health were nigh. And though on classic ground we tread, and though we breathe a genial air, can these restore the bliss that's fled? Is not remembrance over there? Can any soil protect from grief, or any air breathe soft relief? No, the sick soul that wounded flies from all its early thoughts held dear, will more some gleam of memory prize, that draws the long-lost treasure near, and warmly presses to its breast the very thought that mars its rest. Some mossy stone, some torrent rude, some moor unknown to worldly ken, some weeping birches, fragrant wood, or some roebuck's fern-clad glen, yes, these his aching heart delight, these bring his country to his sight. Ere the song was ended, Lord Lindore had sauntered away to the billiard-room, singing "O Giove omnipotente," and seeming quite unconscious that any attentions were due from him in return. But there even Adelaide's charms failed to attract, in spite of the variety of graceful movements practised before him. The beauty of the extended arm, the majestic step, and the exclamations of the enchanting voice, Lord Lindore kept his station by the fire, in a musing attitude, from which he was only roused occasionally by the caresses of his dog. At supper it was still worse. He placed himself by Mary, and when he spoke, it was only of Scotland. "Well, what do you think of Lindore?" demanded Lady Emily of her aunt and cousins as they were about to separate for the night. "Is he not divine?" "Perfectly so," said Lady Juliana, with all the self-importance of a fool. "I assure you I think very highly of him. He is a vastly charming, clever young man, perfectly beautiful, and excessively amiable, and his attention to his dog is quite delightful. It is so uncommon to see men at all kind to their dogs. I assure you I have known many who were absolutely cruel to them, beat them and starved them, and did 1,000 shocking things, and Pray, Adelaide, what is your opinion of my brother?" "Oh, I have no doubt he is extremely amiable," replied Adelaide, with a gentle yawn. "As mamma says, his attentions to his dog prove it." "And you, Mary, are your remarks to be equally judicious and polite?" Mary, in all the sincerity of her heart, said she thought him by much the handsomest and most elegant-looking man she had ever seen. And there she stopped. "Yes, I know all that, but however, no matter. I only wish he may have sense enough to fall in love with you, Mary. How happy I should be to see you, Lady Lindore. En attendant, you must take care of your heart, for I hear he is un peu volage, and moreover that he admires none but les dames mariées. As for Adelaide, there is no fear of her. She will never cast such a pearl away upon one who is merely, no doubt, extremely amiable," retorting Adelaide's ironical tone. "Then you may feel equally secure upon my account," said Mary, "as I assure you I am still less danger of losing mine, after the warning you have given." This off-hand sketch of her brother's character, which Lady Emily had thoughtlessly given, produced the most opposite effect on the minds of her sisters. With Adelaide it increased his conscience and enhanced his value. It would be no vulgar conquest to fix and reform one who was notorious for his inconstancy and libertine principles; and from that moment she resolved to use all the influence of her charms to captivate and secure the heart of her cousin. In Mary's well-regulated mind other feelings arose. Although she was not one of the outrageous virtuous, who storm and rail at the very mention of vice, and deem it contamination to hold any intercourse with the vicious, she yet possessed proper ideas for the distinction to be drawn; and the hope of finding a friend and brother in her cousin now gave way to the feeling that in future she could only consider him as a common acquaintance. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9, of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage, by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 9. On sera ridicule, et je n'oserai rire. Boileau. In honour of her brother's return, Lady Emily resolved to celebrate it with a ball; and always prompt in following up her plans, she fell to work immediately with her visiting list. "Certainly," said she, as she scanned it over, "there never was any family so afflicted in their acquaintances as we are. At least one half of the names here belong to the most insufferable people on the face of the earth. The Claremonts, and the Edgefields, and the Bouverie's, and the Sedleys, and a few are very well, but can anything in human form be more insupportable than the rest? For instance, that wretch, Lady Placid." "Does her merit lie only in her name, then?" asked Mary. "You shall judge for yourself when I have given you a slight sketch of her character. Lady Placid, in the opinion of all sensible persons in general, and myself in particular, is a vain, weak, conceited, vulgar egotist. In her own eyes she is a clever, well-informed, elegant, amiable woman; and though I have spared no pains to let her know how detestable I think her, it is all in vain. She remains as firmly entrenched in her own good opinion as folly and conceit can make her; and I have the despair of seeing all my buffetings fall blunted to the ground. She reminds me of some odious fairy or genii I have read of, who possessed such a power in their person that every hostile weapon levelled against them was immediately turned into some agreeable present. Stones became balls of silk, arrows, flowers, swords, feathers, etc. Even so it is with Lady Placid. The grossest insult that could be offered she would construe into an elegant compliment. The very crimes of others she seems to consider as so much incense offered up at the shrine of her own immaculate virtue. I'm certain she thinks she deserves to be canonized for having kept out of Doctors' Commons. Never is any affair of that sort alluded to, that she does not cast that triumphant look towards her husband, as much as to say, "Here I am, the paragon of faithful wives and virtuous matrons." Were I in his place, I should certainly throw a plate at her head. And here you may take this passing remark. How much more odious people are who have radical thoughts than those who commit, I do not say positive crimes, but occasional weaknesses. Even a noble nature may fall into a great error, but what is that to the ever-enduring pride, envy, malice, and conceit of a little mind? Yes, I would at any time rather be the fallen than the one to exult over the fall of another. Then, as a mother, she is, if possible, still more meritorious a woman. This is the way she talks. A woman has nobly performed her part to her country and for posterity when she has brought a family of fine healthy children into the world. I can't agree with you, I reply. I think many mothers have brought children into the world who would have been much better out of it. A mother's merit must depend solely upon how she brings up her children. Hers are the most spoiled brats in Christendom. There I perfectly agree with you, Lady Emily. As you observe, it is not every mother who does her duty by her children. Indeed, I may say to you, it is not every one that will make the sacrifices for their family I have done. But, thank God, I am richly repaid. My children are everything I could wish them to be. Everything of hers, as a matter of course, must be superior to every other person's, and even what she is obliged to share in common with others acquires some miraculous charm in operating upon her. Thus it is impossible for any one to imagine the delight she takes in bathing, and as for the sun, no mortal can conceive the effect it has upon her. If she were to have the plague, she would assure you it was owing to some peculiar virtue in her blood, and if she was to be put in the pillory, she would ascribe it entirely to her great merit. If her coachman were to make her a declaration of love, she would impute it on the boundless influence of her charms. That every man who sees her does not declare his passion is entirely owing to the well-known severity of her morals, and the dignity of her deportment. If she is amongst the first invited to my ball, that will be my eagerness to secure her. If she is the very last, it will be a mark of my friendship, and the easy footing we are upon. If not invited at all, then it will be jealousy. In short, the united strength of worlds would not shake that woman's good opinion of herself. And the intolerable part of it is, there are so many fools in this one, that she actually passes with the multitude for being a charming, sweet-tempered woman, always the same, always pleased and contented. Contented! Just as like contentment as the light emitted by putridity resembles the divine halo. But too much of her. Let her have a card, however. Then comes Mrs. Wiseacre, that renowned lawgiver, who lavishes her advice on all who will receive it, without hope of fee or reward, except that of being thought wiser than anybody else. But, like many more deserving characters, she meets with nothing but ingratitude in return, and the wise sentences that are for ever hovering around her pursed-up mouth have only served to render her insupportable. This is her mode of proceeding. "If I might presume to advise, Lady Emily," or "if my opinion could be supposed to have any weight," or "if my experience goes for anything," or "I'm an old woman now, but I think I know something of the world," or "if a friendly hint of mine would be of any service," then, when very desperate, it is, "However averse I am to obtrude my advice, yet, as I consider it my duty, I must for once," or "It certainly is no affair of mine, at the same time I must just observe," etc., etc. I don't say that she insists, however, upon your swallowing all the advice she crams you with, for provided she has the luxury of giving it, it can make little difference how it is taken, because whatever befalls you, be it good or bad, it is equally a matter of exultation to her. Thus she has the satisfaction of saying, "If poor Mrs. Dabble had but followed my advice, and not have taken these pills of Dr. Doolittle's, she would have been alive to-day, depend upon it." Or, "If Sir Thomas Speckle had but taken advantage of a friendly hint I threw out some time ago, about the purchase of the Drawent estate, he might have been a man worth 10,000 a year at this moment." Or, "If Lady Dull hadn't been so infatuated as to neglect the caution I gave her about Bob Squander, her daughter might have been married to Nabob Gull." But there is a strange contradiction about Mrs. Wiseacre, for though it appears that all her friends' misfortunes proceed from neglecting her advice, it is no less apparent, by her account, that her own are all occasioned by following the advice of others. She is for ever doing foolish things, and laying the blame upon her neighbours. Thus, had it not been for my friend Mrs. Jobbs there, I never would have parted with my house for an old song as I did. Or, it was entirely owing to Miss Glue's obstinacy that I was robbed of my diamond necklace. Or, I have to thank my friend Colonel Quack for getting my carriage smashed to pieces. In short, she has the most comfortable repository of stupid friends to have recourse to, of anybody I ever knew. Now what I have to warn you against, Mary, is the sin of ever listening to any of her advices. She will preach to you about the pinning of your gown and the curling of your hair till you would think it impossible not to do exactly what she wants you to do. She will inquire with the greatest solicitude what shoemaker you employ, and will shake her head most significantly when she hears it is any other than her own. But if ever I detect you paying the smallest attention to any of her recommendations, positively I shall have done with you." Mary laughingly promised to turn a deaf ear to all Mrs. Wiseacre's wisdom, and her cousin proceeded. Then here follows a swarm as thick as idle motes in sunny ray, and much of the same importance, methinks, in the scale of being. Married ladies only celebrated for their good dinners, or their pretty equipages, or their fine jewels. How I should scorn to be talked of as the appendage of any soups or pearls. Then there are the daughters of these ladies, misses who are mere misses and nothing more. Oh, the insipidity of a mere miss! A soft simpering thing with pink cheeks and pretty hair and fashionable clothes, sans eyes for anything but lovers, sans ears for anything but flattery, sans taste for anything but balls, sans brains for anything at all. Then there are ladies who are neither married nor young, and who strive with all their might to talk most delightfully, that the charms of their conversation may efface the marks of the crow's feet. But all these I pass 'em by, and nameless numbers mo. And now comes the Honourable Mrs. Downe Wright, a person of considerable shrewdness and penetration, vulgar but unaffected. There is no politeness, no gentleness in her heart, but she possesses some warmth, much honesty, and great hospitality. She has acquired the character of being, oh, odious thing, a clever woman. There are two descriptions of clever women, observe. The one is endowed with corporeal cleverness, the other with mental, and I don't know which of the two is the greater nuisance to society. The one torments you with her management, the other with her smart sayings. The one is for ever rattling her bunch of keys in your ears, the other electrifies you with the shock of her wit, and both talk so much and so loud, and are such egotists, that I rather think a clever woman is even a greater term of reproach than a good creature. But to return to that clever woman, Mrs. Downe Wright. She is a widow, left with the management of an only son, a commonplace, weak young man. No one, I believe, is more sensible of his mental deficiencies than his mother, but she knows that a man of fortune is, in the eyes of the many, a man of consequence, and she therefore wisely talks of it as his chief characteristic. To keep him in good company, and get him well married, is all her aim, and this, she thinks, will not be difficult, as he is very handsome, possesses an estate of 10,000 a year, and succeeds to some Scotch Lord something's title. There's for you, Mary. She once had views of Adelaide, but Adelaide met the advances with so much scorn that Mrs. Downe Wright declared she was thankful she had shown the cloven foot in time, for that she never would have done for a wife to her William. Now you are the very thing to suit, for you have no cloven feet to show. Or at least you are not so quick-sighted as Mrs. Downe Wright. You have not spied them yet, it seems, said Mary with a smile. Oh, as to that, if you had them, I should defy you, or any one, to hide them from me. When I reflect upon the characters of most of my acquaintances, I sometimes think nature has formed my optics only to see disagreeables. That must be a still more painful faculty of vision than even the second sight, said Mary, but I should think it depended very much upon yourself to counteract it. Impossible! My perceptions are so peculiarly alive to all that is obnoxious to them, that I could as soon preach my eyes into blindness, or my ears into deafness, as put down my feelings with chopping logic. If people will be affected and ridiculous, why must I live in a state of warfare with myself on account of the feelings they rouse within me?" "If people will be irritable," said Mary, laughing, "why must others sacrifice their feelings to gratify them?" "Because mine are natural feelings, and theirs are artificial. A very saint must sicken at sight of affectation, you'll allow. Vulgarity, even innate vulgarity, is bearable. Stupidity itself is pardonable, but affectation is never to be endured or forgiven." "It admits of palliation, at least," answered Mary. "I dare say there are many people who would have been pleasing and natural in their manners had not their parents and teachers interfered. There are many, I believe, who have not courage to show themselves such as they are, some who are naturally affected, and many, very many, who have been taught affectation as a necessary branch of education." "Yes, as my governesses would have taught me. But, thank heaven, I got the better of them. Fascinating was what they wanted to make me. But whenever the word was mentioned, I used to knit my brows, and frown upon them in such a sort. The frown, like now, sticks by me. But no matter. A frowning brow is better than a false heart, and I defy any one to say that I am fascinating." "There certainly must be some fascination about you, otherwise I should never have sat so long listening to you," said Mary, as she rose from the table at which she had been assisting to dash off the at-homes. "But you must listen to me a little longer," cried her cousin, seizing her hand to detain her. "I have not got half through my detestables yet, but to humour you I shall let them go for the present. And now, that you mayn't suppose I am utterly insensible to excellence, you must suffer me to show you that I can and do appreciate worth when I can find it. I confess my talent lies fully as much in discovering the ridiculous as the amiable, and I am equally ready to acknowledge it is a fault, and no mark of superior wit or understanding, since it is much easier to hit off the glaring caricatural line of deformity than the finer and more exquisite touches of beauty, especially for one who reads as he run. The sign-posts are sure to catch the eye. But now for my favourite, no matter for her name, it would frighten you if you were to hear it. In the first place, she is, as some of your old divines say, hugely religious. But then she keeps her piety in its proper place, and where it ought to be, in her very soul. It is never a stumbling block in other people's sway, or interfering with other people's affairs. Her object is to be, not to seem, religious, and there is neither hypocrisy nor austerity necessary for that. She is forbearing without meanness, gentle without insipidity, sincere without rudeness. She practises all the virtues herself, and seems quite unconscious that others don't do the same. She is, if I may trust the expression of her eye, almost as much alive to the ridiculous as I am. But she is only diverted where I am provoked. She never bestows false praise, even upon her friends, but a simple approval from her is of more value than the finest panegyric from another. She never finds occasion to censure or condemn the conduct of any one, however flagrant it may be in the eyes of others, because she seems to think virtue is better expressed by her own actions than by her neighbours' vices. She cares not for admiration, but is anxious to do good and give pleasure. To sum up the whole, she could listen with patience to Lady Placid, she could bear to be advised by Mrs. Wiseacre, she could stand the scrutiny of Mrs. Downe Wright, and hardest task of all, throwing her arms around Mary's neck, she can bear with all my ill humour and impertinence. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9.
Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 10. Have I then no fears for thee, my mother? Can I forget thy cares from helpless years? Thy tenderness for me, An eye still beamed with love. Thomson. The arrival of Lord Lindore brought an influx of visitors to Beech Park, and in the unceasing round of amusement that went on, Mary found herself completely overlooked. She therefore gladly took advantage of her insignificance to pay frequent visits to Mrs. Lennox, and easily prevailed with Lady Juliana to allow her to spend a week there occasionally. In this way the acquaintance soon ripened into the warmest affection on both sides. The day seemed doubly dark to Mrs. Lennox, that was not brightened by Mary's presence, and Mary felt all the drooping energies of her heart revive in the delight of administering to the happiness of another. Mrs. Lennox was one of those gentle, amiable beings who engage our affections far more powerfully than many possessed of higher attributes. Her understanding was not strong, neither had it been highly cultivated according to the ideas of the present time, but she had a benevolence of heart and a guileless simplicity of thought that shamed the pride of wit and pomp of learning. Bereft of all external enjoyments and destitute of great mental resources, it was retrospection and futurity that gilded the dark evening of her days and shed their light on the dreary realities of life. She loved to recall the remembrance of her children, to tell of their infant beauties, their growing virtues, and to retrace scenes of past felicity which memory loves to treasure in the heart. "Oh, none but a mother can tell," she would exclaim, "the bitterness of those tears which fall from a mother's eyes. All other sorrows seem natural, but, God forgive me, surely it is not natural that the old should weep for the young. Oh, when I saw myself surrounded by my children, little did I think that death was so soon to seal their eyes. Sorrow mine, and yet methinks I would rather have suffered all than have stood in the world a lonely being. Yes, my children revered his power and believed in his name, and thanks to his mercy I feel assured they are now angels in heaven. Here," taking some papers from a writing-box, "my Louisa speaks to me even from the tomb. These are the words she wrote but a few hours before her death. Read them to me, for it is not every voice I can bear to hear uttering her last thoughts." Mary read as follows: "Forever gone, oh chilling sound, that tolls the knell of hope and joy, potent with torturing pang to wound but not in mercy to destroy. Forever gone, what words of grief, replete with wild mysterious woe. The Christian kneels to seek relief, a Saviour died, it is not so. For a brief space we sojourn here, and life's rough path we journey o'er. Thus was it with the friend so dear, that is not lost, but sped before. Forever gone, oh madness wild, dwells in that drear and atheist doom. But death of horror is despoiled, when heaven shines forth beyond the tomb. Forever gone, oh dreadful fate! Go visit nature, gather thence the symbols of man's happier state, which speak to every mortal sense. The leafless spray, the withered flower, alike with man owns death's embrace, but bustling forth in summer hour, prepare anew to run life's race. And shall it be that man alone dies never more to rise again? Of all creation highest one, created but to live in vain? Forever gone, oh dire despair! Look to the heavens, the earth, the sea. Go, read a Saviour's promise there. Go, heir of immortality." From such communings as these, the selfish would have turned with indifference, but Mary's generous heart was ever open to the overflowings of the wounded spirit. She had never been accustomed to lavish the best feelings of her nature on frivolous pursuits or fictitious distresses, but had early been taught to consecrate them to the best, the most ennobling purposes of humanity, even to the comforting of the weary soul, the binding of the bruised heart. Yet Mary was no rigid moralist. She loved amusement as the amusement of an imperfect existence, though her good sense and still better principles taught her to reject it as the business of an immortal being. Several weeks passed away, during which Mary had been an almost constant inmate at Rose Hall. But the day of Lady Emily's fête arrived, and with something of hope and expectation fluttering at her heart, she anticipated her debut in the ball-room. She repaired to the breakfast-table of her venerable friend with even more than usual hilarity, but upon entering the apartment her gaiety fled, for she was struck with the emotion visible on the countenance of Mrs. Lennox. Her meek but tearful eyes were raised to heaven, and her hands were crossed on her bosom, as if to subdue the agitation of her heart. Her faithful attendant stood by her with an open letter in her hand. Mary flew towards her, and as her light step and soft accents met her ear, she extended her arms towards her. "Mary, my child, where are you?" exclaimed she, as she pressed her with convulsive eagerness to her heart. "My son, my Charles! To-morrow I shall see him." "See him? Oh, God help me, I shall never see him more." And she wept in all the agony of contending emotions, suddenly and powerful excited. "But you will hear him. You will hold him to your heart. You will be conscious that he is beside you," said Mary. "Yes, thank God, I shall once more hear the voice of a living child. Oh, how often do those voices ring in my heart that are all hushed in the grave! I am used to it now, but to think of his returning to this wilderness! When last he left it, he had father, brothers, sisters, and to find all gone!" "Indeed, it will be a sad return," said the old housekeeper as she wiped her eyes, "for the Colonel doted on his sister, and she on him and his brothers too. Dearly they all loved one another. How in this very room I have seen them chase each other up and down in their pretty plays, with their papa's cap and sword, and say they would be soldiers." Mary motioned the good woman to be silent. Then, turning to Mrs. Lennox, she sought to soothe her into composure, and turned, as she always did, the bright side of the picture to view, by dwelling on the joy her son would experience in seeing her. Mrs. Lennox shook her head mournfully. "Alas, he cannot joy in seeing me such as I am. I have too long concealed from him my dreary doom. He knows not that these poor eyes are sealed in darkness. Oh, he will seek to read a mother's fondness there, and he will find all cold and silent." "But he will also find you resigned, even contented," said Mary, while her tears dropped on the hand she held to her lips. "Yes, God knows I do not repine at his will. It is not for myself these tears fall, but my son. How will he bear to behold the mother he so loved and honoured, now blind, bereft, and helpless?" And the wounds of her heart seemed to bleed afresh at the excitement of even its happiest emotions, the return of a long-absent, much-loved son. Mary exerted all the powers of her understanding, all the tenderness of her heart, to dispel the mournful images that pressed on the mind of her friend. But she found it was not so much her arguments as her presence that produced that effect, and to leave her in her present situation seemed impossible. In the agitation of her spirits she had wholly forgotten the occasion that called for Mary's absence, and she implored her to remain with her till the arrival of her son, with an earnestness that was irresistible. The thought of her cousin's displeasure, should she absent herself upon such an occasion, caused Mary to hesitate, yet her feelings would not allow her to name the cause. How unfeeling it would sound to talk of balls at such a time, thought she. What a painful contrast it must present. Surely Lady Emily will not blame me, and no one will miss me. And in the ardour of her feelings she promised to remain. Yet she sighed as she sent off her excuse, and thought of the pleasures she had renounced. But the sacrifice made, the regrets were soon past, and she devoted herself entirely to soothing the agitated spirits of her venerable friend. It is perhaps the simplest and most obvious truth, skilfully administered, that in the season of affliction produces the most salutary effects upon our mind. Mary was certainly no logician, and all that she could say might have been said by another, but there is something in the voice and manner that carries an irresistible influence along with it, something that tells us our sorrows are felt and understood, not coldly seen and heard. Mary's well-directed exertions were repaid with success. She read, talked, played, and sang, not in her gayest manner, but in that subdued strain which harmonized with the feelings, while it won upon the attention. And she had at length the satisfaction of seeing the object of her solicitude restored to her usual state of calm, confiding acquiescence. "God bless you, my dear Mary," said she, as they were about to separate for the night. "He only can repay you for the good you have done me this day." "Ah," thought Mary, as she tenderly embraced her, "such a blessing is worth a dozen balls." At that moment the sound of a carriage was heard, and an unusual bustle took place below, but scarcely had they time to notice it ere the door flew open, and Mrs. Lennox found herself locked in the arms of her son. For some minutes the tide of feeling was too strong for utterance, and "my mother," "my son," were the only words that either could articulate. At length, raising his head, Colonel Lennox fixed his eyes on his mother's face with a gaze of deep and fearful inquiry, but no returning glance spoke there. With that mournful vacuity peculiar to the blind, which is 1,000 times more touching than all the varied expressions of the living orb, she continued to regard the vacant space which imagination had filled with the image she sought in vain to behold. At this confirmation of his worst fears, a shade of the deepest anguish overspread the visage of her son. He raised his eyes, as in agony, to heaven, then threw himself on his mother's bosom, and as Mary hurried from the apartment, she heard the sob which burst from his manly heart as he exclaimed, "My dear mother, do I indeed find you thus?" End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Hihikitty. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 11. There is more complacency in the negligence of some men than in what is called the good breeding of others, and the little absences of the heart are often more interesting and engaging than the punctilious attention of 1,000 professed sacrificers to the graces. Mackenzie. Powerful emotions are the certain levellers of ordinary feelings. When Mary met Colonel Lennox in the breakfast-room the following morning, he accosted her not with the ceremony of a stranger, but with the frankness of a heart careless of common forms, and spoke of his mother with indications of sensibility which he vainly strove to repress. Mary knew that she had sought to conceal her real situation from him, but it seemed a vague suspicion of the truth had crossed his mind, and having with difficulty obtained a short leave of absence, he had hastened to have either his hopes or fears realized. "And now that I know the worst," said he, "I know it only to deplore it. Far from alleviating, my presence seems rather to aggravate my poor mother's misfortune. Oh, it is heartrending to see the strivings of these longing eyes to look upon the face of those she loves." Ah, thought Mary, were they to behold that face now, how changed would it appear, as she contrasted it with the portrait that hung immediately over the head of the original. The one in all the brightness of youth, the radiant eyes, the rounded cheek, the fair open brow, spoke only of hope and health and joy. Those eyes were now dimmed by sorrow, the cheek was wasted with toil, the brow was clouded by cares. Yet, quote, "as it is the best part of beauty which a picture cannot express," end quote, by Lord Bacon, so there is something superior to the mere charms of form and colour, and an air of high-toned feeling, of mingled vivacity and sensibility, gave a grandeur to the form and an expression to the countenance, which more than atoned for the want of youth's more brilliant attributes. At least so thought Mary, but her comparisons were interrupted by the entrance of Mrs. Lennox. Her son flew towards her, and taking her arm from that of her attendant, led her to her seat, and sought to render her those little offices which her helplessness required. "My dear Charles," said she, with a smile, as he tried to adjust her cushions, "your hands have not been used to this work, your arm is my best support, but a gentler hand must smooth my pillow. Mary, my love, give me your hand." Then, placing it in that of her son, "Many a tear has this hand wiped from your mother's eyes." Mary, blushing deeply, hastily withdrew it. She felt it as a sort of appeal to Colonel Lennox's feelings, and a sense of wounded delicacy made her shrink from being thus recommended to his gratitude. But Colonel Lennox seemed too much absorbed in his own painful reflections to attach such a meaning to his mother's words, and though they excited him to regard Mary for a moment with peculiar interest, yet in a little while he relapsed into the mournful reverie from which he had been roused. Colonel Lennox was evidently not a show-off character. He seemed superior to the mere vulgar aim of making himself agreeable, an aim which has much oftener its source in vanity than in benevolence. Yet he exerted himself to meet his mother's cheerfulness, though as often as he looked at her, or raised his eyes to the youthful group that hung before them, his changing hue and quivering lip betrayed the anguish he strove to hide. Breakfast ended, Mary rose to prepare for her departure, in spite of the solicitations of her friend that she should remain till the following day. "Surely, my dear Mary," said she in an imploring accent, "you will not refuse to bestow one day of happiness upon me, and it is such a happiness to see my Charles and you together. I little thought that ever I should have been so blessed. Ah, I begin to think God has yet some good in store for my last days. Do not then leave me just when I am beginning to taste of joy." And she clung to her with that pathetic look which Mary had ever found irresistible. But upon this occasion she steeled her heart against all supplication. It was the first time she had ever turned from the entreaty of old age or infirmity, and those only who have lived in the habitual practice of administering to the happiness of others can conceive how much it costs the generous heart to resist even the weaknesses of those it loves. But Mary felt she had already sacrificed too much to affection, and she feared the reproaches and ridicule that awaited her return to Beech Park. She therefore gently, though steadily, adhered to her resolution, only softening it by a promise of returning soon. "What an angel goes there!" exclaimed Mrs. Lennox to her son, as Mary left the room to prepare for her departure. Ah, Charles, could I but hope to see her yours." Colonel Lennox smiled. "That must be when I am an angel myself, then. A poor weather-beaten soldier like me must be satisfied with something less." "But is she not a lovely creature?" asked his mother, with some solicitude. "Angels, you know, are always fair," replied Colonel Lennox laughingly, trying to parry this attack upon his heart. "Ah, Charles, that is not being serious. But young people now are different from what they were in my day. There is no such thing as falling in love now, you are all so cautious." And the good old lady's thoughts reverted to the time when the gay and gallant Captain Lennox had fallen desperately in love with her, as she danced a minuet in a blue satin sacque and Bologna hat at a county ball. "You forget, my dear mother, what a knack I had in falling in love 10 years ago. Since then, I confess, I have got rather out of the way of it. But a little, a very little practice, I am sure, will make me as expert as ever, and then I promise you shall have no cause to complain of my caution." Mrs. Lennox sighed and shook her head. She had long cherished the hope that if ever her son came home, it would be to fall in love with and marry her beloved Mary, and she had dwelt upon this favourite scheme till it had taken entire possession of her mind. In the simplicity of her heart she also imagined that it would greatly help to accelerate the event were she to suggest the idea to her son, as she had no doubt but that the object of her affections must necessarily become the idol of his. So little did she know of human nature that the very means she used to accomplish her purpose were the most effectual she could have contrived to defeat it. Such is man, that his pride revolts from all attempts to influence his affections. The weak and the undiscerning, indeed, are often led to choose love by another's eyes, but the lofty and independent spirit loves to create for itself those feelings which lose half their charms when their source is not in the depth of their own heart. It was with no slight mortification that Mrs. Lennox saw Mary depart without having made the desired impression on the heart of her son, or, what was still more to be feared, of his having secured himself a place in her favour. But again and again she made Mary repeat her promise of returning soon and spending some days with her. And then, thought she, things will all come right. When they live together and see each other constantly, they cannot possibly avoid loving each other, and all will be as it should be. God grant I may live to see it. And hope softened the pang of disappointment. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Hihikiti.
Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 12. Qui vous a pu plonger dans cette humeur chagrine? A-t-on par quelque édit refermé la cuisine? Voilà. Mary's inexperienced mind expected to find, on her return to Beech Park, some vestige of the pleasures of the preceding night, some shadows at least of gaiety, to show what happiness she had sacrificed, what delight her friends had enjoyed. But for the first time she beheld the hideous aspect of departed pleasure. Drooping evergreens, dying lamps, dim transparencies, and faded flowers met her view as she crossed the hall, while the public rooms were covered with dust from the chalked floors, and wax from the droppings of the candles. In short, everything looked tawdry and forlorn. Nothing was in its place, nothing looked as it used to do, and she stood amazed at the disagreeable metamorphose and things had undergone. Hearing someone approach, she turned and beheld Dr. Redgill enter. "So it's only you, Miss Mary," he exclaimed in a tone of chagrin. "I was in hopes it was some of the women servants. 'Pon my soul, it's disgraceful to think that in this house there is not a woman stirring yet. I have sent 5 messages by my man to let Mrs. Brown know that I have been waiting for my breakfast these 2 hours. But this confounded ball has turned everything upside down. You are come to a pretty scene," continued he, looking round with a mixture of fury and contempt, "a very pretty scene. 'Pon my honour, I blush to see myself standing here. Just look at these rags," kicking a festoon of artificial roses that had fallen to the ground. "Can anything be more despicable? And to think that rational creatures in possession of their senses should take pleasure in the sight of such trumpery. 'Pon my soul, I declare it confounds me. I really used to think Lady Emily, for this is all her doing, had some sense, but such a display of folly as this—" "Pshaw!" said Mary. "It's not fair in us to stand here analysing the dregs of gaiety after the essence is gone. I dare say this was a very brilliant scene last night." "Brilliant scene indeed," repeated the doctor in a most wrathful accent. "I really am amazed. Yes, brilliant enough, if you mean that there was a glare of light enough to blind the devil. I thought my eyes would have been put out the short time I stayed. Indeed, I don't think this one has recovered yet," advancing a fierce bloodshot eye almost close to Mary's. "Don't you think it looks a leetle inflamed, Miss Mary?" Mary gave it as her opinion that it did. "Well, that's all I've got by this business, but I was never consulted about it. I thought it my duty, however, to give a leetle hint to the Earl when the thing was proposed. 'My lord,' says I, 'your house is your own. You have a right to do what you please with it. Burn it, pull it down, make a purgatory of it, but for God's sake don't give a ball in it.' The ball was given, and you see the consequences. A ball! And what's a ball, that a whole family should be thrown into disorder for it? I dare say to those who are engaged in it, it's a very delightful amusement at the time." "Delightful fiddlestick! 'Pon my soul, I'm surprised at you, Miss Mary. I thought your staying away was a pretty strong proof of your good sense, but delightful music indeed, to see human creatures twirling one another about all night like so many monkeys, making perfect mountebanks of themselves. Really, I look upon dancing as a most degrading and a most immoral practice. 'Pon my soul, I couldn't have the face to waltz, you know. It's all on account of this delightful amusement," with a convulsive shake of his chin, "that things are in this state. Myself kept waiting for my breakfast 2 hours and a half beyond my natural time. Not that I mind myself at all, that's neither here nor there. And if I was the only sufferer, I'm sure I should be the last to complain. But I own it distresses me. 'Pon my honour, can't stand seeing a whole family going to destruction." The doctor's agitation was so great that Mary really pitied him. "It's rather hard that you cannot get any breakfast, since you had no enjoyment in the ball," said she. "I dare say were I to apply to Mrs. Brown, she would trust me with her keys, and I shall be happy to officiate for her in making your tea." "Thank you, Miss Mary," replied the doctor coldly. "I'm very much obliged to you. It's really a very polite offer on your part, but you might have observed that I never take tea to breakfast. I keep that for the evening. Most people I know do the reverse, but they're in the wrong. Coffee is too nutritive for the evening. The French themselves are in an error there. That woman, that Mrs. Brown, knows what I like. In fact, she's the only woman I ever met with who could make coffee that I thought drinkable. She knows that. She knows that I like it to a moment, and yet—" Here the doctor blew his nose, and Mary thought she perceived a tear twinkle in his eye. Finding she was incapable of administering consolation, she was about to quit the room, when the doctor, recovering himself, called after her. If you happen to be going the way of Mrs. Brown's room, Miss Mary, I would take it very kind if you could just contrive to let her know what time of day it is, and that I have not tasted a mouthful of anything since last night at 12 o'clock, when I took a leetle morsel of supper in my own room." Mary took advantage of the deep sigh that followed to make her escape, and as she crossed the vestibule she descried the doctor's man hurrying along with a coffee-pot, which she had no doubt would pour consolation into his master's soul. As Mary was aware of her mother's dislike to introduce her into company, she flattered herself she had for once done something to merit her approbation by having absented herself on this occasion. But Mary was a novice in the ways of temper, and had yet to learn that to study to please and to succeed are very different things. Lady Juliana had been decidedly averse to her appearing at the ball, but she was equally disposed to take offence at her having stayed away. Besides, she had not been pleased herself, and her glass told her she looked jaded and ill. She was therefore, as her maid expressed it, in a most particular bad temper, and Mary had to endure reproaches, of which she could only make out that although she ought not to have been present, she was much to blame in having been absent. Lady Emily's indignation was in a different style. There was a heat and energy in her anger that never failed to overwhelm her victim at once, but it was more tolerable than the tedious, fretful ill-humour of the other, and after she had fairly exhausted herself in invectives, and ridicule, and insolence, and tears drawn from her cousin's eyes by the bitterness of her language, she heartily embraced her, vowed she liked her better than anybody in the world, and that she was a fool for minding anything she said to her. "I assure you," said she, "I was only tormenting you a little, and you must own you deserve that. But you can't suppose I meant half of what I said. That's a bêtise I can't conceive you guilty of. You see I am much more charitable in my conclusions than you. You have no scruple in thinking me a wretch, though I am too good-natured to set you down for a fool. Come, brighten up, and I'll tell you about the ball. How I hate it, were it only for having made your nose red. But really the thing in itself was detestable. Job himself must have gone mad at the provocations I met with. In the first place, I had my heart set upon introducing you with éclat, and instead of which you preferred psalm-singing with Mrs. Lennox, or sentiment with her son, I don't know which. In the next place, there was a dinner in Bath that kept away some of the best men. Then, after waiting an hour and a half for Frederick to begin the ball with Lady Charlotte M., I went myself to his room, and found him lounging by the fire with a volume of Rousseau in his hand, not dressed, and quite surprised that I should think his presence at all necessary, and when he did make his entrée, conceive my feelings at seeing him single out Lady Placid as his partner. I certainly would rather have seen him waltzing with a hyena. I don't believe he knew or cared whom he danced with, unless perhaps it had been Adelaide, but she was engaged, and by the by, there certainly is some sort of liaison there. How it will end I don't know. It depends upon themselves, for I'm sure the course of their love may run smooth if they choose. I know of nothing to interrupt it. Perhaps, indeed, it may become stagnant from that very circumstance. For you know, or perhaps you don't know, there is no spirit under heaven that works with such delusion. Mary would have felt rather uneasy at his intelligence had she believed it possible for her sister to be in love. But she had ever appeared to her so insensible to every tender emotion and generous affection, that she could not suppose even love itself as capable of making any impression on her heart. When, however, she saw them together, she began to waver in her opinion. Adelaide, silent and disdainful to others, was now gay and enchanting to Lord Lindore, and looked as if she triumphed in the victory she had already won. It was not so easy to ascertain the nature of Lord Lindore's feelings toward his cousin, and time only developed them. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12.
Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 13. Les douleurs muettes et stupides sont hors d'usage. On pleure, on récite, on répète, on est si touché de la mort de son mari, qu'on n'en oublie pas la moindre circonstance. La Bruyère. "Pray put on your Lennox face this morning, Mary," said Lady Emily one day to her cousin, "for I want you to go and pay a funeral visit with me to a distant relation, but unhappily a near neighbour of ours, who has lately lost her husband. Lady Juliana and Adelaide ought to go, but they won't. So you and I must celebrate, as best we can, the obsequies of the Honourable Mr. Sufton." Mary readily assented, and when they were seated in the carriage, her cousin began: "Since I am going to put you in the way of a trap, I think it but fair to warn you of it. All traps are odious things, and I make it my business to expose them wherever I find them. I own it chafes my spirit to see even sensible people taken in by the clumsy machinery of such a woman as Lady Matilda Sufton. So here she is in her true colours. Lady Matilda is descended from the ancient and illustrious family of Altamont. To have a fair character is, in her eyes, much more important than to deserve it. She has prepared speeches for every occasion, and she expects they are all to be believed. In short, she is a show woman. The world is her theatre, and from it she looks for the plaudits due to her virtue, for with her the reality and the semblance are synonymous. She has a grave and imposing air which keeps the timid at a distance, and she delivers the most common truths as if they were the most profound aphorisms. To degrade herself is her greatest fear, for, to use her own expression, there is nothing so degrading as associating with our inferiors, that is, our inferiors in rank and wealth, for with her all other gradations are incomprehensible. With the lower orders of society she is totally unacquainted. She knows they are meanly clothed and coarsely fed, consequently they are mean. She is proud, both from nature and principle, for she thinks it is the duty of every woman of family to be proud, and that humility is only a virtue in the canaille. Proper pride she calls it, though I rather think it ought to be pride proper, as I imagine it is a distinction that was unknown before the introduction of heraldry. The only true knowledge, according to her creed, is the knowledge of the world, by which she means a knowledge of the most courtly etiquette, the manners and habits of the great, and the newest fashions in dress. Ignoramuses might suppose she entered deeply into things, and was thoroughly acquainted with human nature. No such thing. The only wisdom she possesses, like the owl, is the look of wisdom, and that is the very part of it which I detest. Passions or feelings she has none, and to love she is an utter stranger. When somewhat in the sere and yellow leaf, she married Mr. Sufton, a silly old man, who had been dead to the world for many years. But after having him buried alive in his own chamber till his existence was forgot, she had him disinterred for the purpose of giving him a splendid burial in good earnest. That done, her duty is now to mourn, or appear to mourn, for the approbation of the world. And now you shall judge for yourself, for here is Sufton House. Now for the trappings and the weeds of woe." Aware of her cousin's satirical turn, Mary was not disposed to yield conviction to her representation, but entered Lady Matilda's drawing-room with a mind sufficiently unbiassed to allow her to form her own judgment. But a very slight survey satisfied her that the picture was not overcharged. Lady Matilda sat in an attitude of woe. A crape, fan, and open prayer-book lay before her. Her cambric handkerchief was in her hand, her mourning ring was upon her finger, and the tear, not unbidden, stood in her eye. On the same sofa, and side by side, sat a tall, awkward, vapid-looking personage whom she introduced as her brother, the Duke of Altamont. His Grace was flanked by an obsequious-looking gentleman, who was slightly named as General Carver, and at a respectful distance was seated a sort of half-caste gentlewoman, something betwixt the confide humble companion, who was incidentally as "my good Mrs. Finch." Her ladyship pressed Lady Emily's hand. "I did not expect, my dearest young friend, after the blow I have experienced, I did not expect I should so soon have been enabled to see my friends, but I have made a great exertion. Had I consulted my own feelings, indeed! But there is a duty we owe to the world. There is an example we are all bound to show. But such a blow!" Here she had recourse to her handkerchief. "Such a blow!" echoed the duke. "Such a blow!" re-echoed the general. "Such a blow!" reverberated Mrs. Finch. "The most doting husband! I may say he lived but in my sight. Such a man!" "Such a man!" said the duke. "Such a man!" exclaimed the general. "Oh, such a man!" sobbed Mrs. Finch, as she complacently dropped a few tears. At that moment, sacred to tender remembrance, the door opened, and Mrs. Downe Wright was announced. She entered the room as if she had come to profane the ashes of the dead, and insult the feelings of the living. A smile was upon her face, and in place of the silent pressure, she took her ladyship heartily by the hand, as she expressed her pleasure at seeing her look so well. "Well," replied the lady, "that is wonderful, after whatever have suffered; but grief, it seems, will not kill." "I never thought it would," said Mrs. Downe Wright, "but I thought your having been confined to the house so long might have affected your looks. However, I'm happy to see that this is not the case, as I don't recollect ever to have seen you so fat." Lady Matilda tried to look her into decency, but in vain. She sighed and even groaned, but Mrs. Downe Wright would not be dolorous, and was not to be taken in, either by sigh or groan, crape fan or prayer book. There was nothing her ladyship stood so much in awe of as Mrs. Downe Wright. She had an instinctive knowledge that she knew her, and she felt her genius repressed by her, as Julius Caesar's was by Cassius. They had been very old acquaintances, but never were cordial friends, though many worthy people are very apt to confound the two. Upon this occasion Mrs. Downe Wright certainly did, for availing herself of this privilege, she took off her cloak, and said, "'Tis so long since I have seen you, my dear, and since I see you so well, and able to enjoy the society of your friends, I shall delay the rest of my visits, and spend the morning with you." "That is truly kind of you, my dear Mrs. Downe Wright," returned the mourner, with a countenance in which real woe was now plainly depicted. "But I cannot be so selfish as to claim such a sacrifice from you." "There is no sacrifice in the case, I assure you, my dear," returned Mrs. Downe Wright. "This is a most comfortable room, and I could go nowhere that I would meet a pleasanter little circle," looking round. Lady Matilda thought herself undone. Looking well, fat, comfortable room, pleasant circle, rung in her ears, and caused almost as great a whirl in her brain as noses, lips, handkerchiefs did in Othello's. Mrs. Downe Wright, always disagreeable, was now perfectly insupportable. She had disconcerted all her plans, she was a bar to all her studied speeches, even an obstacle to all her sentimental looks, yet to get rid of her was impossible. In fact, Mrs. Downe Wright was far from being an amiable woman. She took a malicious pleasure in tormenting those she did not like, and her skill in this art was so great that even she deprived the tormented of the privilege of complaint. She had a great insight into character, and she might be said to read the very thoughts of his victims. Making a desperate effort to be herself again, Lady Matilda turned to her two young visitors, with whom she had still some hopes of success. "I cannot express how much I feel indebted to the sympathy of my friends upon this trying occasion, an occasion, indeed, that called for sympathy." "A most melancholy occasion," said the duke. "A most distressing occasion," exclaimed the general. "Never was greater occasion," moaned Mrs. Finch. Her ladyship wiped her eyes, and resumed. "I feel that I act but a melancholy part, in spite of every exertion. But my kind friend Mrs. Downe Wright's spirits will, I trust, support me. She knows what it is to lose—" Again her voice was buried in her handkerchief, and again she recovered and proceeded. "I ought to apologize for being thus overcome, but my friends, I hope, will make due allowance for my situation. It cannot be expected that I should at all times find myself able for company." "Not at all," said the Duke, and the two satellites uttered their responses. "You are able for a great deal, my dear," said the provoking Mrs. Downe Wright, "and I have no doubt but, with a very little exertion, you could behave as if nothing had happened." "Your partiality makes you suppose me capable of a great deal more than I am equal to," answered her ladyship, with a real hysteric sob. "It is not every one who is blessed with the spirits of Mrs. Downe Wright." "What woman can do, you dare. Who dares do more is none," said the General, bowing with a delighted air at this brilliant application. Mrs. Downe Wright charitably allowed it to pass, but she thought it might be construed either as a compliment or a banter. Visitors flocked in, and the insufferable Mrs. Downe Wright declared to all that her ladyship was astonishingly well, but without the appropriate whine which gives proper pathos and generally accompanies this hackneyed speech. Mrs. Finch indeed laboured hard to counteract the effect of this injudicious cheerfulness by the most orthodox sighs, shakes of the head, and confidential whispers in which "Wonderful woman!" "Prodigious exertion!" "Perfectly overcome!" "Suffer for this afterwards!" were audibly heard by all present; but even then Mrs. Downe Wright's drawn-up lip and curled nose spoke daggers. At length the tormentor recollected an engagement she had made elsewhere, and took leave, promising to return, if possible, the following day. Her friend, in her own mind, took her measures accordingly. She resolved to order her own carriage to be in waiting, and if Mrs. Downe Wright put her threat in execution, she would take an airing. True, she had not intended to have been able for such an exertion for at least a week longer, but with the blinds down, she thought it might have an interesting effect. The enemy fairly gone, Lady Matilda seemed to feel like a person suddenly relieved from the nightmare. She was beginning to give a fair specimen of her scenic powers when Lady Emily, seeing the game was up with Mrs. Downe Wright, abruptly rose to depart. "This has been a trying scene for you, my sweet young friends," said her ladyship, taking a hand of each. "It has, indeed," replied Lady Emily, in a tone so significant as made Mary start. "I know it would. Youth is always so full of sympathy. I own I have a preference for the society of my young friends on that account. My good Mrs. Finch, indeed, is an exception; but worthy Mrs. Downe Wright has been almost too much for me." "She is too much," said the Duke. "She is a great deal too much," said the General. "She is a vast deal too much," said Mrs. Finch. "I own I have been rather overcome by her," with a deep drawn sigh, which her visitors hastily availed themselves of to make their retreat. The Duke and the General handed Lady Emily and Mary to their carriage. "You find my poor sister wonderfully composed," said the former. "Charming woman, Lady Matilda!" ejaculated the latter. "Her feelings do honour to her head and heart." Mary sprang into the carriage as quick as possible to be saved the embarrassment of a reply, and it was not until they were fairly out of sight that she ventured to raise her eyes to her cousin's face. There the expression of ill humour and disgust was so strongly depicted that she could not longer repress her risible emotions, but gave way to a violent fit of laughter. "How!" exclaimed her companion, "is this the only effect Matilda's moan has produced upon you? I expected your taste for grief would have been highly gratified by this affecting representation." "My appetite, you ought rather to say," replied Mary. "Taste implies some discrimination, which you seem to deny me." "Why, to tell you the truth, I do look upon you as a sort of intellectual ghoul. You really do remind me of the lady in the Arabian Nights, whose taste, or appetite, which you will, led her to scorn everything that did not savour of the churchyard. "The delicacy of your comparison is highly flattering," said Mary, "but I must be duller than the fat weed were I to give my sympathy to such as Lady Matilda Sufton." "Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, for I assure you I was in pain lest you should have been taken in, notwithstanding my warning to say something larmoyant, or join the soft echo, or heave a sigh, or drop a tear, or do something, in short, that would have disgraced you with me for ever. At one time, I must do you justice to own, I thought I saw you with difficulty repress a smile, and then you blushed so, for fear you had betrayed yourself. The smile, I suppose, has gained you one conquest, the blush another. How happy you who can hit the various tastes so easily! Mrs. Downe Wright whispered me as she left the room, what a charming, intelligent countenance your cousin has, while my Lord Duke of Altamont observed as he handed me along, what a very sweet, modest-looking girl Miss Douglas was. So, take your choice, Mrs. William Downe Wright, or Duchess of Altamont." "Duchess of Altamont, to be sure," said Mary. "And then such a man! Oh, such a man!" End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 14. "For marriage is a matter of more worth than to be dealt with in attorneyship." Shakespeare. Allow me to introduce to you, ladies, that most high and puissant princess, her Grace the Duchess of Altamont, Marchioness of Norwood, Countess of Penrose, Baroness of etc., etc., cried Lady Emily, as she threw open the drawing-room door and ushered Mary into the presence of her mother and sister, with all the demonstrations of ceremony and respect. The one frowned, the other coloured. "How vastly absurd!" cried Lady Juliana angrily. "How vastly amusing!" cried Adelaide contemptuously. "How vastly annoying!" cried Lady Emily, "to think that this little Highlander should bear aloft the ducal crown, while you and I, Adelaide, must sneak about in shabby straw bonnets," throwing down her own pretended indignation. "Then to think, which is almost certain, of her viceroying it some day, and you and I, and all of us, being presented to her Majesty, having the honour of her hand to kiss, retreating from the royal presence upon our heels. Oh, ye sylphs and gnomes!" and she pretended to sink down overwhelmed with mortification. Lady Emily delighted in tormenting her aunt and cousin, and she saw that she had completely succeeded. Mary was disliked by her mother, and despised by her sister, and any attempt to bring her forward, or raise her to a level with themselves, never failed to excite the indignation of both. The consequences were always felt by her in the increased ill-humour and disdainful indifference with which she was treated, and on the present occasion her injudicious friend was only brewing phials of wrath for her. But Lady Emily never looked to future consequences. Present effect was all she cared for, and she went on to relate seriously, as she called it, but in the most exaggerated terms, the admiration which the Duke had expressed for Mary, and her own firm belief that she might be Duchess when she chose. That is, after the expiry of his mourning for the late Duchess. Every one knows that he is desirous of having a family, and is determined to marry the moment propriety permits. He is now decidedly on the look-out, for the year must be very near a close, and then hail Duchess of Altamont. "I must desire, Lady Emily, you will find some other subject for your wit, and not fill the girl's head with folly and nonsense. There is a great deal too much of both already." "Take care what you say of the future representative of Majesty, as this may be high treason yet. Only I trust your Grace will be as generous as Henry V. was, and that the Duchess of Altamont will not remember the offences committed against Mary Douglas." Lady Juliana, to whom a jest was an outrage, and raillery incomprehensible, now started up, and as she passionately swept out of the room, threw down a stand of hyacinths, which, for the present, put a stop to Lady Emily's diversion. The following day Mrs. Downe Wright arrived with her son, evidently primed for falling in love at first sight. He was a very handsome young man, gentle and rather pleasing in his manners, and Mary, to whom his intentions were not so palpable, thought him by no means deserving of the contempt her cousin had expressed for him. "Well," cried Lady Emily after they were gone, "the plot begins to thicken. Lovers begin to pour in, but all for Mary. How mortifying to you and me, Adelaide! At this rate we shall have nothing to boast of in the way of disinterested attachment nobody refused, nothing renounced. By and by Edward will be reckoned a very good match for me, and you will be thought greatly married if you succeed in securing Lindore, poor Lord Lindore, as it seems that wretch Placid calls him." Adelaide heard all her cousin's taunts in silence, and with apparent coolness, but they rankled deep in a heart already festering with pride, envy, and ambition. The thoughts of her sister, and that sister so inferior to herself, attaining a more splendid alliance, was not to be endured. True, she loved Lord Lindore, and imagined herself beloved in return, but even that was not sufficient to satisfy the craving passions of a perverted mind. She did not, indeed, attach implicit belief to all that her cousin said on the subject, but she was provoked and irritated at the mere supposition of such a thing being possible, for it is not merely the jealous whose happiness is the sport of trifles light as air. Every evil thought, every unamiable feeling, bears about with it the bane of that enjoyment after which it vainly aspires. Mary felt the increasing ill humour which this subject drew upon her, without being able to penetrate the cause of it, but she saw that it was displeasing to her mother and sister, and that was sufficient to make her wish to put a stop to it. She therefore earnestly entreated Lady Emily to end the joke. "Excuse me," replied her ladyship, "I shall do no such thing. In the first place, there happens to be no joke in the matter. I'm certain, seriously certain, or certainly serious, which you like, that you may be Duchess of Altamont, if you please. It could be no more common admiration that prompted his Grace to an original and spontaneous effusion of it. I have met with him before, and never suspected that he had an innate idea in his head. I certainly never heard him utter anything half so brilliant before. It seemed quite like the effect of inspiration." "But I cannot conceive, even were it as you say, why my mother should be so displeased about it. She surely cannot suppose me so silly as to be elated by the unmeaning admiration of any one, or so meanly aspiring as to marry a man I could not love, merely because he is a duke. She was incapable of such a thing herself, she cannot then suspect me." "It seems as impossible to make you enter into the characters of your mother and sister as it would be to teach them to comprehend yours, and far be it from me to act as interpreter betwixt your understandings. If you can't even imagine such things as prejudice, narrow-mindedness, envy, hatred, and malice, your ignorance is bliss, and you had better remain in it. But you may take my word for one thing, and that is, that 'tis a much wiser thing to resist tyranny than to submit to it. Your patient Grizzles make nothing of it, except in little books. In real life they become perfect pack-horses, saddled with the whole offences of the family. Such will you become, unless you pluck up spirit and dash out. Marry the duke, and drive over the necks of all your relations. That's my advice to you. And you may rest assured that when I follow your advice, it shall be in whole, not in part." "Well, situated so detestably as you are, I rather think the best thing you could do would be to make yourself Duchess of Altamont. How disdainful you look! Come, tell me honestly now, would you really refuse to be your Grace, with 90,000 a year, and remain simple Mary Douglas, passing rich, with perhaps 40? "Unquestionably," said Mary. "What! you really pretend to say you would not marry the Duke of Altamont?" cried Lady Emily. "Not that I would take him myself,
But as you and I, though the best of friends, differ widely in our sentiments on most subjects, I should really like to know how it happens that we coincide in this one. Very different reasons, I dare say, lead to the same conclusion, but I shall generously give you the advantage of hearing mine first. I shall say nothing of being engaged. I shall even banish that idea from my thoughts. But were I free as air, unloving and unloved, I would refuse the Duke of Altamont. First, because he is old. No, first, because he is stupid. Second, because he is formal. Third, because he swallows all Lady Matilda's flummery. Fourth, because he is more than double my age. Fifth, because he is not handsome. And, to sum up the whole in the sixth, he wants that inimitable je ne sais quoi, which I consider as a necessary ingredient in the matrimonial cup. I shall not, in addition to these defects, dwell upon his unmeaning stare, his formal bow, his little senseless simper, etc., etc., etc. All these enormities, and many more of the same stamp, I shall pass by, as I have no doubt they had their due effect upon you as well as me. But I am not, like you, under the torments of Lady Juliana's authority. Were that the case, I should certainly think it a blessing to become Duchess of anybody to-morrow." "And can you really imagine," said Mary, "that for the sake of shaking off a parent's authority, I would impose upon myself chains still heavier and even more binding? Can you suppose I would so far forfeit my honour and truth as that I would swear to love, honour, and obey, where I could feel neither love nor respect, and where cold, constrained obedience would be all of my duty I could hope to fulfil?" "Love!" exclaimed Lady Emily. "Can I credit my ears? Did you say I thought that had been only for naughty ones such as me, and that saints like you would have married for anything and everything but love? Prudence, I thought, had been the word with you proper ladies, a prudent marriage. Come, confess, is not that the climax of virtue in the creed of your school?" "I never learnt the creed of any school," said Mary, "nor ever heard anyone's sentiments on the subject, except my dear Mrs. Douglas's." "Well, I should like to hear your oracle's opinion, if you can give it in shorthand." "She warned me there was a passion which was very fashionable, and which I should hear a great deal of, both in conversation and books, that was the result of indulged fancy, warm imaginations, and ill-regulated minds; that many had fallen into its snares, deceived by its glowing colours and alluring name; that—" "A very good sermon indeed," interrupted Lady Emily. "But no offence to Mrs. Douglas, I think I could preach a better myself. Love is a passion that has been much talked of, often described, and little understood. Cupid has many counterfeits going about the world, who pass very well with those whose minds are capable of passion, but not of love. These Birmingham Cupids have many votaries amongst boarding-school misses, militia officers, and milliners' apprentices, who marry upon the mutual faith of blue eyes and scarlet coats, have dirty houses and squalling children, and hate each other most delectably. Then there is another species for more refined souls, which owes its birth to the works of Rousseau, Goethe, Cotton, etc. Its success depends very much upon rocks, woods, and waterfalls, and it generally ends daggers, pistols, or poison. But there, I think, Lindore would be more eloquent than me, so I shall leave it for him to discuss that chapter with you. But to return to your own immediate concerns, pray are you then positively prohibited from falling in love? Did Mrs. Douglas only dress up a scarecrow to frighten you, or had she the candour to show you love himself in all his majesty?" "She told me," said Mary, "that there was a love which even the wisest and most virtuous need not blush to entertain, the love of a virtuous object, founded upon esteem, and heightened by similarity of tastes and sympathy of feelings, into a pure and devoted attachment. Unless I feel all this, I shall never fancy myself in love." "Humph! I can't say much as to the similarity of tastes, and sympathy of souls between the Duke and you. But surely you might contrive to feel some love and esteem for a coronet and 90,000 a year." "Suppose I did," said Mary, with a smile, The next point is to honour, and surely he is as unlikely to excite that sentiment as the other. Honour, I can't have a second sermon upon honour. Can honour take away the grief of a wound, as Falstaff says? Love is the only subject I care to preach about, though, unlike many young ladies, we can talk about other things too. But as to this Duke, I certainly had rather live on cheese and garlic, in a windmill far, than feed on cakes and have him talk to me in any summer house in Christendom. And now I have Mrs. Douglas's second-hand sentiments upon the subject, I should like to hear your own. I have never thought much upon the subject, said Mary. My sentiments are therefore all second-hand, but I shall repeat to you what I think is not love, and what is. And she repeated these pretty and well-known lines. Careless and faithful love. To sigh, yet feel no pain. To weep, yet scarce know why. To sport an hour with beauty's chain, then throw it idly by. To kneel at many a shrine, yet lay the heart on none. To think all other charms divine, but those we have just won. This is love, careless love, such as kindleth hearts that rove. To keep one sacred flame through life unchilled, unmoved, to love in wintry age the same that first in youth we loved. To feel that we adore with such refined excess, that though the heart would break with more, we could not love with less. This is love, faithful love, such as saints might feel above. And such as I do feel, and will always feel for my Edward, said Lady Emily. But there is the dressing-bell. And she flew off, singing, To keep one sacred flame, etc. End of Volume 2, Chapter 14.
Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 15. Some, when they write to their friends, are all affection. Some are wise and sententious. Some strain their powers for efforts of gaiety. Some write news, and some write secrets. But to make a letter without affection, without wisdom, without gaiety, without news, and without a secret, is doubtless the great epistolic art. Dr. Johnson. An unusual length of time had elapsed since Mary had heard from Glenfern, and she was beginning to feel some anxiety on account of her friends there, when her apprehensions were dispelled by the arrival of a large packet, containing letters from Mrs. Douglas and Aunt Jackie. The former, although the one that conveyed the greatest degree of pleasure, was perhaps not the one that would be the most acceptable to the reader. Indeed, it is generally admitted that the letters of single ladies are infinitely more lively and entertaining than those of married ones, a fact which can neither be denied nor accounted for. The following is a faithful transcript from the original letter in question. Glenfern Castle, Shire, N.B., February 19th, 18 My dear Mary, yours was received with much pleasure, as it is always a satisfaction to your friends here to know that you are well and doing well. We all take the most sincere interest in your health, and also in your improvements in other respects. But I am sorry to say they do not quite keep pace with our expectations. I must therefore take this opportunity of mentioning to you a fault of yours, which, though a very great one in itself, is one that a very slight degree of attention on your part will, I have no doubt, enable you to get entirely the better of. Is fortunate for you, my dear Mary, that you have friends who are always ready to point out your errors to you. For want of that most invaluable blessing, viz., a sincere friend, many a one has gone out of the world no wiser in many respects than when they came into it. But that, I flatter myself, will not be your case, as you cannot be sensible of the great pains my sister and I have taken to point out your faults to you from the hour of your birth. The one to which I particularly allude at present is the constant omission of proper dates to your letters, by which means we are all of us very often brought into most unpleasant situations. As an instance of it, our worthy minister, Mr. Madrone, happened to be calling here the very day we received your last letter. After hearing it read, he most naturally inquired the date of it, and I cannot tell you how awkward we all felt when we were obliged to confess it had none. And since I am upon that subject, I think it much better to tell you candidly that I do not think your hand of write by any means improved. It does not look as if you bestowed that pains upon it which you undoubtedly ought to do, for without pains, I can assure you, Mary, you will never do anything well. As our admirable grandmother, good Lady Gurnitschgowl, used to say, pains makes gains, and so it was seen upon her, for it was entirely owing to her pains that the Gurnitschgowl estate was relieved, and came to be what it is now, viz., a most valuable and highly productive property. I know there are many young people who are very apt to think it beneath them to take pains, but I sincerely trust, my dear Mary, you have more sense than to be so very foolish. Next to a good distinct hand of write, and proper stops, which I observe you never put, the thing most to be attended to is your style, which we all think might be greatly improved by a little reflection on your part, joined to a few judicious hints from your friends. We are all of opinion that your periods are too short, and also that your expressions are deficient in dignity. Neither are you sufficiently circumstantial in your intelligence, even upon subjects of the highest importance. Indeed, upon some subjects you communicate no information whatever, which is certainly very extraordinary in a young person who ought to be naturally extremely communicative. Miss M'Pry, who is here upon a visit to us at present, is perfectly astonished at the total want of news in your letters. She has a niece residing in the neighborhood of Bath, who sends her regular lists of the company there, and also an account of the most remarkable events that take place there. Indeed, had it not been for Patty M'Pry, we never would have heard a syllable of the celebrated Lady Travers' elopement with Sir John Conquest. And indeed, I cannot conceal from you that we have heard more as to what goes on in Lord Courtland's family through Miss Patty M'Pry than ever we have heard from you, Mary. In short, I must plainly tell you, however painful you may feel it, that not one of us is ever a whit the wiser after reading your letters than we were before. But I am sorry to say this is not the most serious part of the complaint we have to make against you. We are all willing to find excuses for you, even upon these points. But I must confess, your neglecting to return any answers to certain inquiries of your aunt's appears to me perfectly inexcusable. Of course you must understand that I allude to that letter of your Aunt Grizzy's, dated the 17th of December, wherein she expressed a strong desire that you should endeavor to make yourself mistress of Dr. Redgill's opinion with respect to lumbago, as she is extremely anxious to know whether he considers the seat of the disorder to be in the bones or the sinews. And undoubtedly it is of the greatest consequence to procure the opinion of a sensible, well-informed English physician upon a subject of such vital importance. Your Aunt Nicky also, in a letter dated the 22nd of December, requested to be informed whether Lord Courtland, like our great landholders, killed his own mutton, as Miss P.M.P. insinuates in a letter to her aunt that the servants there are suspected of being guilty of great abuses on that score. But there you also preserve a most unbecoming, and I own I think somewhat mysterious silence. And now, my dear Mary, having said all that I trust is necessary to recall you to a sense of duty, I shall now communicate to you a piece of intelligence which, I am certain, will occasion you the most unfeigned pleasure, viz., The prospect there is of your soon beholding some of your friends from this quarter in Bath. Our valuable friend and neighbor, Sir Sampson, has been rather, we think, worse than better since you left us. He is now deprived of the entire use of one leg. He himself calls his complaint a morbid rheumatism, but Lady Maclaughlan assures us it is a rheumatic palsy, and she has now formed the resolution of taking him up to Bath early in the ensuing spring. And not only that, but she has most considerately invited your Aunt Grizzy to accompany them, which of course she is to do with the greatest pleasure. We are therefore all extremely occupied in getting your aunt's things put in order for such an occasion, and you must accept of that as an apology for none of the girls being at leisure to write you at present, and likewise for the shortness of this letter, but be assured we will all write you fully by Grizzy. Meantime, all unite in kind remembrance to you. And I am, my dear Mary, your most affectionate aunt, Joan Douglas. P.S. Upon looking over your letter, I am much struck with your X's. You surely cannot be so ignorant as not to know that a well-made X is neither more nor less than two C's joined together back to back, instead of these senseless crosses you seem so fond of. And as to your Z's, I defy anyone to distinguish them from your Y's. I trust that you will attend to this, and show that it proceeds rather from want of proper attention than from wilful errors. J.D. P.S. Miss P. Emprie writes her aunt that there is a strong report of Lord Lindlore's marriage to our niece Adelaide, but we think that is impossible, as you certainly never could have omitted to inform us of a circumstance which so deeply concerns us. If so, I must own I shall think you quite unpardonable. At the same time, it appears extremely improbable that Miss M.P. would have mentioned such a thing to her aunt without having good grounds to go upon. J.D. Mary could not entirely repress her mirth while she read this catalogue of her crimes, but she was at the same time eager to expiate her offences, real or imaginary, in the sight of her good old aunt, and she immediately sat down to the construction of a letter after the model prescribed, though with little expectation of being able to cope with the intelligent Miss P. M.P. in the extent of her communications. Her heart warmed at the thoughts of seeing again the dear familiar face of Aunt Grizzy, and of hearing the tones of that voice which, though sharp and cracked, still sounded sweet in memory's ear. Such is the power that early associations ever retain over the kind and unsophisticated heart. But she was aware how differently her mother would feel on the subject, as she never alluded to her husband's family but with indignation or contempt, and she therefore resolved to be silent with regard to Aunt Grizzy's prospects for the present. End of recording. End of Volume 2, Chapter 15.
Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 16. As in apothecaries' shops all sorts of drugs are permitted to be, so may all sorts of books be in the library. And as they, out of vipers and scorpions, and poisonous vegetables, extract often wholesome medicaments for the life of mankind, so out of whatsoever book good instruction and examples may be acquired. Drummond, of Hawthornden. Mary's thoughts had often reverted to Rose Hall since the day she had last quitted it, and she longed to fulfill her promise to her venerable friend, but a feeling of delicacy, unknown to herself, withheld her. She will not miss me while she has her son with her, she said to herself, but in reality she dreaded her cousin's raillery should she continue to visit there as frequently as before. At length a favourable opportunity occurred. Lady Emily, with great exultation, told her the Duke of Altamont was to dine at Beech Park the following day, but that she was to conceal it from Lady Juliana and Adelaide, for assuredly, she said, if they were apprised of it, they would send you up to the nursery as a naughty girl, or perhaps down to the scullery, and make a Cinderella of you. Depend on it, you will not get leave to show your face in the drawing-room. Do you really think so? Asked Mary. I know it. I know Lady Juliana would torment you till she had set you a-crying, and then she would tell you you had made yourself such a fright that you were not fit to be seen, and so order you to your own room. You know very well it would not be the first time that such a thing has happened. Mary could not deny the fact, but, sick of idle altercation, she resolved to say nothing, but walk over to Rose Hall the following morning, and this she did, leaving a note for her cousin, apologizing for her flight. She was received with rapture by Mrs. Lennox. "Ah, my dear Mary," said she, as she tenderly embraced her, "you know not, you cannot conceive, what a blank your absence makes in my life. When you open your eyes in the morning, it is to see the light of day and the faces you love, and all is brightness around you. But when I wake it is still to darkness. My night knows no end. 'Tis only when I listen to your dear voice that I forget I am blind." "I should not have stayed so long from you," said Mary, "but I knew you had Colonel Lennox with you, and I could not flatter myself you would have had even a thought to bestow upon me." "My Charles is indeed everything that is kind and devoted to me. He walks with me, reads to me, talks to me, sits with me for hours, and bears with all my little weaknesses as a mother would with her sick child, but still there are 1,000 little feminine attentions he cannot understand. I would not that he did. And then to have him always with me seems so selfish, for, gentle and tender-hearted as he is, I know he bears the spirit of an eagle within him, and the tame monotony of my life can ill afford with the nobler habits of his. Yet he says he is happy with me, and I try to make myself believe him." "Indeed," said Mary, "I cannot doubt it. It is always a happiness to be with those we love, and whom we know love us, under any circumstances, and it is for that reason I love so much to come to my dear Mrs. Lennox," caressing her as she spoke. "Dearest Mary, who would not love you? Oh, could I but see, could I but hope!" "You must hope everything you desire," said Mary gaily, and little guessing the nature of her good friend's hopes. "I do nothing but hope." And she tried to check a sigh, as she thought how some of her best hopes had already been blighted by the unkindness of those whose love she had vainly striven to win. Mrs. Lennox's hopes were already upon her lips, when the entrance of her son fortunately prevented their being for ever destroyed by a premature disclosure. He welcomed Mary with an appearance of the greatest pleasure, and looked so much happier and more animated than when she last saw him, that she was struck with the change, and began to think he might almost stand a comparison with his picture. "You still find me here, Miss Douglas," said he, "although my mother gives me many hints to be gone, by insinuating what indeed cannot be doubted, how very ill I supply your place. But," turning to his mother, "you are not likely to be rid of me for some time, as I have just received an additional leave of absence, but for that I must have left you to-morrow." "Dear Charles, you never told me so. How could you conceal it from me? How wretched I should have been had I dreamed of such a thing." "That is the very reason for which I concealed it, and yet you reproach me. Had I told you there was a chance of my going, you would assuredly have set it down for a certainty, and so have been vexed for no purpose." "But your remaining was a chance too," said Mrs. Lennox, who could not at once reconcile herself to even an escape from danger. "And think, had you been called away from me without any preparation, indeed, Charles, it was very imprudent." "My dearest mother, I meant it in kindness. I could not bear to give you a moment's certain uneasiness for an uncertain evil. I really cannot discover either the use or the virtue of tormenting one's self by anticipation. I should think it is quite as rational to case myself in a suit of mail, by way of security to my person, as to keep my mind perpetually on the rack of anticipating evil. I perfectly agree with that philosopher who says, if we confine ourselves to general reflections on the evils of life, that can have no effect in preparing us for them, and if we bring them home with us, that is the certain means of rendering ourselves miserable." "But they will come, Charles," said his mother mournfully, "whether we bring them or not." "True, my dear mother, but when misfortune does come, it comes commissioned from a higher power, and it will ever find a well-regulated mind ready to receive it with reverence, and submit to it with resignation. There is something, too, in real sorrow that tends to enlarge and exalt the soul, but the imaginary evils of our own creating can only serve to contract and depress it. Mrs. Lennox shook her head. "Ah, Charles, you may depend upon it, your reasoning is wrong, and you will be convinced of it some day." "I am convinced of it already. I begin to fear this discussion will frighten Miss Douglas away from us. There is an evil anticipated. Now, do you, my dear mother, help me to avert it. Where that can be done, it cannot be too soon apprehended." As Colonel Lennox's character unfolded itself, Mary saw much to admire in it, and it is more than probable the admiration would soon have been reciprocal had it been allowed to take its course. But good Mrs. Lennox would force it into 1,000 little channels prepared by herself, and love itself must have been quickly exhausted by the perpetual demands that were made upon it. Mary would have been deeply mortified had she suspected the cause of her friend's solicitude to show her off, but she was a stranger to match-making in all its bearings, had scarcely ever read a novel in her life, and was consequently not at all aware of the necessity there was for her falling in love with all convenient speed. She was therefore sometimes amused, though oftener ashamed, at Mrs. Lennox's panegyrics, and could not but smile as she thought how Aunt Jackie's wrath would have been kindled had she heard the extravagant praises that were bestowed on her most trifling accomplishments. "You must sing my favourite song to Charles, my love. He has never heard you sing. Pray do. You did not use to require any entreaty from me, Mary. Many a time you have gladdened my heart with your songs, when, but for you, it would have been filled with mournful thoughts." Mary, finding whatever she did, or did not, she was destined to hear only her own praises, was glad to take refuge at the harp, to which she sang the following ancient ditty. "Sweet day, so cool, so calm, so bright, the bridal of the earth and sky, sweet dews shall weep thy fall to-night, for thou must die. Sweet rose, whose hue, angry and brave, bids the rash gazer wipe his eye, thy root is ever in its grave, and thou must die. Sweet spring, full of sweet days and roses, a box where sweets compacted lie, my music shows you have your closes, and all must die. Only a sweet and virtuous soul, like a seasoned timber, never gives, but when the whole world turns to coal, then chiefly lives." "That," said Colonel Lennox, "is one of the any exquisite little pieces of poetry which are to be found, like jewels, in an Ethiop's ear, in my favourite Isaac Watson. The title of the book offers no encouragement to female readers. I know few works from which I rise with such renovated feelings of benevolence and goodwill. Indeed, I know no author who has given so much naivete, so enchanting a picture of a pious and contented mind. Here," taking the book from the shelf and turning over the leaves, "is one of the passages which has so often charmed me. That very hour which you were absent from me, I sat under a willow by the waterside, and considered what you had told me of the owner of that pleasant meadow in which you left me, that he has a plentiful estate, and not a heart to think so, that he has at this time many lawsuits depending, and that they both damped his mirth, and took up so much of his time and thoughts, that he himself had no leisure to take that sweet comfort I, who pretended no title to them, took in his fields. For I could sit there quietly, and, looking in the water, see some fishes sport themselves in the silver streams, others leaping at flies of several shapes and colours. Looking on the hills, I could behold them spotted with woods and groves. Looking down upon the meadows, I could see, here a boy gathering lilies and lady-smocks, and there a girl cropping culverkeys and cowslips, all to make garlands suitable to this present month of May. These and many other field flowers so perfumed the air, that I thought that very meadow like that field in Sicily, of which Diodorus speaks, where the perfumes arising from the place make all dogs that hunt in it to fall off and lose their scent. I say, as I thus say joying in my own happy condition, and pitying this poor rich man that owns this and many other pleasant groves and meadows about me, I did then thankfully remember what my Saviour said, that the meek possess the earth, or, rather, they enjoy what others possess and enjoy not. For anglers and meek-spirited men are free from those high, those restless thoughts, which corrode the sweets of life, and they only, can say, as the poet has happily expressed it, Hail, blessed estate of lowliness, happy enjoyments of such minds as, rich in self-contentedness, can, like the reeds in roughest winds, by yielding make that blow but small, by which the proud oaks and cedars fall. There's both poetry and painting in prose as this, said Mary, but I should certainly as soon have thought of looking for a pearl necklace in a fish pond, as of finding pretty poetry in a treatise on the art of angling. That was a favourite book of your father's, Charles, said Mrs. Lennox, and I remember, in our happiest days, he used to read parts of it to me. One passage in particular has made a strong impression upon me, though I little thought then it would ever apply to me. It is upon the blessings of sight. Indulge me by reading it to me once again. Colonel Lennox made an effort to conquer his feelings, while he read the following. What would a blind man give to see the pleasant rivers, and meadows, and flowers, and fountains, that we have met with? I have been told that if a man that was born blind could attain to have his sight for but only 1 hour during his whole life, and should, at the first opening of his eyes, fix his sight upon the sun when it was in its full glory, either at the rising or the setting, he would be transported and amazed, and so admire the glory of it that he would not willingly turn his eyes from that first ravishing object to behold all the other various beauties this world could present to them. And this, and many other like objects, we enjoy daily. A deep sigh from Mrs. Lennox made her son look up. Her eyes were bathed in tears. He threw his arms around her. My dearest mother, cried he, in a voice choked with agitation, how cruel, how unthinking, thus to remind you. Do not reproach yourself for my weakness, dear Charles. But I was thinking how much rather I could have my sight but for 1 hour, I would look upon the face of my own child than on all the glories of the creation. Colonel Lennox was too deeply affected to speak. He pressed his mother's hand to his lips, then rose abruptly and quitted the room. Mary succeeded in soothing her weak and agitated spirits into composure, but the chord of feeling had been jarred, and all her efforts to restore it to its former tone proved abortive for the rest of the day. End of Volume 2, Chapter 16. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 17. Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself, and trust no agent. Much Ado About Nothing. There was something so refreshing in the domestic peacefulness of Rose Hall, when contrasted with the heartless bustle of Beech Park, that Mary felt too happy in the change to be in any hurry to quit it. But an unfortunate discovery soon turned all her enjoyment into bitterness of heart, and Rose Hall, from being her place of rest, was suddenly transformed into an abode too hateful to be endured. It happened one day as she entered the drawing-room. Mrs. Lennox was, as usual, assailing the heart of her son in her behalf. A large Indian screen divided the room, and Mary's entrance was neither seen nor heard till she was close by them. "Oh, certainly, Miss Douglas is, as you say, very pretty, very amiable, very accomplished," said Colonel Lennox, with a sort of half-suppressed yawn, in answer to an eulogism of his mother's. "Then why not love her? Ah, Charles, promise me that you will at least try," said the good old lady, laying her hand upon his with the greatest earnestness. This was said when Mary was actually standing before her. To hear the words and to feel their application was a flash of lightning, and for a moment she felt as if her brain were on fire. She was alive to but one idea, and that the most painful that could be suggested to a delicate mind. She had heard herself recommended to the love of a man who was indifferent to her. Could there be such a humiliation, such a degradation? Colonel Lennox's embarrassment was scarcely less, but his mother saw not the mischief she had done, and continued to speak without his having the power to interrupt her. But her words fell unheeded on Mary's ear. She could hear nothing but what she had already heard. Colonel Lennox rose and respectfully placed a chair for her, but the action was unnoticed. She saw only herself, a suppliant for his love, and, insensible to everything but her own feelings, she turned and hastily quitted the room without uttering a syllable. To fly from Rose Hall, never again to enter it, was her first resolution. Yet how was she to do so without coming to an explanation, worse even than the cause itself? For she had that very morning yielded to the solicitations of Mrs. Lennox, and consented to remain till the following day. Oh, thought she, as the scalding tears of shame for the first time dropped from her eyes, what a situation I am placed in! To continue to live under the same roof with a man whom I have heard solicited to love me, and how mean, how despicable must I appear in his eyes, thus offered, rejected. How shall I ever be able to convince him that I care not for his love, that I wished it not, that I would refuse, scorn it tomorrow if it were offered to me? Oh, could I but tell him so! But he must ever remain, stranger to my real sentiments. He might reject, but I cannot disavow. And yet to have him think that I have been all this while laying snares for him, that all this parade of my acquirements was for the purpose of gaining his affections. Oh, how blind and stupid I was not to see through the injudicious praises of Mrs. Lennox! I should not then have suffered this degradation in the eyes of her son. Hours passed away unheeded by Mary, while she was giving way to the wounded sensibility of a natural high spirit and acute feelings, thus violently excited in all their first ardour. At length she was recalled to herself by hearing the sound of a carriage, as it passed under her window, and immediately after she received a message to repair to the drawing-room to her cousin, Lady Emily. How fortunate, thought she, I shall now get away, no matter how or where, I shall go, never again to return. And, unconscious of the agitation visible in her countenance, she hastily descended, impatient to bid an eternal adieu to her once loved Rose Hall. She found Lady Emily and Colonel Lennox together. Eyes less penetrating than her cousin's would have easily discovered the poor state of Mary's mind as she entered the room. Her beating heart, her flushed cheek and averted eye, all declared the perturbation of her spirits, and Lady Emily regarded her for a moment with an expression of surprise that served to heighten her confusion. "I have no doubt I am a very unwelcome visitor here to all parties," said she, "for I come, how shall I declare it, to carry you home, Mary, by command of Lady Juliana." "No, no," exclaimed Mary eagerly, "you are quite welcome. I am quite ready. I was waiting." Then, recollecting herself, she blushed still deeper at her own precipitation. "There is no occasion to be so vehemently obedient," said her cousin. "I am not quite ready. Neither am I wishing or waiting to be off in such a hurry. Colonel Lennox and I have just set about reviving an old acquaintance, begun I cannot tell when, and broken off when I was a thing in the nursery, with a blue sash and red fingers. I have promised him that when he comes to Beech Park, you shall sing him my favourite Scotch song, should old acquaintance be forgot. I would sing it myself if I could, but I think every Englishwoman who pretends to sing Scotch songs ought to have the bowstring." Then, turning to the harpsichord, she began to play it with exquisite taste and feeling. "There," said she, rising with equal levity, "is not that worth all the formal bows, and recollects to have had the pleasure, and long time since I had the honour, and such sort of hateful reminiscences, that make one feel nothing but that they are a great deal older, and uglier, and stupider, and more formal than they used to be so many years before?" "Where the early ties of the heart remain unbroken," said Colonel Lennox with some emotion, "such remembrances do indeed give it back all its first freshness. But it cannot be to every one a pleasure to have its feelings awakened even by tones such as these." There was nothing of austerity in this. On the contrary, there was so much sweetness mingled with the melancholy which shaded his countenance that even Lady Emily was touched, and for a moment silent. The entrance of Mrs. Lennox relieved her from her embarrassment. She flew towards her, and taking her hand, "My dear Mrs. Lennox, I feel very much as if I were come here in the capacity of an executioner. No, not exactly that, but rather a sort of constable or bailiff. For I am come, on the part of Lady Juliana Douglas, to summon you to surrender the person of her well-beloved daughter, to be disposed of as she in her wisdom may think fit." "Not to-day, surely," cried Mrs. Lennox, in alarm. "To-morrow." "My orders are peremptory, the suit is pressing," with a significant smile to Mary. "This day, oh, ye hours!" looking at a timepiece, "this very minute. Come, Mary, are you ready, cap à pie?" Another time Mary would have thought only of the regrets of her venerable friend at parting with her, but now she felt only her impatience to be gone, and she hastily quitted the room to prepare for her departure. On returning to it, Colonel Lennox advanced to meet her, evidently desirous of saying something, yet labouring under great embarrassment. "Were it not too selfish and presumptuous," said he, while his heightened colour spoke his confusion, "I would venture to express a hope that your absence will not be very long from my poor mother." Mary pretended to be very busy collecting her work, drawings, etc., which lay scattered about, and merely bent her head in acknowledgment. Colonel Lennox proceeded. "I am aware of the sacrifice it must be to such as Miss Douglas to devote her time and talents to the comforting of the blind and desolate. I cannot express, she cannot conceive, the gratitude, the respect, the admiration with which my heart is filled at such proofs of noble disinterested benevolence on her part." Had Mary raised her eyes to those that vainly sought to meet hers, she would have read all, and more than had been expressed, but she could only think, "He has been entreated to love," and at that humiliating idea she bent her head still lower, to the colour that dyed her cheek to an almost painful degree, while a sense of suffocation at her throat prevented her disclaiming, as she wished to do, the merit of any sacrifice. Some sketches of Loch Marlie lay upon the table, which she had been drawing the day before. They had ever been precious in her sight till now, but they only excited feelings of mortification, as she recollected having taken them from her portefeuille at Mrs. Lennox's request to show to her son. "This was part of the parade by which I was to win him," she thought with bitterness, and scarcely conscious of what she did, she crushed them together and threw them into the fire. Then, hastily advancing to Mrs. Lennox, she tried to bid her farewell, but as she thought it was for the last time, tears of tenderness as well as pride stood in her eyes. "God bless you, my dear child," said the unsuspecting Mrs. Lennox, as she held her in her arms, "and God will bless you in His way, though His ways are not as our ways. I cannot urge you to return to this dreary abode, but oh, Mary, think sometimes in your gaiety that when you do come, you bring gladness to a mournful heart and light in eyes that never see the sun." Mary, too much affected to reply, could only wring the hand of her venerable friend as she tore herself from her embrace, and followed Lady Emily to the carriage. For some time they proceeded in silence. Mary dreaded to encounter her cousin's eyes, which she was aware were fixed upon her with more than their usual scrutiny. She therefore kept hers steadily employed in surveying the well-known objects the road presented. At length her ladyship began in a grave tone. "You appear to have had very stormy weather at Rose Hall?" "Very much so," replied Mary, without knowing very well what she said. "And we have had nothing but calms and sunshine at Beech Park. Is not that strange?" "Very singular indeed." "I left the barometer very high. Not quite at settled calm, that would be too much, but I find it very low indeed, absolutely below nothing." Mary now did look up in some surprise, but she hastily withdrew from the intolerable expression of her cousin's eyes. "Dear Lady Emily," she cried in a deprecating tone. "Well, what more? You can't suppose I'm to put up with hearing my own name. I've heard that 50 times a day already from Lady Juliana's parrot. Come, your face speaks volumes. I read a declaration of love in the colour of your cheeks, a refusal in the height of your nose, and a sort of general agitation in the quiver of your lips, and the déregalement of your hair. Now for your pulse. A leetle hasty, as Dr. Redgill would say, but let your tongue declare the rest." Mary would fain have concealed the cause of her distress from every human being, as she felt as if degraded still lower by repeating it to another, and she remained silent, struggling with her emotions. "'Pon my honour, Mary, you really do use great liberties with my patience and good nature. I appeal to yourself whether I might not just as well have been reading one of Tully's orations to a mule all this while. Come, you must really make haste to tell your tale, for I am dying to disclose mine. Or shall I begin?" "No, that would be inverting the order of nature or custom, which is the same thing, beginning with the farce and ending with the tragedy. So, commence au commencement, mummy." Thus urged, Mary at length, and with much hesitation, repeated to her cousin the humiliation she had experienced. "And after all," she said, as she ended, "I am very afraid I behaved like a fool. And yet what could I do in my situation? What would you have done?" "Done? Why, I should have taken the old woman by the ear, and cried 'Boo!' in her ear, and so this is the mightier matter. You happen to overhear Mrs. Lennox, good old soul, recommending you as a wife to her son. What could be more natural, except his refusing to fall head in ears in love before he had time to pull his boots off, and then to have a wife recommended to him, and all your perfections set forth, as if you had been a laundry maid, an early riser, neat worker, regular attention upon church. Ugh, I must say I think his conduct quite meritorious. I could almost find in my heart to fall in love with him myself, were it for no other reason than because he is not such a Tommy Goodchild as to be in love at his mamma's bidding, that is, loving his mother as he does, for I could see he would cut off a hand, pluck out an eye, to please her, though he can't or won't give his heart and soul to dispose of as she thinks proper. You quite misunderstand me, said Mary, with increasing vexation. I did not mean to say anything against Colonel Lennox. I did not wish, I never once thought whether he liked me or not. That says very little for you. You must have a very bad taste if you care more for the mother's liking than the son's. Then what vexes you so much? Is it at having made the discovery that your good old friend is I beg your pardon, a bit of a goose? Well, never mind. Since you don't care for the man, there's no mischief done. You have only to change the dramatis personae. Fancy that you overheard mere commending you to Dr. Redgill for your skill in cookery. You'd only have laughed at that. So why should you weep at t'other? However, one thing I must tell you, whether it adds to your grief or not. I did remark that Charles Lennox looked very lover-like towards you, and, indeed, the sentimental passion he has put you in becomes you excessively. I really never saw you look so handsome before. It has given an energy and esprit to your countenance, which is the only thing it wants. You are very much obliged to him, were it only for having kindled such a fire in your eyes, and raised such a carnation in your cheek. It would have been long before good Larmoyante, Mrs. Lennox, would have done so much for you. I shouldn't wonder were he to fall in love with you after all. Lady Emily little thought how near she was to the truth when she talked in this random way. Colonel Lennox saw the wound he had innocently inflicted on Mary's feelings, and a warmer sentiment than any he had hitherto experienced had sprung up in his heart. Formerly he had merely looked upon her as an amiable, sweet-tempered girl, but when he saw he roused to a sense of her own dignity, and marked the struggle betwixt tender affection and offended delicacy, he formed a higher estimation of her character, and a spark was kindled that wanted but opportunity to blaze into a flame, pure and bright as the shrine on which it burned. Such is the waywardness and price of even the best affections of the human breast. End of Volume 2, Chapter 17.
Volume 2, Chapter 18 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 18. C'est à moi de choisir mon gendre. Toi, tel qu'il est, c'est à toi de y prendre. De vous aimer, si vous pouvez tous deux, et d'obéir à tout ce que je veux, l'enfant prodigue. And now, said Lady Emily, that I have listened to your story, which after all is really a very poor affair, do you listen to mine. The heroine in both is the same, but the hero differs by some degrees. Know then, as the ladies in novels say, that the day which saw you depart from Beech Park was the day destined to decide your fate and dash your hopes, if ever you had any, of becoming Duchess of Altamont. The Duke arrived, I know, for the express purpose of being enamoured of you, but alas, you were not, and there was Adelaide so sweet, so gracious, so beautiful. The poor gull was caught, and is now, I really believe, as much in love as it is in the nature of a stupid man to be. I must own she has played her part admirably, and has made more use of her time than I, with all my rapidity, could have thought possible. In fact, the Duke is now all but her declared lover, and that merely stands upon a point of punctilio. But Lord Lindore, exclaimed Mary in astonishment. Why, that part of the story is what I don't quite comprehend. Sometimes I think it is a struggle with Adelaide. Lindore, poor, handsome, captivating on one hand, his Grace, rich, stupid, magnificent, on the other. As for Lindore, he seems to stand quite aloof. Formerly, you know, he never used to stir from her side, or notice anyone else. Now he scarcely notices her, at least in presence of the Duke. Sometimes he affects to look unhappy, but I believe it is mere affectation. I doubt if he ever thought seriously of Adelaide, or indeed anybody else, that he could have in a straightforward Ally Croker sort of way, but something too much of this. While all this had been going on in one corner, there comes regularly every day Mr. William Downe Wright, looking very much as if he had lost his shoestring or pocket-handkerchief, and had come there to look for it. I had some suspicion of the nature of the loss, but was hopeful he would have the sense to keep it to himself. No such thing. He yesterday stumbled upon Lady Juliana all alone, and, in the weakest of his weak moments, informed her that the loss he had sustained was no less than the loss of that precious jewel, his heart, and that the object of his search was no other than that of Miss Mary Douglas, to replace it. He even carried his bêtise so far as to request her permission, or her influence, or, in short, something that her ladyship never was asked for by any mortal in their senses before, to aid him in his pursuit. You know how it delights her to be dressed in a little brief authority, so you may conceive her transports at seeing the sceptre of power thus placed in her hands. In the heat of her pride, she makes the matter known to the whole household. Redgills, cooks, stable-boys, scullions, all are quite au fait to your marriage with Mr. Downe Wright, so I hope you'll allow that it was about time you should be made acquainted with it yourself. But why so pale and frightened looking? Poor Mary was indeed shocked at her cousin's intelligence. With the highest feelings of filial reverence, she found herself perpetually called upon either to sacrifice her own principles, or to act in direct opposition to her mother's will, and upon this occasion she saw nothing but endless altercation awaiting her, for her heart revolted from the indelicacy of such measures, and she could not for a moment brook the idea of being bestowed in marriage. But she had little time for reflection. They were now at Beech Park, and as she alighted, a servant informed her Lady Juliana wished to see her in her dressing-room immediately. Thither she repaired with a beating heart and agitated step. She was received with greater kindness than she had ever yet experienced from her mother. "Come in, my dear," cried she, as she extended 2 fingers to her and slightly touched her cheek. "You look very well this morning, much better than usual. Your complexion is much improved. At the same time you must be sensible how few girls are married merely for their looks, that is, married well, unless, to be sure, their beauty is something à merveilleuse, such as your sister's, for instance. I assure you it is an extraordinary piece of good fortune in a merely pretty girl to make what is vulgarly called a good match. I know at least 20 really very nice young women at this moment who cannot get themselves established." Mary was silent, and her mother, delighted at her own good sense and judicious observations, went on. "That being the case, you may judge how very comfortable I must feel at having managed to procure for you a most excessive good establishment, just the very thing I have long wished, as I have felt quite at a loss about you of late, my dear. When your sister marries, I shall of course reside with her, and as I consider your liaison with those Scotch people as completely at an end, I have really been quite wretched as to what was to become of you. I can't tell you, therefore, how excessively relieved I was when Mr. Downe Wright yesterday asked my permission to address you. Of course, I could not hesitate an instant, so you will meet him at dinner as you're accepted. By the by, your hair is rather blown. I shall send Fanchon to dress it for you. You have really got very pretty hair. I wonder never remarked it before. Oh, and Mrs. Downright is to wait upon me to-morrow, I think, and then I believe we must return the visit. There is a sort of etiquette, you know, in all these matters. That is the most unpleasant part of it. But when that is over, you will have nothing to think of but ordering your things. For a few minutes Mary was too much confounded by her mother's rapidity to reply. She had expected to be urged to accept of Mr. Downright, but to be told that was actually done for her was more than she was prepared for. At length she found voice to say that Mr. Downright was almost a stranger to her, and she must therefore be excused from receiving his addresses at present. "How excessively childish!" exclaimed Lady Juliana angrily. "I won't hear of anything so perfectly foolish. You know, or at any rate I do, all that is necessary to know. I know that he is a man of family and fortune, heir to a title, uncommonly handsome, and remarkably sensible and well informed. I can't conceive what more you would wish to know." "I would wish to know something of his character, his principles, his habits, temper, talents, in short, all those things on which my happiness would depend." "Character and principles! One would suppose you were talking of your footman. Mr. Downright's character is perfectly good. I never heard anything against it. As to what you call his principles, I must profess my ignorance. I really can't tell whether he is a Methodist, but I know he is a gentleman, has a large fortune, is very good-looking, and is not at all dissipated, I believe. In short, you are most excessively fortunate in meeting with such a man." "But I have not the slightest partiality for him," said Mary, colouring. "It cannot be expected that I should, when I have not been half a dozen times in his company. I must be allowed some time before I can consent even to consider. I don't mean that you are to marry to-morrow. It may probably be 6 weeks or 2 months, but everything can be arranged." Mary saw she must speak boldly. "But I must be allowed much longer time before I can consider myself as sufficiently acquainted with Mr. Downright to think of him at all in that light. And even then, he may be very amiable, and yet," hesitating, "I may not be able to love him as I ought." "Love!" exclaimed Lady Juliana, her eyes sparkling with anger. "I desire I may never hear that word again from any daughter of mine. I am determined I shall have no disgraceful love-marriages in the family. No well-educated young woman ever thinks of such a thing now, and I won't hear a syllable on the subject." "I shall never marry anybody I am sure that you disapprove of," said Mary timidly. "No, I shall take care of that. I consider it the duty of parents to establish their children properly in the world, without any regard to their ideas on the subject. I think I must be rather a better judge of the matter than you can possibly be, and I shall therefore make a point of your forming what I consider a proper alliance. Your sister, I know, won't hesitate to sacrifice her own affections to please me. She was most excessively attached to Lord Lindore, everybody knew that, but she is convinced of the propriety of preferring the Duke of Altamont, and won't hesitate in sacrificing her own feelings to mine. But indeed, she has ever been all that I could wish, so perfectly beautiful, and at the same time so excessively affectionate and obedient. She approves entirely of your marriage with Mr. Downright, as indeed all your friends do. I don't include your friend Lady Emily in that number. I look upon her as a most improper companion for you, and the sooner you are separated from her, the better. So now, good-bye for the present. You have only to behave as other young ladies do upon those occasions, which, by the by, is generally to give as much trouble to their friends as they possibly can. There are some people who, furious themselves at opposition, cannot understand the possibility of others being equally firm and decided in a gentle manner. Lady Juliana was one of those who always expect to carry their point by a raised voice and sparkling eyes, and it was with difficulty Mary, with her timid air and gentle accents, could convince her that she was determined to judge for herself in a matter in which her happiness was so deeply involved. When at last brought to comprehend it, her ladyship's indignation knew no bounds, and Mary was accused in the same breath with having formed some low connection in Scotland, and of seeking to supplant her sister by aspiring to the Duke of Altamont, and at length the conference ended pretty much where it began. Lady Juliana resolved that her daughter should marry to please her, and her daughter equally resolved not to be driven into an engagement from which her heart recoiled. End of Volume 2, Chapter 18. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 19. Qui invente et lui la foi, l'honneur, la probité, qui en prie sa candeur et sa civilité, qu'il soit de complaisant, officieux, sincère. On y veut, je souscris et suis prête à m'aider. Boileau. When Mary entered the drawing-room, she found herself, without knowing how, by the side of Mr. Downe Wright. At dinner it was the same, and in short, it seemed an understood thing that they were to be constantly together. There was something so gentle and unassuming in his manner, that, almost provoked as she was by the folly of his proceedings, she found it impossible to resent it by her behaviour towards him, and indeed, without being guilty of actual rudeness, of which she was incapable, it would not have been easy to have made him comprehend the nature of her sentiments. He appeared perfectly satisfied with the toleration he met with, and compared to Adelaide's disdainful glances and Lady Emily's biting sarcasms, Mary's gentleness and civility might well be mistaken for encouragement. But even under the exhilarating influence of hope and high spirits, his conversation was so insipid and commonplace that Mary found it a relief to turn even to Dr. Redgill. It was evident the doctor was aware of what was going on, for he regarded her with that increased respect due to the future mistress of a splendid establishment. Between the courses he made some complimentary allusions to Highland mutton and red deer, and he even carried his attention so far as to whisper at the very first mouthful that les côtelets de salmon were superb, when he had never been known to commend anything to another until he had fully discussed it himself. On the opposite side of the table sat Adelaide and Duke of Altamont, the latter looking still more heavy and inanimate than ever. The operation of eating over, he seemed unable to keep himself awake, and every now and then yielded to a gentle slumber, from which, however, he was instantly recalled at the sound of Adelaide's voice, when he exclaimed, "Ah, charming, very charming, ah!" Lady Emily looked from them as she hummed some part of Dryden's ode, "Aloft in awful state, the godlike hero sate, etc. The lovely Thais by his side looked like a blooming eastern bride." Then, as his Grace closed his eyes, and his head sank on his shoulder, "With ravished ears the monarch hears, assumes the god, affects to nod." Lady Juliana, who would have been highly incensed had she suspected the application of the words, was so unconscious of it as to join occasionally in singing them, to Mary's great confusion and Adelaide's manifest displeasure. When they returned to the drawing-room, "Heavens, Adelaide!" exclaimed her cousin, in an affected manner, "what are you made of? Semele herself was but a mere cinder-wench to you. How can you stand such a Jupiter, and not scorched, not even singed, I protest?" pretending to examine her all over. "I vow I trembled at your temerity. Your familiarity with the imperial nod was fearful. I every instant expected to see you turn into a live coal." "I did burn," said Adelaide, with shame, "to see the mistress of a house forget what was due to her father's guests." there's a slap on the cheek for me. Mercy, how it burns! No, I did not forget what was due to my father's guests. On the contrary, I consider it due to them to save them, if I can, from the snares that I see set for them. I have told you that I abhor all traps, whether for the poor simple mouse that comes to steal its bits of cheese, or for the dull elderly gentleman who falls asleep with a star on his breast. This is one of the many kind and polite allusions for which I am indebted to your ladyship, said Adelaide haughtily, but I trust the day will come when I shall be able to discharge what I owe you. And she quitted the room, followed by Lady Juliana, who could only make out that Lady Emily had been insolent, and that Adelaide was offended. A pause followed. I see you think I am in the wrong, Mary. I can read that in the little reproachful glance you gave me just now. Well, perhaps I am, but I own it chafes my spirit to sit and look on such a scene of iniquity. Yes, iniquity I call it. For a woman to be in love with one man, and at the same time laying snares for another. You may think, perhaps, that Adelaide has no heart to love anything, but she has a heart, such as it is, though it is much too fine for everyday use, and therefore it is kept locked up in marble casket, quite out of reach of you or I. But I'm mistaken if Frederick has not made himself master of it. Not that I should blame her for that, if she would be honestly and downrightly in love with him. But how despicable to see her, with her affections placed upon one man, at the same time lavishing all her attentions on another, and that other, if he had been plain John Altamont, Esquire, she would not have been commonly civil to. And apropos of civility, I must tell you, if you mean to refuse your hero, you were too civil by half to him. I observed you at dinner. You sat perfectly straight, and answered everything he said to you. What could I do? Asked Mary, in some surprise. I'll tell you what I would have done, and have thought the most honourable mode of proceeding. I should have turned my back upon him, and have merely thrown him a monosyllable now and then over my shoulder. I could not be less than civil to him, and I am sure I was not more. Civility is too much for a man one means to refuse. You'll never get rid of a stupid man by civility. Whenever I had any reason to apprehend a lover, I thought it my duty to turn short upon him and give him a snarl at the outset, which rid me of him at once. But I really begin to think I manage these matters better than anybody else. Where I love, I profess it. Where I hate, in every circumstance, I dare proclaim it. Mary tried to defend her sister in the first place, but though her charity would not allow her to censor, her conscience whispered there was much to condemn, and she was relieved from what she felt a difficult task, when the gentlemen began to drop in. In spite of all her manoeuvres, Mr. Downright contrived to be next to her, and whenever she changed her seat, she was sure of his following her. She had also the mortification of overhearing Lady Juliana tell the Duke that Mr. Downright was the accepted lover of her youngest daughter, that he was a man of large fortune, and heir to his uncle, Lord Glenallan. Ah, a nephew of my Lord Glenallan's. Indeed, a pretty young man, like the family. Poor Lord Glenallan. I knew him very well. He has had the palsy since then, poor man. Ah. The following day Mary was compelled to receive Mr. Downright's visit, but she was scarcely conscious of what passed, for Colonel Lennox arrived at the same time, and it was equally evident that his visit was also intended for her. She felt that she ought to appear unconcerned in his presence, and he tried to be so, but still the painful idea would recur that he had been solicited to love her, and, unskilled in the arts of even innocent deception, she could only try to hide the agitation under the coldness of her manner. "Come, Mary," cried Lady Emily, as if in answer to something Colonel Lennox had addressed to her in a low voice. "Do you remember the promise I made Colonel Lennox, and which it rests with you to perform?" "I never consider myself bound to perform the promises of others," replied Mary gravely. "In some cases that may be a prudent resolution, but in the present It is surely an unfriendly one, said Colonel Lennox. A most inhuman one, cried Lady Emily, since you and I, it seems, cannot commence our friendship without something sentimental to set us a-going. It rests with you, Mary, to be the founder of our friendship, and if you manage the matter well, that is, sing in your best manner, we shall perhaps make it a triple alliance and admit you as third. As every man is said to be the artificer of his own fortune, so every one, I think, had best be the artificer of their own friendship, said Mary, trying to smile, as she pulled her embroidery frame towards her and began to work. Neither can be the worst of a good friend to help them on, observed Mrs. Downe Wright, but both may be materially injured by an injudicious one, said Colonel Lennox. And although on this occasion I am the greatest sufferer by it, I must acknowledge the truth of Miss Douglas's observation. Friendship and love, I believe, will always be found to thrive best when left to themselves. And so ends my novel, elegant, and original plan for striking up a sudden friendship, cried Lady Emily. Pray, Mr. Downe Wright, can you suggest anything better for the purpose than an old song? Mr. Downe Wright, who was not at all given to suggesting, looked a little embarrassed. Pull the bell, William, for the carriage, said his mother. We must now be moving. And with a general obeisance to the company, and a significant pressure of the hand to Mary, she withdrew her son from his dilemma. Although a shrewd, penetrating woman, she did not possess that tact and delicacy necessary to comprehend the finer feelings of a mind superior to her own, and in Mary's averted looks and constrained manner she saw nothing but what she thought quite proper and natural in her situation. As for Lady Emily, she observed, there would be news of her and that fine dashing-looking colonel yet, and Miss Adelaide would perhaps come down a pin before long. Soon after Colonel Lennox took his leave, in spite of Lady Emily's pressing invitation for him to spend the day there and meet her brother, who had been absent for some days, but was now expected home, he promised to return again soon, and departed. How prodigiously handsome Colonel Lennox looked to-day, said she, addressing Mary, and how perfectly unconscious, at least indifferent he seems about it. It is quite refreshing to see a handsome man that is neither a fool nor a coxcomb. Handsome? No, I don't think he is very handsome, said Lady Juliana. Rather dark, don't you think, my love? Turning to Adelaide, who sat apart at a table writing, and had scarcely deigned to lift her head all the time. Who do you mean? The man who has just gone out? Is his name Lennox? Yes, he is rather handsome. I believe you are right. He certainly is good-looking, but in a peculiar style. I don't quite like the expression of his eye, and he wants that air distingué, which indeed belongs exclusively to persons of birth. He has perfectly the air of a man of fashion, said Adelaide, in a decided tone, as if ashamed to agree with her mother. Perhaps un peu militaire, but nothing at all professional. Lennox, it is a Scotch name, observed Lady Juliana contemptuously. And to cut the matter short, said Lady Emily, as she was quitting the room, the man who has just gone out is Colonel Lennox, and not the Duke of Altamont. After a few more awkward, indefinite sort of visits, in which Mary found it impossible to come to an explanation, she was relieved for the present from the assiduities of her lover. Lady Juliana received a note from Mrs. Downe Wright, apologising for what she termed her son's unfortunate absence at such a critical time, but he had received accounts of the alarming illness of his uncle Lord Glenallan, and had, in consequence, set off instantly for Scotland, where she was preparing to follow, concluding with particular regards to Miss Mary, hopes of being soon able to resume their pleasant footing in the family, etc., etc. How excessively well arranged it will be that old man's dying at this time, said her ladyship, as she tossed the note to her daughter. Lord Glenallan will sound so much better than Mr. Downe Wright, the name I have always considered as the only objectionable part. You are really most prodigiously fortunate. Mary was now aware of the folly of talking reason to her mother, and remained silent, thankful for the present peace this event would ensure her, and almost tempted to wish that Lord Glenallan's doom might not speedily be decided. End of Volume 2, Chapter 19. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 20. It seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions, as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Hamlet. Lord Lindore and Colonel Lennox had been boyish acquaintances, and a sort of superficial intimacy was soon established between them, which served as the ostensible cause of his frequent visits to Beech Park. But to Mary, who was more alive to the difference of their characters and sentiments than any other member of the family, this appeared very improbable, and she could not help suspecting that love for her sister, rather than friendship for the brother, was the real motive by which he was actuated. In half-jesting manner she mentioned her suspicions to Lady Emily, who treated the idea with her usual ridicule. "I really could not have supposed you so extremely missy-ish, Mary," said she, "as to imagine that because two people like each other's society, and talk and laugh together a little more than usual, that there must needs be in love. I believe Charles Lennox loves me much the same as he did 11 years ago, when I was a little wretch that used to pull his hair and spoil his watch, and as for me, you know that I consider myself quite as an old woman, at least as a married one, and he is perfectly au fait to my engagement with Edward. I have even shown him his picture, and some of his letters." Mary looked incredulous. "You may think as you please, but I tell you it is so. In my situation I should scorn to have Colonel Lennox or anybody else in love with me. As to his liking to talk to me, pray who else can he talk to? Adelaide would sometimes condescend indeed, but he won't be condescended to, that's clear, not even by a duchess. With what mock humility he meets her airs! How I adore him for it! Then you are such a pillar of ice, so shy and unsociable when he is present. And by the bye, if I did not despise recrimination as the pis-aller of all conscious misses, I would say you are much more the object of his attention, at least, than I am. Several times I have caught him looking very earnestly at you, when, by the laws of good breeding, his eyes ought to have been fixed exclusively upon me, and—" "Pshaw!" interrupted Mary, colouring. "That is mere absence, nothing to the purpose. Or perhaps," forcing a smile, "he may be trying to love me." Mary thought of her poor old friend as she said this, with bitterness of heart. It was long since she had seen her, and when she had last inquired for her, her son had said he did not think her well, with a look Mary could not misunderstand. She had heard him make an appointment with Lord Lindore for the following day, and she took the opportunity of his certain absence to visit his mother. Mrs. Lennox indeed looked ill, and seemed more than usually depressed. She welcomed Mary with her usual tenderness, but even her presence seemed to fail of inspiring her with gladness. Mary found she was totally unsuspicious of the cause of her estrangement, and imputed it to a very different one. "You have been a great stranger, my dear," said she, as she affectionately embraced her, "but at such a time I could not expect you to think of me." "Indeed," answered Mary, equally unconscious of her meaning, "I have thought much and often, very often, upon you, and wished I could have come to you, but—" She stopped, for she could not tell the truth, and would not utter a falsehood. "I understand it all," said Mrs. Lennox with a sigh. "Well, well, God's will be done." Then, trying to be more cheerful, "Had you come a little sooner, you would have met Charles. He has just gone out with Lord Lindore. He was unwilling to leave me, as he always is, and when he does, I believe it is as much to please me as himself. Ah, Mary, I once hoped that I might have lived to see you the happy wife of the best of sons. I may speak out now, since that is all over. God has willed otherwise, and may you be rewarded in the choice you have made." Mary was struck with consternation to find that her supposed engagement with Mr. Downe Wright had spread even to Rose Hall, and in the greatest confusion she attempted to deny it. But after the acknowledgment she had just heard, she acquitted herself awkwardly, for she felt as if an open explanation would only serve to revive hopes that never could be realised, and subject Colonel Lennox and herself to future perplexities. Nothing but the whole truth would have sufficed to undeceive Mrs. Lennox, for she had had the intelligence of Mary's engagement from Mrs. Downe Wright herself, who, for better security of what she already considered her son's property, had taken care to spread the report of his being the accepted lover before she left the country. Mary felt all the unpleasantness of her situation. Although detesting deceit and artifice of any kind, her confused and stammering denials seemed rather to corroborate the fact. But she felt she could not declare her resolution of never bestowing her hand upon Mr. Downe Wright without seeming at the same time to court the address of Colonel Lennox. Then how painful, how unjust to herself as well as cruel to him, to have it for an instant believed that she was the betrothed of one whose wife she was resolved she never would be. In short, poor Mary's mind was a complete chaos, and for the first time in her life she found it impossible to determine which was the right course for her to pursue. Even in the midst of her distress, however, she could not help smiling at the naivety of the good old lady's remarks. "He is a handsome young man, I hear," said she, still in allusion to Mr. Downe Wright, "has a fine fortune, and an easy temper. All these things help people's happiness, though they cannot make it, and his choice of you, my dear Mary, shows that he has some sense." "What a eulogium," said Mary, laughing and blushing. "Were he really to me what you suppose, I might be highly flattered, but I must again assure you it is not using Mr. Downe Wright well to talk of him as anything to me. My mother, indeed—" "Ah, Mary, my dear, let me advise you to beware of being led, even by a mother, in such a matter as this. God forbid that I should ever recommend disobedience towards a parent's will, but I fear you have yielded too much to yours. I said indeed, when I heard it, that I feared undue influence had been used, for I could not think William Downe Wright would ever have been the choice of your heart. Surely parents have much to answer for who mislead their children in such an awful step as marriage." This was the severest censure Mary had ever heard drop from Mrs. Lennox's lips, and she could not but marvel at the self-delusion that led her thus to condemn in another the very error she had committed herself, but under such different circumstances that she would not easily have admitted it to be the same. She sought for the happiness of her son, while Lady Juliana, she was convinced, wished only her own aggrandisement. "Yes, indeed," said Mary, in answer to her friend's observation, "parents ought, if possible, to avoid even forming wishes for their children. Hearts are wayward things, even the best of them." Then more seriously she added, "And, dear Mrs. Lennox, do not either blame my mother nor pity me, for be assured, with my heart only will I give my hand, or rather, I should say, with my hand only will I give my heart. And now good-bye," cried she, starting up and hurrying away as she heard Colonel Lennox's voice in the hall. She met him on the stair, and would have passed on with a slight remark, but he turned with her, and finding she had dismissed the carriage, intending to walk home, he requested permission to attend her. Mary declined, but snatching up his hat and whistling his dogs, he set out with her in spite of her remonstrances to the contrary. "If you persist in refusing my attendance," said he, "you will inflict an incurable wound upon my vanity. I shall suspect you are ashamed of being seen in such company. To be sure, myself, with my shabby jacket and my spattered dogs, do form rather a ruffian-like escort, and I should not have dared to have offered my services to a fine lady. But you are not a fine lady, I know," and he gently drew her arm within his, as they began to ascend a hill. This was the first time Mary had found herself alone with Colonel Lennox since that fatal day which seemed to have divided them for ever. At first she felt uneasy and embarrassed, but there was so much good sense and good feeling in the tone of his conversation, it was so far removed either from pedantry or frivolity, that all disagreeable ideas soon gave way to the pleasure she had in conversing with one whose turn of mind seemed so similar to her own. And it was not till she had parted from him at the gate of Beech Park she had time to wonder how she could possibly have walked 2 miles tete-a-tete with a man whom she had heard solicited to love her. From that day Colonel Lennox's visits insensibly increased in length and number, but Lady Emily seemed to appropriate them entirely to herself, and certainly all the flow of his conversation, the brilliancy of his wit, were directed to her. But Mary could not but be conscious that his looks were much oftener riveted on herself, and if his attentions were not such as to attract general observation, they were such as she could not fail of perceiving and being unconsciously gratified by. "How I admire Charles Lennox's manner to you, Mary," said her cousin, "after the awkward dilemma you were both in. It was no easy matter to know how to proceed. A vulgar-minded man would either have oppressed you with his attentions, or insulted you by his neglect, while he steers so gracefully free from either extreme, and I observe you are the only woman upon whom he designs to bestow les petits soins. How I despise a man who is ever on the watch to pick up every silly Mrs. fan or glove that she thinks it pretty to drop. No, the woman he loves, whether his mother or his wife, will always be distinguished by him, were she amongst queens and empresses, not by his silly vanity or vulgar fondness, but by his marked and gentlemanlike attentions towards her. In short, the best thing you can do is to make up your quarrel with him. Take him for all in all. You won't meet with such another, certainly not amongst your Highland lairds, by all that I can learn, and by the by, I do suspect he is now, as you say, trying to love you. And let him, you will be very well repaid if he succeeds." Mary's heart swelled at the thoughts of submitting to such an indignity, especially as she was beginning to feel conscious that Colonel Lennox was not quite the object of indifference to her that he ought to be, but her cousin's remarks only served to render her more distant and reserved to him than ever. End of Volume 2, Chapter 20. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 21. What dangers oughtest thou not to dread, when love that's blind is by blind fortune led? Cowley. At length the long-looked-for day arrived. The Duke of Altamont's proposals were made in due form, and in due form accepted. Lady Juliana seemed now touching the pinnacle of earthly joy, for next to being greatly married herself, her happiness centred in seeing her daughter at the head of a splendid establishment. Again visions of bliss hovered round her, and peers and dukes and all their sweeping train swam before her eyes, as she anticipated the brilliant results to herself from so noble an alliance. For self was still, as it had ever been, her ruling star, and her affection for her daughter was the mere result of vanity and ambition. The ensuing weeks were passed in all the bustle of preparations necessarily attendant of the nuptials of the great. Every morning brought from town dresses, jewels, patterns, and packages of all descriptions. Lady Juliana was in ecstasies, even though it was but happiness in the second person. Mary watched her sister's looks with the most painful solicitude, for from her lips she knew she would never learn the sentiments of her heart. But Adelaide was aware she had a part to act, and she went through it with an ease and self-possession that seemed to defy all scrutiny. Once or twice, indeed, her deepening colour and darkening brow betrayed the feelings of her heart, as the Duke of Altamont and Lord Lindore were brought into comparison, and Mary shuddered to think that her sister was even now ashamed of the man whom she was so soon to vow to love, honour, and obey. She had vainly tried to lead Adelaide to the subject. Adelaide would listen to nothing, which she had reason to suppose was addressed to herself, but either with cool contempt took up a book, or left the room, or with insolent affectation would put her hands to her head, exclaiming, "Mes oreilles ne soient pas faites pour les entretiens sérieux." All Mary's worst fears were confirmed. A few days before that fixed for the marriage, as she entered the music-room she was startled to find Lord Lindore and Adelaide alone. Unwilling to suppose that her presence would be considered an interruption, she seated herself at a little distance from them, and was soon engrossed by her task. Adelaide, too, had the air of being deeply intent upon some trifling employment, and Lord Lindore, as he sat opposite to her, with his head resting upon his hands, had the appearance of being engaged in reading. All were silent for some time, but as Mary happened to look up, she saw Lord Lindore's eyes fixed earnestly upon her sister, and with voice of repressed feeling he repeated, "Ah, je le sens, ma Julie. S'il falloit renoncer à vous, il n'y aura plus pour moi d'autres séjours ni d'autres saisons." And throwing down the book, he quitted the room. Adelaide, pale and agitated, rose as if to follow him. Then, recollecting herself, she rushed down from the apartment by an opposite door. Mary followed, vainly hoping that in this moment of excited feeling she might be induced to open her heart to the voice of affection. But Adelaide was a stranger to sympathy, and saw only the degradation of confessing the struggle she endured in choosing betwixt love and ambition. That her heart was Lord Lindore's she could not conceal from herself, though she would not confess it to another, and that other the tenderest of sisters, whose only wish was to serve her. Mary's tears and entreaties were therefore in vain, and at Adelaide's repeated desire, she at length quitted her and returned to the room she had left. She found Lady Emily there with a paper in her hand. "Lend me your ears, Mary," cried she, "while I read these lines to you. Don't be afraid, there are no secrets in them, or at least none that you or I will be a whit the wiser for, as they are truly in a most mystic strain. I found them lying upon this table, and they are in Frederick's handwriting, for I see he affects the soupirant at present, and it seems there has been a sort of sentimental farce acted between Adelaide and him. He pretends that although distractedly in love with her, he is not so selfish as even to wish her to marry him in preference to the Duke of Altamont, and Adelaide, not to be outdone in her heroics, has also made it out that it is the height of virtue in her to espouse the Duke of Altamont, and sacrifice all the tenderest affections of her heart to duty. Duty? Yes, the duty of being a duchess, and of living in state and splendour with the man she secretly despises, to the pleasure of renouncing both for the man she loves. And so they have parted, and here, I suppose, are Lindore's lucubrations upon it, intended as a souvenir for Adelaide, I presume. Now, night visions befriend me. The time returns when o'er my wildered mind a thraldom came which did each sense enshroud. Not that I bowed in willing chain confined, but that a softened atmosphere of cloud veiled every sense, concealed th' impending doom. 'Twas mystic night, and I seemed borne along by pleasing dread, and in a doubtful gloom, where fragrant incense and the sound of song, and all fair things we dream of floated by, lulling my fancy like a cradled child, till that the dear and guileless treachery made me the wretch I am, so lost, so wild, a mingled feeling, neither joy or grief, dwelt in my heart, I knew not whence it came, and but that woe is me 'twas passing brief. Even at this hour I fain would feel the same. I tracked a path of flowers, but flowers among were hissing serpents and drear birds of night, that shot across and scared with boding cries, and yet deep interest lurked in that affright. Something endearing in those mysteries, which bade me still the desperate joy pursue, heedless of what might come when from mine eyes the cloud should pass, or what might then accrue. The cloud has passed, the blissful power is flown, the flowers are withered, withered all the scene, but the dear delusions I have known are present still, with loved through altered mien. I tread the self-same path in heart unchanged, but changed now is all that path to me. For where 'mong flowers and fountains once I ranged are barren rocks and savage scenery. Mary felt it was in vain to attempt to win her sister's confidence, and she was too delicate to seek to wrest her secrets from her. She therefore took no notice of this effusion of love and disappointment, which she concluded it to be. Adelaide appeared at dinner as usual. All traces of agitation had vanished, and her manner was as cool and collected as if all had been peace and tranquillity at heart. Lord Lindore's departure was slightly noticed. It was generally understood that he had been rejected by his cousin, and his absence at such time was thought perfectly natural, the Duke merely remarking with a vacant simper, "So Lord Lindore is gone. Ah, poor Lord Lindore!" Lady Juliana had, in a very early stage of the business, fixed in her own mind that she, as a matter of course, would be invited to accompany her daughter upon her marriage. Indeed, she had always looked upon it as a sort of triple alliance, that was to unite her as indissolubly to the fortunes of the Duke of Altamont as though she had been his wedded wife. But the time drew near, and in spite of all her hints and manoeuvres, no invitation had yet been extorted from Adelaide. The Duke had proposed to her to invite her sister, and even expressed something like a wish to that effect. For though he felt no positive pleasure in Mary's society, he was yet conscious of a void in her absence. She was always in good humour, always gentle and polite, and without being able to tell why, his Grace always felt more at ease with her than with anybody else. But his selfish bride seemed to think that the joys of her elevation would be diminished if shared even by her own sister, and she coldly rejected the proposal. Lady Juliana was next suggested, for the Duke had a sort of vague understanding that his safety lay in a multitude. With him, as with all stupid people, company was society, words were conversation, and all the gradations of intellect, from Sir Isaac Newton down to Dr. Redgill, were to him unknown. But although, as with most weak people, obstinacy was his forte, he was here again compelled to yield to the will of his bride, as she also declined the company of her mother for the present. The disappointment was somewhat softened to Lady Juliana by the sort of indefinite hopes that were expressed by her daughter of seeing her in town when they were fairly established. But until she had seen Altamont House and knew its accommodations, she could fix nothing, and Lady Juliana was fain to solace herself with this dim perspective, instead of the brilliant reality her imagination had placed within her grasp, without comprehending the imperfectness of all earthly felicity. As she witnessed the magnificent preparations for her daughter's marriage, it recalled the bitter remembrance of her own, and many a sigh burst from her heart as she thought, such as Adelaide is, I might have been, had I been blessed with such a mother, and brought up to know what was for my good. The die was cast. Amidst pomp and magnificence, elate with pride and sparkling with jewels, Adelaide Douglas reversed the fate of her mother, and while her affections were bestowed on another, she vowed in the face of heaven to belong only to the Duke of Altamont. "Good-bye, my dearest love," said her mother, as she embraced her with transport, "and I shall be with you very soon, and above all things, try to secure a good opera box for the season. I assure you it is of the greatest consequence." The Duchess impatiently hurried from the congratulations of her family, and throwing herself into the splendid equipage that awaited her was soon lost to their view. End of Volume 2, Chapter 21. Volume 2, Chapter 22 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 22. Every white will have its black, and every sweet its sour. As Lady Juliana experienced, her daughter was Duchess of Altamont, but Grizzly Douglas had arrived in Bath. The intelligence was communicated to Mary in a letter. It had no date, but was as follows. My dear Mary, you will see from the date of this that we are at last arrived here after a very long journey, which you of course know it is, from this to our part of the country. At the same time, it was uncommonly pleasant, and we all enjoyed it very much. Only poor Sir Sampson was so ill that we expected him to expire every minute, which would have made it extremely unpleasant for dear Lady Maclaughlan. He is now, I am happy to say, greatly better, though still so poorly that I am much afraid you will see a very considerable change upon him. I sincerely hope, my dear Mary, that you will make a proper apology to Lady Juliana for my not going to Beech Park, where I know I would be most welcome, directly, but I am certain she will agree with me that it would be highly improper in me to leave Lady Maclaughlan, when she is not at all sure how long Sir Sampson may live, and it would appear very odd if I was to be out of the way at such a time as that. But you may assure her with my kind love, and indeed all our loves, as I am sure none of us can ever forget the pleasant time she spent with us at Glenfern in my poor brother's lifetime before you was born, that I will take the very first opportunity of spending some time at Beech Park before leaving Bath, as we expect the waters will set Sir Sampson quite on his feet again. It will be a happy meeting, I am certain, with Lady Juliana and all of us, as it is 18 years this spring since we have met. You may be sure I have a great deal to tell you, and Lady Juliana too, about all friends at Glenfern, who I left all quite well. Of course, the report of Bella and Betsy's marriages must have reached Bath by this time, as it will be 3 weeks today since we left our part of the country. But in case it has not reached you, Lady Maclaughlan is of the opinion that the sooner you are made acquainted with it the better, especially as there is no doubt of it. Bella's marriage, which is in a manner fixed by this time, I dare say, though of course it will not take place for some time, is to Captain MacNab of some regiment, but I'm sure I forget which, for there are so many regiments, you know, it is impossible to remember them all, but he is quite a hero. I know that, as he has been in several battles, and had 2 of his front teeth knocked out at one of them, and was much complimented about it, and he says he is quite certain of getting great promotion, at any rate a pension for it, so there is no fear of him. Betsy has, if possible, been still more fortunate than her sister, although you know Bella was always reckoned the beauty of the family, though some people certainly preferred Betsy's looks too. She has made a complete conquest of Major MacTavish of the militia, who, independent of his rank, which is certainly very high, has also distinguished himself very much, and showed the greatest bravery once, when there was a very serious riot about the raising the potatoes a penny a peck, when there was no occasion for it, in the town of Dunoon, and it was very much talked of at the time, as well as being in all the newspapers. This gives us all the greatest pleasure, as I am certain it will also do Lady Juliana and you, my dear Mary. At the same time, we feel very much for poor Babby, and Beanie, and Becky, as they naturally, and indeed all of us, expected they would, of course, be married first, and it is certainly a great trial for them to see their younger sisters married before them. At the same time, they are wonderfully supported, and behave with astonishing firmness, and I trust, my dear Mary, you will do the same, as I have no doubt you will all be married yet, as I am sure you richly deserve it when it comes. I hope I will see you very soon, as Lady Maclaughlan, I am certain, will make you most welcome to call. We are living in most elegant lodgings. All the furniture is quite new, and perfectly good. I do not know the name of the street yet, as Lady Maclaughlan, which is no wonder, is not fond of being asked questions when she is upon a journey, and indeed makes a point of never answering any, which I dare say is the best way. But of course anybody will tell you where Sir Sampson Maclaughlan, Baronet of Lochmarlie Castle, Perthshire, N.B., lives, and if you are at any loss, it has a green door and a most elegant balcony. I must now bid you adieu, my dear Mary, as I am so soon to see yourself. Sir Sampson and Lady Maclaughlan unite with me in best compliments to the family at Beech Park, and in kind love to Lady Juliana and you, I remain, my dear Mary, your most affectionate aunt, Grizzel Douglas. P.S. I have a long letter for you from Mrs. Douglas, which is in my trunk, that is coming by the Perth carrier, and unless he is stopped by the snow, I expect he will be here in 10 days. With the idea of Grizzy was associated in Mary's mind all the dear familiar objects of her happiest days, and her eyes sparkled with delight at the thoughts of again beholding her. "Oh, when may I go to Bath to dear Aunt Grizzy?" exclaimed she, as she finished the letter. Lady Juliana looked petrified. Then recollecting that this was the first intimation her mother had received of such an event being even in contemplation, she made haste to exculpate her aunt at her own expense, by informing her of the truth. But nothing could be more unpalatable than the truth, and poor Mary's short-lived joy was soon turned into the bitterest sorrow at the reproaches that were showered upon her by the incensed Lady Juliana. But for her, these people never would have thought of coming to Bath, or if they did, she should have had no connection with them. She had been most excessively ill-used by Mrs. Douglas's family, and had long since resolved to have no further intercourse with them. They were nothing to her, etc., etc., the whole concluding with a positive prohibition against Mary's taking any notice of her aunt. "From all that has been said, Mary," said Lady Emily gravely, "there can be no doubt but that you are the origin of Lady Juliana's unfortunate connection with the family of Douglas." "Undoubtedly," said her ladyship. "But for you, it appears that she would not have known, certainly never would have acknowledged that her husband had an aunt." "Certainly not," said Lady Juliana warmly. "It is a most admirable plan," continued Lady Emily in the same manner, "and I shall certainly adopt it. When I have children, I am determined they shall be answerable for my making a foolish marriage, and it shall be their fault if my husband has a mother. En attendant, I am determined to patronise Edward's relations to the last degree, and therefore, unless Mary is permitted to visit her aunt as often as she pleases, I shall make a point of bringing the dear Aunt Grizzy here. Yes," putting her hand to the bell, "I shall order my carriage this instant and set off. To-morrow, you know, we give a grand dinner in honour of Adelaide's marriage. Aunt Grizzy shall be queen of the feast." Lady Juliana was almost suffocated with passion, but she knew her niece too well to doubt her putting her threat into execution, and there was distraction in the idea of the vulgar obscure Grizzy Douglas being presented to a fashionable party as her aunt. After a violent altercation, in which Mary took no part, an ungracious permission was at length extorted, which Mary eagerly availed herself of, and charged with kind messages from Lady Emily, set off in quest of Aunt Grizzy and the green door. After much trouble and many unsuccessful attacks upon green doors and balconies, she was going to give up the search in despair, when her eye was attracted by the figure of Aunt Grizzy herself at full length, stationed at a window, in an old-fashioned riding habit and spectacles. The carriage was stopped, and in an instant Mary was in the arms of her aunt, all agitation, as Lochmarlie flashed on her fancy, at again hearing its native accents uttered by the voice familiar to her from infancy. Yet the truth must be owned. Mary's taste was somewhat startled, even while her heart warmed at the sight of the good old aunt. A Association and affection still retained their magical influence over her, but absence had dispelled the blessed illusions of habitual intercourse, and for the first time she beheld her aunt freed from its softening spell. Still her heart clung to her, as to one known and loved from infancy, and she soon rose superior to the weakness she felt was besetting her in the slight sensation of shame, as she contrasted her awkward manner and uncouth accent with the graceful refinement of those with whom she associated. Far different were the sensations with which the good spinster regarded her niece. She could not often enough declare her admiration of the improvements that had taken place. Mary was grown taller and stouter and fairer and fatter, and her back was as straight as an arrow, and her carriage would even surprise Mrs. McGawk herself. It was quite astonishing to see her, for she had always understood Scotland was the place for beauty, and that nobody ever came to anything in England. Even Sir Sampson and Lady Maclaughlan were forgot as she stood riveted in admiration, and Mary was the first to recall her recollection to them. Sir Sampson, indeed, might well have been overlooked by a more accurate observer, for as Grizzy observed, he was worn away to nothing, and the little that remained seemed as if it might have gone too without being any loss. He was now deaf, paralytic, and childish, and the only symptom of life he showed was an increased restlessness and peevishness. His lady sat by him, calmly pursuing her work, and, without relaxing from it, merely held up her face to salute Mary as she approached her. "So I'm glad you are no worse than you was, dear child," surveying her from head to foot. "That's more than we can say. You see these poor creatures," pointing to Sir Sampson and Aunt Grizzy, "they are much about it now. Well, we know what we are, but God knows what we shall be. Sir Sampson showed no signs of recognising her, but seemed pleased when Grizzy resumed her station beside him, and began for the 500th time to tell him why he was not in Lochmarlie Castle, and why he was in Bath. Mary now saw that there are situations in which a weak capacity has its uses, and that the most foolish chat may sometimes impart greater pleasure than all the wisdom of the schools, even when proceeding from a benevolent heart. Sir Sampson and Grizzy were so much upon a pair in intellect that they were reciprocally happy in each other. This the strong sense of Lady Maclaughlan had long perceived, and was the principal reason of her selecting so weak a woman as her companion, though at the same time, in justice to her ladyship's heart as well as head, she had that partiality for her friend for which no other reason can be assigned than that given by Montaigne. Je l'aimais parce que c'était elle, parce que c'était moi. Mary paid a long visit to her aunt, and then took leave, promising to return the following day to take Miss Grizzy to deliver a letter of introduction she had received, and which had not been left to the chance of the carrier and the snow. End of Volume 2, Chapter 22. Volume 2, Chapter 23 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 23. This sort of person is skilled to assume the appearance of all virtues and all good qualities, but their favourite mask is universal benevolence, and the reason why they prefer this disguise to all others is that it tends to conceal its opposite, which is indeed their true character, a universal selfishness. Knox's Essays. Although on her return Mary read her mother's displeasure in her looks, and was grieved at again having incurred it, she yet felt it a duty towards her father to persevere in her attentions to his aunt. She was old, poor, and unknown, plain in her person, weak in her intellects, vulgar in her manners, but she was related to her by ties more binding than the laws of fashion or the rules of taste. Even these disadvantages, which to a worldly mind would have served as excuses for neglecting her, to Mary's generous nature were so many incentives to treat her with kindness and attention. Faithful to her promise, therefore, she repaired to Milsom Street, and found her aunt all impatience for her arrival, with the letter so firmly grasped in both hands that she seemed almost afraid to trust any one with a glance at the direction. "This letter, Mary," said she, when they were seated in the carriage, "will be a great thing for me, and especially for you. I got it from Mrs. Menzies, through Mrs. McDrone, whose friend Mrs. Campbell's half-sister, Miss Grant, is a great friend of Mrs. Fox's, and she says she is a most charming woman. Of course she is no friend to the great Fox, or you know it would have been very odd in me, with Sir Sampson's principles, and my brother's principles, and all our own principles, to have visited her. But she's quite of a different family of Foxes. She's a Fox of Peckwell, it seems, a most amiable woman, very rich, and prodigiously charitable. I am sure we have been most fortunate in getting a letter to such a woman." And with this heartfelt ejaculation they found themselves at Mrs. Fox's. Everything corresponded with the account of this lady's wealth and consequence. The house was spacious and handsomely furnished, with its due proportion of livery servants, and they were ushered into a sitting-room which was filled with all the wonders of nature and art: Indian shells, inlaid cabinets, ivory boxes, stuffed birds, old china, Chinese mandarins, stood disclosed in all their charms. The lady of this mansion was seated at table, covered with works of a different description. It exhibited the various arts of woman, in regular gradation, from the painted card-rack and gilded fire-screen to the humble thread-paper and shirt-button. Mrs. Fox was a fine, fashionable-looking woman, with a smooth skin and still smoother address. She received her visitors with that overstrained complacence which to Mary's nicer tact at once discovered that all was hollow. But poor Miss Grizzy was scarcely seated before she was already transfixed with admiration at Mrs. Fox's politeness, and felt as if her whole life would be too short to repay such kindness. Compliments over, the weather, etc., discussed, Mrs. Fox began. "You must be surprised, ladies, to see me in the midst of such a litter, but you find me busy arranging the works of some poor protégés of mine, a most unfortunate family. I have given them what little instruction I could in these little female works, and you see, putting a gaudy work basket into Grizzy's hands, it is astonishing what progress they have made. My friends have been most liberal in their purchases of these trifles, but I own I am a wretched beggar. They are in bad hands when they are in mine, poor souls. The fact is I can give, but I cannot beg. I tell them they really must find somebody else to dispose of their little labours, somebody who has more of what I call the gift of begging than I am blessed with." Tears of admiration stood in Grizzy's eye. Her hand was in her pocket. She looked to Mary, but Mary's hands and eyes betrayed no corresponding emotions. She felt only disgust at the meanness and indelicacy of the mistress of such a mansion levying contributions from the stranger within her door. Mrs. Fox proceeded. "The most benevolent woman, Mrs. Gull, was here this morning, and bought no less than 7 of these sweet little pincushions. I would fain have dissuaded her from taking so many, it really seems such a stretch of virtue. But she said, 'My dear Mrs. Fox, how can one possibly spend their money better than in doing a good action, and at the same time enriching themselves?'" Grizzy's purse was in her hand. "I declare that's very true. I never thought of that before. And I'm certain Lady Maclaughlan will say the same, and I'm sure she will be delighted, I've no doubt of that, to take a pincushion, and each of my sisters, I'm certain, will take one, though we have all plenty of pincushions, and I'll take one to myself, though I have 3, I'm sure, that I've never used yet." "My dear Miss Douglas, you really are, I could almost say, too good. 2 and 2's 4, and 1's 5, 5 half-crowns. My poor protégés, you will really be the making of their fortune." Grizzy, with trembling hands and a face flushed with conscious virtue, drew forth the money from her little hoard. But Mrs. Fox did not quit her prey so easily. "If any of your friends are in want of shirt-buttons, Miss Douglas, I would fain recommend those to them. They are made by a poor woman in whom I take some interest, and are far superior to any that are to be had from the shops. They are made from the very best materials. Indeed, I take care of that as," in a modest whisper, "I furnish her with the material myself, but the generality of those you get to purchase are made from old materials. I've ascertained that, and it's a fact you may rely upon." Poor Grizzy's hair stood on end to hear of such depravity in a sphere where she had never even suspected it. But for the honour of her country, she flattered herself such practices were there unknown, and she was entering upon a warm vindication of the integrity of Scotch shirt-buttons, when Mrs. Fox coolly observed, "Indeed, our friend Miss Grant was so conscious of the great superiority of these buttons over any others, that she bespoke 36 dozen of them to take to Scotland with her. In fact, they are the real good old-fashioned shirt-buttons, such as I have heard my mother talk of, and for all that, I make a point of my poor woman selling them a penny a dozen below the shop price, so that in taking 12 dozen, which is the common quantity, there is a shilling saved at once." Grizzy felt as if she would be saving of the family by the purchase of these incomparable shirt-buttons, and putting down her 5 shillings, became the happy possessor of 12 dozen of them. Fresh expressions of gratitude and admiration ensued, till Grizzy's brain began to whirl even more rapidly than usual at the thought of the deed she had done. "And now," said Mrs. Fox, observing her eyes in a fine frenzy, rolling from her lapful of pincushions and shirt-buttons to a mandarin nearly as large as life, "perhaps, my dear Miss Douglas, you will do me the favour to take a look of my little collection." Favour, thought Grizzy, what politeness! And she protested there was nothing she liked so much as to look at everything, and that it would be the greatest favour to show her anything. The mandarin was made to shake his head, a musical snuff-box played its part, and a variety of other expensive toys were also exhibited. Mary's disgust increased. "And this woman," thought she, "professes to be charitable amidst all this display of selfish extravagance. Probably the price of one of these costly baubles would have provided for the whole of these poor people for whom she affects so much compassion, without subjecting her to the meanness of turning her house into a beggar's repository." And she walked away to the other end of the room to examine some fine scriptural paintings. "Here," said Mrs. Fox to her victim, as she unlocked a superb cabinet, "is what I value more than my whole collection put together. It is my specimens of Scotch pebbles, and I owe them solely to the generosity and goodwill of my Scotch friends. I assure you that is a proud reflection to me. I am a perfect enthusiast in Scotch pebbles, and I may say in Scotch people. In fact, I am an enthusiast in whatever I am interested in, and at present I must own my heart is set upon making a complete collection of Scotch pebbles." Grizzy began to feel a sort of tightness at her throat, at which was affixed a very fine pebble brooch pertaining to Nicky, but lent to Grizzy, to enable her to make a more distinguished figure in the gay world. "Oh," thought she, "what a pity this brooch is Nicky's and not mine. I would have given it to this charming Mrs. Fox. Indeed, I don't see how I can be off giving it to her, even though it is Nicky's." "And by the by," exclaimed Mrs. Fox, as if suddenly struck with the sight of the brooch, "that seems a very fine stone of yours. I wonder I did not observe it sooner. But indeed, pebbles are thrown away in dress. May I beg a nearer view of it?" Grizzy's brain was now all on fire. On the one hand, there was the glory of presenting the brooch to such a polite, charitable, charming woman. On the other, there was the fear of Nicky's indignation. But then it was quite thrown away upon Nicky. She had no cabinet, and Mrs. Fox had declared that pebbles were quite lost anywhere but in cabinets, and it was 1,000 pities that Nicky's brooch should be lost. All these thoughts Grizzy revolved with her usual clearness, as she unclasped the brooch and gave it to the hand of the collector. "Bless me, my dear Miss Douglas, this is really a very fine stone. I had no conception of it when I saw it sticking in your throat. It looks quite a different thing in the hand. It is a species I am not really acquainted with. I have nothing at all similar to it in my poor collection. Pray, can you tell me the name of it, and where it is found, that I may at least endeavour to procure a piece of it? I'm sure I wish to goodness my sister Nicky was here. I'm certain she would, though to be sure she has a great regard for it was found at the Glenfern estate, the very day my grandfather won his plea against Drimsydie, and we always called it the Lucky Stone from that." "The Lucky Stone! What a delightful name! I shall never think myself in luck till I can procure a piece of your lucky stone. I protest, I could almost go to Scotland on purpose. Oh, you dear lucky stone," kissing it with rapture. "I'm sure, I'm almost certain, indeed, I'm convinced, if my sister Nicky was here, she would be delighted to offer. It would certainly be doing my sister Nicky the greatest favour, since you think it would be seen to so much greater advantage in your cabinet, which for my own part I have not the least doubt of, as certainly my sister Nicky very seldom wears it for fear of losing it, and it would be 1,000 pities if it was lost, and to be sure it would be much safer locked up. Nobody can dispute that. So I am sure it's by far the best thing my sister Nicky can do, for certainly a pebble brooch is quite lost as a brooch." "My dear Miss Douglas, I am really quite ashamed. This is a perfect robbery. I protest, but I must insist upon your accepting some little token of my regard for Miss Nicky in return." Going to her charity table, and returning with a set of painted thread papers, "I must request the favour of you to present these to Miss Nicky with my kind regards, and assure her I shall consider her lucky stone as the most precious jewel in my possession." The whole of this scene had been performed with such rapidity that poor Grizzy was not prepared for the sudden metamorphose of Nicky's pebble brooch into a set of painted thread papers, and some vague alarms began to float through her brain. Mary now advanced, quite unconscious of what had been going on, and having whispered her aunt to take leave, they departed. They returned in silence. Grizzy was so occupied in examining her pincushions and counting her buttons that she never looked up till the carriage stopped in Milsom Street. Mary accompanied her in. Grizzy was all impatience to display her treasures, and as she hastily unfolded them, began to relate her achievements. Lady Maclaughlan heard her in silence, and a deep groan was all that she uttered. But Grizzy was too well accustomed to be groaned at, to be at all appalled, and went on. "But all that's nothing to the shirt-buttons made of Mrs. Fox's own linen, and only 5 shillings the 12 dozen, and considering what tricks are played with shirt-buttons now, I assure you people require to be on their guard with shirt-buttons now. Pray, my dear, did you ever read The Vicar of Wakefield?" "The Vicar of Wakefield? I think always I must have read it. At any rate, I'm certain I've heard of it. Moses and his green spectacles was as one of the acts of Solomon compared to you and your shirt-buttons. Pray, which of you is it that wears shirts?" "I declare that's very true. I wonder I did not think of that sooner. To be sure, none of us wear shirts since my poor brother died." "And what's become of her brooch?" turning to Mary, who for the first time observed the departure of Nicky's crown jewel. "Oh, as to the brooch," cried Grizzy, "I'm certain you'll all think that well bestowed, and certainly it has been the saving of it." Upon which she commenced a most entangled narrative, from which the truth was at length extracted. "Well," said Lady Maclaughlan, "there are 2 things God grant I may never become, an amateur in charity and a collector of curiosities. No Christian can be either. Both are pickpockets. I wouldn't keep company with my own mother were she either one or other." Mary was grieved at the loss of the brooch, but Grizzy seemed more than ever satisfied with the exchange, as Sir Sampson had taken a fancy for the thread papers and it would amuse him for the rest of the day to be told every 2 minutes what they were intended for. Mary therefore left her quite happy and returned to Beech Park. End of Volume 2, Chapter 23. Volume 2, Chapter 24 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 24. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to gain or lose it all. Marquis of Montrose. Time rolled on, but no event occurred in Grizzy's life worthy of being commemorated. Lady Juliana began to recover from the shock of her arrival, and at length was even prevailed upon to pay her a visit, and actually spent 5 minutes in the same room with her. All her ladyship's plans seemed now on the point of being accomplished. Mr. Downright was now Lord Glenallan, with an additional 15,000 per annum, and by wiser heads than hers, would have been thought an unexceptionable match for any young woman. Leaving his mother to settle his affairs in Scotland, to which she was much more au fait than himself, he hastened to Beech Park to claim Mary's promised hand. But neither wealth nor grandeur possessed any sway over Mary's well-regulated mind, and she turned from that species of happiness which she felt would be insufficient to satisfy the best affections of her heart. No, thought she, it is not in splendour and distinction that I shall find happiness. It is in the cultivation of the domestic virtues, the peaceful joys of a happy home and a loved companion, that my felicity must consist. Without these I feel that I should still be poor, were I mistress of millions. And she took the first opportunity of acquainting Lord Glenallan with the nature of her sentiments. He received the communication with painful surprise, but as he was one of those who do not easily divest themselves of an idea that has once taken possession of their brain, he seemed resolved to persevere in his quiet, though pointed attentions. Lady Juliana's anger at the discovery of her daughter's refusal it is needless to describe. It may easily be imagined, and poor Mary was almost heartbroken by the violence and duration of it. Sometimes she wavered in her ideas as to whether she was doing right in thus resisting her mother's wishes, and in the utmost distress she mentioned her scruples to Lady Emily. As to Lady Juliana's wishes, said her cousin, they are mere soap bubbles, but as to your own views, why, really you are somewhat of a riddle to me. I rather think were I such a quiet, civil, well-disposed person as you, I could have married Lord Glenallan well enough. He is handsome, good-natured, and rich, and though he is but a lord, and nothing but a lord, still there is a dash and bustle in 20,000 a year that takes off from the ennui of a dull companion. With 500 a year, I grant you, he would be execrable. Then I shall never marry a man with 20,000 a year, whom I would not have with 500. In short, you are to marry for love. That's the old story, which, with all your wisdom, you wise, well-educated girls always end in. Where shall I find a hero upon 500 a year for you? Of course he must be virtuous, noble, dignified, handsome, brave, witty. What would you think of Charles Lennox? Mary coloured. After what passed, I would not marry Colonel Lennox. No, affecting to smile, not if he were to ask me, which is certainly the most unlikely of all things. Ah, true, I had forgot that scrape. No, that won't do. It certainly would be most pitiful in you, after what passed. Well, I don't know what's to be done with you. There's nothing for it but that you should take Lord Glenallan, with all his imperfections, on his head, and, after all, I really see nothing that he wants but a little more brain, and as you'll have the managing of him, you can easily supply that deficiency." "Indeed," answered Mary, "I find I have quite little enough for myself, and I have no genius whatever for managing. I shall therefore never marry, unless I marry a man on whose judgment I could rely for advice and assistance, and for whom I could feel a certain deference that I consider due from a wife to her husband." "I see what you would be at," said Lady Emily. "You mean to model yourself upon the behaviour of Mrs. Tooley, who has such a deference for the judgment of her better half, that she consults him even about the tying of her shoes, and would not presume to give her child a few grains of magnesia without this full and unqualified approbation. Now I flatter myself my husband and I shall have a more equitable division, for though man is a reasonable being, he shall know and own that woman is so too sometimes. All things that men ought to know better I shall yield, whatever may belong to either sex. I either seize upon as my prerogative, or scrupulously divide, for which reason I should like the profession of my husband to be something in which I could not possibly interfere. How difficult must it be for a woman in the lower ranks of life to avoid teaching her husband how to sew, if he is a tailor, or how to bake, if he is a baker, etc. Nature seems to have provided for this tendency of both sexes, by making your sensible men, that is, men who think themselves sensible, and wish everybody else to think the same, inclined to foolish women. I can detect one of these sensible husbands at a glance, by the pomp and formality visible in every word, look, or action. Men, in short, whose visages do cream and mantle like a standing pond, who are perfect Joves in their own houses, who speak their will by a nod, and lay down the law by the motion of their eyebrow, and who attach prodigious ideas of dignity to frightening their children and being worshipped by their wives, till you see one of these wiseacres looking as if he thought himself and his obsequious helpmate were exact personifications of Adam and Eve. He for God only, she for God in him. Now I am much afraid, Mary, with all your sanctity, you are in some danger of becoming one of those idolatresses. I hope not, replied Mary, laughing, but if I should, that seems scarcely so bad as the sect of independence in the marriage state. For example, there is Mrs. Boston, who by all strangers is taken for a widow. Such emphasis does she lay upon the personal pronoun. With her, 'tis always, I do this, or I do that, without the slightest reference to her husband. And she talks of my house, my gardens, my carriage, my children, as if there were no co-partnery in the case. Ah, she is very odious, cried Lady Emily. She is both master and mistress, and more if possible, she makes her husband look like her footman. But she is a fool, as every woman must needs be who thinks she can raise herself by lowering her husband. Then there is the sect of the Wranglers, whose marriage is only one continued dispute. But in short, I see it is reserved for me to set a perfect example to my sex in the married state. But I'm more reasonable than you, I suspect, for I don't insist upon having a bright genius for my mate. I confess I should like that my husband's genius was at least as bright as my own, said Mary, and I can't think there is anything unreasonable in that. Or rather, I should say, were I a genius myself, I could better dispense with a certain portion of intellect in my husband, as it has been generally remarked, that those who are largely endowed themselves can easier dispense with talents in their companions than others of more moderate endowments can do. But virtue and talents on the one side, virtue and tenderness on the other, I look upon as the principal ingredients in a happy union. Well, I intend to be excessively happy, and yet I don't think Edward will ever find the longitude. And as for my tenderness, as Lady Maclaughlan says. But as for you, I rather think you're in some danger of turning into an Aunt Grizzy, with a long waist and large pockets, peppermint drops and powdered curls. But whatever you do, for heaven's sake let us have no more human sacrifices. If you do, I shall certainly appear at your wedding in sackcloth. And this was all of comfort or advice that her ladyship could bestow. As Emily was not a person who concealed either her own secrets or those of others, Colonel Lennox was not long of hearing from her what had passed, and of being made thoroughly acquainted with Mary's sentiments on love and marriage. Such a heart must be worth winning, thought he, but he sighed to think that he had less chance for the prize than another independent of his narrow fortune, which he was aware would be an insuperable bar to obtaining Lady Juliana's consent. Mary's coldness and reserve towards him seemed to increase rather than diminish. Or if she sometimes gave way to the natural frankness and gaiety of her disposition before him, a word or look expressive of admiration on his part instantly recalled to her those painful ideas which had been for a moment forgot, and seemed to throw him at a greater distance than ever. Colonel Lennox was too noble-minded himself to suppose for an instant that Mary actually felt dislike towards him, because at the commencement of their acquaintance he had not done justice to her merits, but he was also aware that until he had explained to her the nature of his sentiments, she must naturally regard his attentions with suspicion, and consider them rather as acts of duty towards his mother than as the spontaneous expression of his own attachment. He therefore, in the most simple and candid manner, laid open to her the secret of his heart, and in all the eloquence of real passion poured forth these feelings of love and admiration with which she had unconsciously inspired him. For a moment Mary's distrust was overcome by the ardour of his address, and the open manly manner in which he had avowed the rise and progress of his attachment, and she yielded herself up to the delightful conviction of loving and being beloved. But soon that gave way to the mortifying reflection that rushed over her mind. He has tried to love me, thought she, but it is in obedience to his mother's wish, and he thinks he has succeeded. No, no, I cannot be the dupe of his delusion. I will not give myself to one who has been solicited to love me. And again wounded delicacy and woman's pride resumed their empire over her, and she rejected the idea of ever receiving Colonel Lennox as a lover. He heard her determination with the deepest anguish, and used every argument and entreaty to soften her resolution. But Mary had wrought herself up to a pitch of heroism. She had rejected the man she loved, the only man she ever could love. That done, to persist in the sacrifice seemed easy, and they parted with increased attachment in their hearts, even though those hearts seemed severed for ever. Soon after he set off to join his regiment, and it was only in saying farewell that Mary felt how deeply her happiness was involved in the fate of the man she had for ever renounced. To no one did she impart what had passed, and Lady Emily was too dull herself, for some days after the departure of her friend, to take any notice of Mary's dejection. End of Volume 2, Chapter 24. Volume 2, Chapter 25 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 25. Who taught the parrot to cry hail? what taught the chattering pie his tale. Hunger, that sharpener of the wits, which gives even fools some thinking fits. Drummond's Perseus. Mary found herself bereft of both her lovers nearly at the same time. Lord Glenallan, after formally renewing his suit, at length took a final leave, and returned to Scotland. Lady Juliana's indignation could only be equalled by Dr. Redgill's upon the occasion. He had planned a snug retreat for himself during the game season at Glenallan Castle, where, from the good nature and easy temper of both master and mistress, he had no doubt but that he should in time come to rule the roast, and be lord paramount over kitchen and larder. His disappointment was therefore great at finding all the solid joys of red deer and moor game, kippered salmon and mutton hams, vanish like the baseless fabric of a vision, leaving not a wreck behind. "Refused Lord Glenallan!" exclaimed he to Lady Emily, upon first hearing of it. "The thing's incredible, absolutely impossible. I won't believe it." "That's right, Doctor. Who is it that says? And still believe the story false that ought not to be true. I admire your candour, and wish I could imitate it." "Then your ladyship really believes it? 'Pon my soul, it's really a very vexatious affair. I feel for Lady Juliana, poor woman. No wonder she's hysterical. 25,000 a year refused? What is it she would have? The finest deer park in Scotland, every sort of game upon the estate, a salmon fishing at the very door. I should just like to know what is the meaning of it." "Can you not guess, Doctor?" asked Lady Emily. "Guess? No, 'pon my soul. I defy any man to guess what could tempt a woman to refuse 25,000 a year, unless, indeed, she has something higher in view, and even then she should be pretty sure of her mark. But I suppose, because Miss Adelaide has got a duke, she thinks she must have one too. I suppose that's the story, but I can tell her dukes are not so plenty, and she by no means so fine a woman as her sister, and her market's spoilt, or I'm much mistaken. What man in his senses would ever ask a woman who had been such an idiot as to refuse 25,000 a year? I see, Doctor, you are quite a novice in the tender passion. Cannot you make allowance for it? A young lady's not being in love." "In what?" demanded the Doctor. "In love," repeated Lady Emily. "Love? Bah, nonsense. No mortal in their senses ever thinks of such stuff now." "Then you think love and madness are one and the same thing, it seems." "I think the man or woman who could let their love stand in the way of 25,000 a year is the next thing to being mad," said the Doctor warmly, "and in this case I can see no difference. But you'll allow there are some sorts of love that may be indulged without casting any shade upon the understanding." "I really can't tell what your ladyship means," said the Doctor impatiently. "I mean, for example, the love one may feel towards a turtle, such as we had lately." "That's quite a different thing," interrupted the Doctor. "Pardon me, but whatever the consequence may be, the effects in both cases were very similar, as exemplified in yourself. Pray, what difference did it make to your friends, who were deprived of your society, when you spent your time in walking with even step and musing gait before your Dulcinea's window or the turtle cistern, whether you were engrossed in composing a sonnet to your mistress's eyebrow, or in contriving a new method of heightening the enjoyments of calipash, whether you expatiated with greater rapture on the charms of a white skin or green fat, whether you were most devoted to a languishing or a lively beauty, whether—" "'Pon my honour, Lady Emily, I can't conceive what it is you mean. There's a time for everything, and I'm sure nobody but yourself would ever have thought of bringing in a turtle to a conversation upon marriage. On the contrary, Doctor, I thought it had been upon love, and I was endeavouring to convince you that even the wisest of men may be susceptible of certain tender emotions towards a beloved object." "You'll never convince me that any but a fool could be in love," cried the doctor, his visage assuming a darker purple as the argument advanced. "Then you must rank Lord Glenallan, with his 25,000 a year, amongst the number, for he is desperately in love, I assure you. As to that, Lord Glenallan, or any man with his fortune, may be whatever he chooses. He has a right to be in love. He can afford to be in love." "I have heard much of the torments of love," said Lady Emily, "but I never heard it rated as a luxury before. I hope there is no chance of your being made Premier, otherwise I fear we should have a tax upon love marriages immediately." "It would be greatly for the advantage of the nation, as well as the comfort of individuals, if there was," returned the doctor. "Many a pleasant fellow has been lost to society by what you call a love marriage. I speak from experience. I was obliged to drop the oldest friend I had upon his making one of your love marriages." "What, you were afraid of the effects of evil example?" asked Lady Emily. "No, it was not for that. But he asked me to take a family dinner with him one day, and I, without knowing anything of the character of the woman he had married, was weak enough to go. I found a very so-so tablecloth and a shoulder of mutton, which ended our acquaintance. I never entered his door after it. In fact, no man's happiness is proof against dirty tablecloths and bad dinners, and you may take my word for it, Lady Emily, these are the invariable accompaniments of your love marriages." "Pshaw! That is only amongst the bourgeois," said Lady Emily affectedly. "That is not the sort of menage I mean to have. Here is to be the style of my domestic establishment," and she repeated Shenstone's beautiful pastoral. "My banks they are furnished with bees, etc., till she came to, I have found out a gift for my fair, I have found where the wood-pigeons breed." "There's some sense in that," cried the doctor, who had been listening with great weariness. "You may have a good pigeon pie, or une sautée de pigeon en sang, which is still better when well dressed." "Shocking!" exclaimed Lady Emily. "To mention pigeon pies in the same breath with nightingales and roses! I'll tell you what, Lady Emily, it's just these sort of nonsensical descriptions that do all the mischief amongst you ladies. It's these confounded poets that turn all your heads, and make you think you have nothing to do after you are married, but sit beside fountains and grottos, and divert yourself with birds and flowers, instead of looking after your servants and paying your butcher's bills. And, after all, what is the substance of that trash you have been reading, but to say that the man was a substantial farmer and grazier, and had bees, though I never heard of any man in his senses going to sleep amongst his beehives before. 'Pon my soul, if I had my will I would burn every line of poetry that ever was written. A good recipe for a pudding is worth all that your Shenstones and the whole set of them ever wrote. And there's more good sense and useful information in this book," rapping his knuckles against a volume he held in his hand, "than in all your poets, ancient and modern." Lady Emily took it out of his hand and opened it. "And some very poetical description too, Doctor, although you affect to despise it so much. Here is a eulogium on the partridge. I doubt much if St. Preux ever made a finer on his adorable Julie, and she reads as follows. La perdrix tient premier rang après le bécasse, dans la catégorie des gibiers à plumes, c'est l'osquelière rouge, l'un des plus honorables et des meilleurs rôtis que puissant être étalé sur une table gourmande. Sa forme appétissante, c'était élégante et svelte, quoique arrondi, son embonpoint modéré, ses jambes d'écarlate, enfin, son fumet divane ses coletis restaurants, tout concourt à la faire rechercher de vrais amateurs, d'autres gibiers sont plus rares, plus chers, mis accueillis par la vanité, le préjugé et la mode, la perdrix rouge, belle de sa propre beauté, dont les qualités sont indépendantes de la fantaisie, qui renie et sa personne tout ce qui peut charmer les yeux, du lecteur premier palais, stimuler l'appétit et ranimer les forces, plairait dans tous les temps et concourra à l'honneur de tous les festins, sous quelque forme qu'elle y paroisse. The doctor sighed. That's nothing to what he says of the woodcock, and with trembling hand she turned over the leaves till he found the place. Here it is, said he, page 88, chapter 16. Just be so good as to read that, Lady Emily, and say whether it is not infamous that Monsieur Grillade has never even attempted to make it. With an air of melancholy enthusiasm she read, Dans les pays où les bacasses sont communes, on obtient, du le carcasse pilé dans un mortier, une purée sur laquelle on dresse diverses entrées, telles que de petites côtelettes de mouton, etc. Côté purée est l'une des plus délicieuses choses qui puisse être introduite dans premier poulet de gourmand, et l'on peut assurer que conquérant à point manger n'a point connu les jours de paradis terrestre. Une purée de bicasse, bien faite, et première n'est plus autre de jouissance humaine, de faut mourir après l'avoir goûté, car toutes les autres alors ne paraîtront plus qu'insipides. And these bacasses, these woodcocks, perfectly swarm on the Glenallen estate in the season, cried the doctor, and to think that such a man should have been refused. But Miss Mary will repent this longest day she lives. I had a cook in my eye for them, too, one who is quite up to the making of this puree. 'Pon my soul, she deserved to live upon sheep's head and haggis for the rest of her life, and if I was Lady Juliana, I would try the effect of bread and water. She certainly does not aspire to such joys as are here portrayed in this your book of life, said Lady Emily, for I suspect she could endure existence, even upon roast mutton with the man she loves. That's nothing to the purpose, unless the man she loves, as you call it, loves to live upon roast mutton too. Take my word for it, unless she gives her husband good dinners, he'll not care 2 pence for her in a week's time. I look upon bad dinners to be the source of much of the misery we hear of in the married life. Women are much mistaken if they think it's by dressing themselves they are to please their husbands. Pardon me, doctor, we must be the best judges there, and I have the authority of all ages and sages in my favour. The beauty and the charms of women have been the favourite theme, time immemorial. Now no one ever heard of a fair one being celebrated for her skill in cookery. There I beg leave to differ from you, said the doctor, with an air of exultation, again referring to his textbook. Here is the great Madame Pompadour, celebrated for a single dish. Les tendrons d'agneau au soleil et à la Pompadour sont sortis de l'imagination de cette dame célèbre pour entrer dans la bouche d'un roi. But it was love that inspired her. It was love that kindled the fire in her imagination. In short, you must acknowledge that. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove. I'll acknowledge no such thing, cried the doctor, with indignation. Love rule the camp indeed, a very likely story. Don't I know that all our first generals carried off the best cooks, that there's no such living anywhere as in camp, and that aides-de-camp are quite ruined by it, that in time of war they live at the rate of 20,000 a year, and when they come home they can't get a dinner they can eat. As for the court, I don't pretend to know much about it, but I suspect there's more cooks than cupids to be seen about it. And for the groves, I shall only say I never heard of any of your fêtes champêtres or picnics where all the pleasure didn't seem to consist in the eating and drinking. Ah, Doctor, I perceive you have taken all your ideas on the subject from Werter, who certainly was a sort of sentimental gourmand. He seems to have enjoyed so much drinking his coffee under the shade of the lime trees, and going to the kitchen to take his own pea soup, that he breaks out into such raptures at the idea of the illustrious lovers of Penelope killing and dressing their own meat. Butchers and cooks in one, only conceive them with their great knives and blue aprons, or their spits and white nightcaps. Poor Penelope! No wonder she preferred spinning to marrying one of these creatures. Foh! I must have an ounce of civet to sweeten my imagination, and she flew off, leaving the doctor to con over the Manual des Amphitryon and sigh at the mention of joys sweet yet mournful to his soul. End of Volume 2, Chapter 25. Volume 2, Chapter 26 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 26. The ample proposition that hope makes, in all designs begun on earth below, fails in the promised largeness. Shakespeare. There is no saying whether the doctor's system might not have been resorted to had not Lady Juliana's wrath been for the present suspended by an invitation to Altamont House. True, nothing could be colder than the terms in which it was couched, but to that her ladyship was insensible, and would have been equally indifferent had she known that, such as it was, she owed it more to the obstinacy of her son-in-law than the affection of her daughter. The Duke of Altamont was one of those who attach great ideas of dignity to always carrying their point, and though he might sometimes be obliged to suspend his plans, he never had been known to relinquish them. Had he settled in his own mind to tie his neckcloth in a particular way, not all the eloquence of Cicero or the tears of O'Neill would have induced him to alter it, and Adelaide, the haughty self-willed Adelaide, soon found that of all yokes the most insupportable is the yoke of an obstinate fool. In the thousand trifling occurrences of domestic life, for his Grace was interested in all the minutiae of his establishment, where good sense and good humour on either side would have gracefully yielded to the other, there was a perpetual contest for dominion, which invariably ended in Adelaide's defeat. The Duke, indeed, never disputed or reasoned, or even replied, but the thing was done, till at the end of 6 weeks the Duchess of Altamont most heartily hated and despised the man she had so lately vowed to love and obey. On the present occasion his Grace certainly appeared in the most amiable light in wishing to have Lady Juliana invited to his house, but in fact it proceeded entirely from his besetting sin, obstinacy. He had proposed her accompanying her daughter at the time of her marriage, and been overruled, but with all the pertinacity of a little mind he had kept fast hold of the idea, merely because it was his own, and he was now determined to have it put in execution. In a postscript to the letter, and in the same cordial style, the Duchess said something of a hope that if her mother did come to town, Mary should accompany her, but this her ladyship, to Mary's great relief, declared should not be, although she certainly was very much at a loss how to dispose of her. Mary timidly expressed her wish to be permitted to return to Lochmarlie, and mentioned that her uncle and aunt had repeatedly offered to come to Bath for her, if she might be allowed to accompany them home, but to this her mother also gave a decided negative, adding that she never should see Lochmarlie again if she could help it. In short, she must remain where she was till something could be fixed as to her future destination. It was most excessively tiresome to be clogged with a great unmarried daughter, her ladyship observed, as she sprang into the carriage with a train of dogs and drove off to dear delightful London. But alas, the insecurity of even the best laid schemes of human foresight. Lady Juliana was in the midst of arrangements for endless pleasures, when she received accounts of the death of her now almost forgotten husband. He had died from the gradual effects of the climate, and that was all that remained to be told of the unfortunate Henry Douglas. If his heartless wife shed some natural tears, she wiped them soon, but the wounds of the disappointment and vanity were not so speedily effaced, as she contrasted the brilliant court dress with the unbecoming widow's cap. Oh, she so detested black things. It was so hateful to wear mourning. She never could feel happy or comfortable in black. And at such a time, how particularly unfortunate. Poor Douglas, she was very sorry, and so ended the holiest and most indissoluble of human ties. The Duchess did not think it incumbent upon her to be affected by the death of a person she had never seen, but she put on mourning, put off her presentation at court for a week, and stayed away one night from the opera. On Mary's warm and unpolluted heart, the tidings of her father's death produced a very different effect. Though she had never known, in their fullest extent, those feelings of filial affection, whose source begins with our being, and over which memory loves to linger, as at the hallowed fount of the purest of earthly joys, she had yet been taught to cherish a fond remembrance of him to whom she owed her being. She had been brought up in the land of his birth. His image was associated in her mind with many of the scenes most dear to her. His name and his memory were familiar to those amongst whom she dwelt, and thus her feelings of natural affection had been preserved in all their genuine warmth and tenderness. Many a letter, and many a little token of her love, she had, from her earliest years, been accustomed to send him, and she had ever fondly cherished the hope of her father's return, and that she would yet know the happiness of being blessed in a parent's love. But now all these hopes were extinguished, and while she wept over them in bitterness of heart, she yet bowed with pious resignation to the decree of heaven. End of Volume 2, Chapter 26. Volume 2, Chapter 27 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 27. Shall we grieve their hovering shades, which wait the revolution in our hearts? Shall we disdain their silent soft address, their posthumous advice and pious prayer? Young. For some months all was peaceful seclusion in Mary's life, and the only varieties she knew were occasional visits to Aunt Grizzy's, and now and then spending some days with Mrs. Lennox. She saw with sorrow the declining health of a venerable friend, whose wasted form and delicate features had now assumed an almost ethereal aspect. Yet she never complained, and it was only from her languor and weakness that Mary guessed she suffered. When urged to have recourse to medical advice, she only smiled and shook her head. Yet, ever gentle and complying to the wishes of others, she was at length prevailed upon to receive the visits of a medical attendant, and her own feelings were but too faithfully confirmed by his opinion. Being an old friend of the family, he took upon himself to communicate the intelligence to her son, then abroad with his regiment, and in the meantime Mary took up her residence at Rose Hall, and devoted herself unceasingly to the beloved friend she felt she was so soon to lose. "Ah, Mary," she would sometimes say, "God forgive me, but my heart is not yet weaned from worldly wishes. Even now, when I feel all the vanity of human happiness, I think how it would have soothed my last moments could I but have seen you my sons before I left the world. Yet, alas, our time here is so short that it matters little whether it be spent in joy or grief, provided it be spent in innocence and virtue. Mine has been a long life compared to many, but when I look back upon it, what a span it seems! And it is not the remembrance of its brightest days that are now a solace to my heart. Dearest Mary, if you live long, you will live to think of the sad hours you have given me, as the fairest of perhaps of many a happy day that I trust heaven has yet in store for you. Yes, God has made some whose powers are chiefly ordained to comfort the afflicted, and in fulfilling his will you must surely be blessed. Mary listened to the half-breathed wishes of her dear old friend with painful feelings of regret and self-reproach. Charles Lennox loved me, thought she, truly, tenderly loved me, and had I but repaid his noble frankness, had I suffered him to read my heart when he laid his open before me, I might now have gladdened the last days of the mother he adores. I might have proudly avowed that affection I must now for ever hide. But at the end of some weeks Mrs. Lennox was no longer susceptible of emotions, either of joy or sorrow. She gradually sank into a state of almost total insensibility, from which not even the arrival of her son had power to rouse her. His anguish was extreme at finding his mother in a condition so perfectly hopeless, and every other idea seemed, for the present, absorbed in his anxiety for her. As Mary witnessed his watchful cares and tender solicitude, she could almost have envied the unconscious object of such devoted attachment. A few days after his arrival, his leave of absence was abruptly recalled, and he was summoned to repair to headquarters with all possible expedition. The army was on the move, and a battle was expected to be fought. At such a time, hesitation or delay under any circumstances would have been inevitable disgrace, and dreadful as was the alternative, Colonel Lennox wavered not an instant in his resolution. With a look of fixed agony, but without uttering a syllable, he put the letter into Mary's hands as she sat by his mother's bedside, and then left the room to order preparations to be made for his instant departure. On his return, Mary witnessed the painful conflict of his feelings in his extreme agitation as he approached his mother, to look for the last time on those features, already moulded into more than mortal beauty. A bright ray of the setting sun streamed full upon that face, now reposing in the awful but hallowed calm which is sometimes diffused around the bed of death. The sacred stillness was only broken by the evening song of the blackbird and the distant lowing of the cattle, sounds which had often brought pleasure to that heart, now insensible to all human emotion. All nature shone forth in gaiety and splendour, but the eye and the ear were alike closed against all earthly objects. Yet who can tell the brightness of those visions with which the parting soul may be visited? Sounds and sights, alike unheard, unknown to mortal sense, may then hold divine communion with the soaring spirit, and inspire it with bliss inconceivable, ineffable. Colonel Lennox gazed upon the countenance of his mother. Again and again he pressed her inanimate hand to his lips, and bedewed them with his tears, as about to tear himself from her for ever. At that moment she opened her eyes, and regarded him with a look of intelligence, which spoke at once to his heart. He felt that he was seen and known. Her look was long and fondly fixed upon his face, then turned to Mary with an expression so deep and earnest that both felt the instantaneous appeal. The veil seemed to drop from their hearts. One glance sufficed to tell that both were fondly, truly loved, and as Colonel Lennox received Mary's almost fainting form in his arms, he knelt by his mother and implored her blessing on her children. A smile of angelic brightness beamed upon her face as she extended her hand towards them, and her lips moved as in prayer, though no sound escaped them. One long and lingering look was given to those so dear even in death. She then raised her eyes to heaven, and the spirit sought its native skies. End of Volume 2, Chapter 27. Volume 2, Chapter 28 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 28. Cette liaison n'est ni passion, ni amitié pure, elle fait une classe à part. La Bruyère. It was long before Mary could believe in the reality of what had passed. It appeared to her as a beautiful yet awful dream. Could it be that she had plighted her faith by the bed of death, that the last look of her departed friend had hallowed the vow now registered in heaven, that Charles Lennox had claimed her as his own, even in the agony of tearing himself from all he loved, and that she had only felt how dear she was to him at the very moment when she had parted from him, perhaps for ever. But Mary strove to banish these overwhelming thoughts from her mind as she devoted herself to the performance of the last duties to her departed friend. These paid, she again returned to Beech Park. Lady Emily had been a daily visitor at Rose Hall during Mrs. Lennox's illness, and had taken a lively interest in the situation of the family, but, notwithstanding, it was some time before Mary could so far subdue her feelings as to speak with composure of what had passed. She felt, too, how impossible it was by words to convey to her any idea of that excitement of mind, where a whole life of ordinary feeling seems concentrated in one sudden but ineffable emotion. All that had passed might be imagined, but could not be told, and she shrank from the task of portraying those deep and sacred feelings which language never could impart to the breast of another. Yet she felt it was using her cousin unkindly to keep her in ignorance of what she was certain would give her pleasure to hear, and summoning her resolution, she at length disclosed to her all that had taken place. Her own embarrassment was too great to allow her to remark Lady Emily's changing colour as she listened to her communication, and after it was ended, she remained silent for some minutes, evidently struggling with her emotions. At length she exclaimed indignantly, "And so it seems Colonel Lennox and you have all this time been playing the dying lover and the cruel mistress to each other. How I detest such duplicity, and duplicity with me! My heart was ever open to you, to him, to the whole world, while yours, nay, your very faces, were masked to me." Mary was too much confounded by her cousin's reproaches to be able to reply to them for some time, and when she did attempt to vindicate herself, she found it was in vain. Lady Emily refused to listen to her, and in haughty displeasure quitted the room, leaving poor Mary overwhelmed with sorrow and amazement. There was a simplicity of heart, a singleness of idea in herself, that prevented her from ever attaching suspicion to others, but a sort of vague, undefined apprehension floated through her brain as she revolved the extraordinary behaviour of her cousin. Yet it was that sort of feeling to which she could not give either a local habitation or a name, and she continued for some time in that most bewildering state of trying, yet not daring to think. Some time elapsed, and Mary's confusion of ideas was increasing rather than diminishing, when Lady Emily slowly entered the room and stood some moments before her without speaking. At length, making an effort, she abruptly said, "Pray, Mary, tell me what you think of me." Mary looked at her with surprise. "I think of you, my dear cousin, as I have always done." "That is no answer to my question. What do you think of my behaviour just now?" "I think," said Mary gently, "that if you have misunderstood me, that, open and candid yourself, almost to a fault, you readily resent the remotest appearance of duplicity in others, but you are too generous not to do me justice." "Ah, Mary, how little do I appeal in my own eyes at this moment, and how little with all my boasting have I known my own heart. No, it was not because I am open and candid that I resented your engagement with Colonel Lennox. It was because cannot you guess? Mary's colour rose as she cast down her eyes, and exclaimed with agitation, "No, no, indeed." Lady Emily threw her arms around her. "Dear Mary, you are perhaps the only person upon earth I would make such a confession to. It was because I, who had plighted my faith to another, I, who piqued myself upon my openness and fidelity, I, how it chokes me to utter it, I was beginning to love him myself. Only beginning, observe, for it is already over. I needed but to be aware of my danger to overcome it. Colonel Lennox is now no more to me than your lover, and Edward is again all that he ever was to me. But what am I? Faithless and self-deceived?" And a few tears dropped from her eyes. Mary, too much affected to speak, could only press her in silence to her heart. These are tears of shame, of penitence, though I must own they look very like those of regret and mortification. What a mercy it is that the chemist's magic art cannot crystallise these sacred treasures, said she with a smile, as she shook a teardrop from her hand. They are gems I am really not at all fond of appearing in. "And yet you never appeared to greater advantage," said Mary, as she regarded her with admiration. "Ah, so you say. But there is perhaps a little womanish feeling lurking there, and now you doubtless expect— no, you don't, but another would, that I should begin a sentimental description of the rise and progress of this ill-fated attachment, as I suppose it would be styled in the language of romance, but in truth I can tell you nothing at all about it." "Perhaps Colonel Lennox," said Mary, blushing, and hesitating to name her suspicion. "No, no, Colonel Lennox was not to blame. There was no false play on either side. He is as much above the meanness of coquetry as, I must say it, as I am. His thoughts were all along taken up with you, even while he talked and laughed and quarrelled with me, while I, so strong in the belief that worlds could not shake my allegiance to Edward, could have challenged all mankind to win my love, and this wicked, wayward, faithless heart kept silent till you spoke, and then it uttered such a fearful sound. And yet I don't think it was love neither. L'on aime bien qu'une seule fois, c'est la première. It was rather a sort of an idle, childish, engrossing sentiment that might have grown to something stronger, but 'tis past now. I have shown you all the weakness of my heart. Despise me if you will. Dearest Lady Emily, had I the same skill to show the sentiments of mine, you would there see what I cannot express. How I admire this noble candour, this generous self-abasement. Oh, as to meanly hiding my faults, that is what I scorn to do. I may be ignorant of them myself, and in ignorance I may cherish them. But once convinced of them, I give them to the winds, and all who choose may pick them up. Violent and unjust and self-deceived I have been, and may be again, but deceitful I never was, and never will be. My dear cousin, what might you not be if you choose? Ah, I know what you mean, and I begin to think you are in the right. By and by, I believe, I shall come to be of your way of thinking. If ever I have a daughter, she certainly shall. But not just at present. The reformation would be too sudden. All that I can promise for at present is, that henceforth I will chide no breather in the world but myself, against whom I know most faults. And now from this day, from this moment, I vow— no, I shall do it for you, said Mary, with a smile, as she threw her arms around her neck. Henceforth, the golden laws of love shall be, upon this pillar hung, a simple heart, a single eye, a true and constant tongue. Let no man for more love pretend Then he has hearts in store. True love began shall never end. Love one, and love no more. Marquis of Montrose. But much as Mary loved and admired her cousin, she could not be blind to the defects of her character, and she feared they might yet be productive of great unhappiness to herself. Her mind was open to the reception of every image that brought pleasure along with it, while in the same spirit she turned from everything that wore an air of seriousness or self-restraint, and even the best affections of a naturally good heart were borne away by the ardour of her feelings and the impetuosity of her temper. Mary grieved to see the graces of a noble mind thus running wild for want of early culture, and she sought by every means, save those of lecture and admonition, to lead her to more fixed habits of reflection and self-examination. But it required all her strength of mind to turn her thoughts at this time from herself to another, she the betrothed of one who was now in the midst of danger, of whose existence she was even uncertain, but on whose fate she felt her own suspended. Oh, thought she, with bitterness of heart, how dangerous it is to yield too much even to our best affections. I, with so many objects to share in mine, have yet pledged my happiness on a being perishable as myself. And her soul sickened at the ills her fancy drew, but she strove to repress this strength of attachment, which she felt would otherwise become too powerful for her reason to control. And if she did not entirely succeed, at least the effort she made and the continual exercise of mind enabled her in some degree to counteract the baleful effects of morbid anxiety and overweening attachment. At length, her apprehensions were relieved for a time by a letter from Colonel Lennox. An engagement with the enemy had taken place, but he had escaped unhurt. He repeated his vows of unalterable affection, and Mary felt that she was justified in receiving them. She had made Lady Juliana and Mrs. Douglas both acquainted with her situation. The former had taken no notice of the communication, but the latter had expressed her approval in all the warmth and tenderness of gratified affection. End of Volume 2, Chapter 28. Volume 2, Chapter 29 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 29. Preach as I please, I doubt our curious men will choose a pheasant still before a hen. Horace. Amongst the various occupations to which Mary devoted herself, there was none which merits to be recorded as a greater act of immolation than her unremitting attentions to Aunt Grizzy. It was not merely the sacrifice of time and talents that was required for carrying on this intercourse. These, it is to be hoped, even the most selfish can occasionally sacrifice to the bienséances of society. But it was, as it were, a total surrender of her whole being. To a mind of any reflection, no situation can ever be very irksome in which we can enjoy the privileges of sitting still and keeping silent. But as the companion of Miss Grizzy, quiet and reflection were alike unattainable. When not engaged in radotage with Sir Sampson, her life was spent in losing her scissors, mislaying her spectacles, wondering what had become of her thimble, and speculating on the disappearance of a needle, all of which losses, daily and hourly recurring, subjected Mary to an unceasing annoyance, for she could not be 5 minutes in her aunt's company without being at least as many times disturbed, with, "Mary, my dear, will you get up? I think my spectacles must be about you," or, "Mary, my dear, your eyes are younger than mine, will you look if you can see my needle on the carpet?" Or, "Are you sure, Mary, that's not my thimble you have got? It is very like it, and I'm sure I can't conceive what's become of mine. If that's not it," etc., etc., etc. But her idleness was, if possible, still more irritating than her industry. When she betook herself to the window, it was one incessant cry of, "Whose coach is that, Mary, with the green and orange liveries? Come and look at this lady and gentleman, Mary. I'm sure I wonder who they are. Here's something, I declare I'm sure, I don't know what you call it. Come here, Mary, and see what it is," and so on ad infinitum. Walking was still worse. Grizzy not only stood to examine every article in the shop windows, but actually turned round to observe every striking figure that passed. In short, Mary could not conceal from herself that weak vulgar relations are an evil to those whose tastes and ideas are refined by superior intercourse. But even this discovery she did not deem sufficient to authorise her casting off or neglecting poor Miss Grizzy, and she in no degree relaxed in her patient attentions towards her. Even the affection of her aunt, which she possessed in the highest possible degree, far from being an alleviation, was only an additional torment. Every meeting began with, "My dear Mary, how did you sleep last night? Did you make a good breakfast this morning? I declare I think you look a little pale. I'm sure I wish to goodness you mayn't have got cold. Colds are going very much about just now. One of the maids in this house has a very bad cold. I hope you will remember to bathe your feet, and take some water gruel to-night, and do everything that Dr. Redgill desires you, honest man." If Mary absented herself for a day, her salutation was, "My dear Mary, what became of you yesterday? I assure you I was quite miserable about you all day, thinking, which was quite natural, that something was the matter with you. And I declare I never closed my eyes all night for thinking about you. I assure you, if it had not been that I couldn't leave Sir Sampson, I would have taken a hackney coach, although I know what impositions they are, and have gone to Beech Park to see what had come over you." Yet all this Mary bore, with the patience of a martyr, to the admiration of Lady Maclaughlan and the amazement of Lady Emily, who declared she could only submit to be bored as long as she was amused. On going to Milsom Street one morning, Mary found her aunt in high delight at 2 invitations she had just received for herself and her niece. "The one," she said, "is to dinner at Mrs. Pullen's. You can't remember her mother, Mrs. Macfuss, I dare say, Mary. She was an excellent woman, I assure you, and got all her daughters married. And I remember Mrs. Pullen's when she was Flora Macfuss. She was always thought very like her mother, and Mr. Pullens is a most worthy man, and very rich, and it was thought at the time a great marriage for Flora Macfuss, for she had no money of her own. But her mother was a very clever woman, and a most excellent manager, and I dare say so is Mrs. Pullens, for the Macfusses are all famous for their management. So it will be a great thing for you, you know, Mary, to be acquainted with Mrs. Pullens." Mary was obliged to break in upon the eulogium on Mrs. Pullens by noticing the other card. This was a subject for still greater gratulation. "This," said she, "is from Mrs. Bluemits, and it is for the same day with Mrs. Pullens, only it is to tea, not to dinner. To be sure it will be a great pity to leave Mrs. Pullens so soon, but then it would be a great pity not to go to Mrs. Bluemits's, for I've never seen her, and her aunt, Miss Shaw, would think it very odd if I was to go back to the Highlands without seeing Nancy Shaw, now Mrs. Bluemits. And at any rate, I assure you, we may think much of being asked, for she is a very clever woman, and makes it a point never to ask any but clever people to her house. So it is a very great honour to be asked." It was an honour Mary would fain have dispensed with. At another time she might have anticipated some amusement from such parties, but at present her heart was not tuned to the ridiculous, and she attempted to decline the invitations and get her aunt to do the same. But she gave up the point when she saw how deeply Grizzy's happiness for the time being was involved in these invitations, and she even consented to accompany her, conscious, as Lady Maclaughlan said, that the poor creature required a leading string and was not fit to go alone. The appointed day arrived, and Mary found herself in company with Aunt Grizzy at the mansion of Mr. Pullens, the fortunate husband of the ci devant Miss Flora Macfuss. But as Grizzy is not the best of biographers, we must take the liberty of introducing this lady to the acquaintance of our reader. The domestic economy of Mrs. Pullens was her own theme, and the theme of all her friends, and such was the zeal in promulgating her doctrines, and her anxiety to see them carried into effect, that she had endeavoured to pass it into law that no preserves could be eatable but those preserved in her method. No hams could be good but those cured according to her receipt, no liquors drinkable but such as were made from the results of her experience. Neither was it possible that any linens could be white, or any flannels soft, or any muslins clear, unless after the manner practised in her laundry. By her own account, she was the slave of every servant within her door, for her life seemed to be one unceasing labour to get everything done in her own way, to the very blacking of Mr. Pullens's shoes and the brushing of Mr. Pullens's coat. But then these heroic acts of duty were more than repaid by the noble consciousness of a life well spent. In her own estimation, she was one of the greatest characters that had ever lived. For, to use her own words, she passed nothing over. She saw everything done herself. She trusted nothing to servants, etc., etc., etc. From the contemplation of these her virtues, her face had acquired an expression of complacency foreign to her natural temper, for after having scolded and slaved in the kitchen, she sat down to taste the fruits of her labours with far more elevated feelings of conscious virtue than ever warmed the breast of a Hampden or a Howard. And when she helped Mr. Pullens to pie, made not by the cook but by herself, it was with an air of self-approbation that might have vied with that of the celebrated Jack Horner upon a similar occasion. In many cases there might have been merit in Mrs. Pullens's doings. A narrow income, the capricious taste of a sick or a cross husband, may exalt the meanest offices which woman can render into acts of virtue, and even diffuse a dignity around them. But Mr. Pullens was rich and good-natured, and would have been happy had his cook been allowed to dress his dinner, and his barber his wig, quietly in their own way. Mrs. Pullens, therefore, only sought the indulgence of her own low inclinations in thus interfering in every menial department, while, at the same time, she expected all the gratitude and admiration that would have been due to the sacrifice of the most refined taste and elegant pursuits. But envy does merit as its shade pursue, as Mrs. Pullens experienced, for she found herself assailed by a host of housekeepers who attempted to throw discredit on her various arts. At the head of this association was Mrs. Jekyll, whose arrangements were on a quite contrary plan. The great branch of science on which Mrs. Pullens mainly relied for fame was her unrivalled art in keeping things long beyond the date assigned by nature, and one of her master strokes was, in the middle of summer, to surprise a whole company with gooseberry tarts made of gooseberries of the preceding year, and her triumph was complete when any of them was so polite as to assert that they might have passed upon them for the fruits of the present season. Another art, in which she flattered herself she was unrivalled, was that of making things pass for what they were not. Thus she gave pork for lamb, common fowls for turkey poults, currant wine for champagne, whisky with peach leaves for noyau. But all these deceptions Mrs. Jekyll piqued herself immediately detecting, and never failed to point out the difference, and in the politest manner to hint her preference of the real over the spurious. Many were the wonderful morsels with which Mr. Pullens was regaled, but he had now ceased to be surprised at anything that appeared on his own table, and he had so often heard the merit of his wife's housekeeping extolled by herself, that, contrary to his natural conviction, he now began to think it must be true. Or if he had occasionally any little private misgivings when he thought of the good dinners he used to have in his bachelor days, he comforted himself by thinking that his lot was the lot of all married men who are blessed with active, managing, economical wives. Such were Mr. and Mrs. Pullens, and the appearance of the house offered no inadequate idea of the mistress. The furniture was incongruous, and everything was ill-matched, for Mrs. Pullens was a frequenter of sales, and, like many other liberal-minded ladies, never allowed a bargain to pass, whether she required the articles or not. Her dress was the same. There was always something to wonder at. Caps that had been bought for nothing, because they were a little soiled, but by being taken down and washed, and new trimmed, turned out to be just as good as new gowns that had been dyed, turned, cleaned, washed, etc. And the great triumph was when nobody could tell the old breadth from the new. The dinner was of course bad, the company stupid, and the conversation turned solely upon Mrs. Pullens's exploits, with occasional attempts of Mrs. Jekyll to depreciate the merits of some of her discoveries. At length the hour of departure arrived, to Mary's great relief, as she thought any change must be for the better. Not so Grizzy, who was charmed and confounded by all she had seen, and heard, and tasted, and all of whose preconceived ideas on the subjects of washing, preserving, etc., had sustained a total bouleversement upon hearing of the superior methods practised by Mrs. Pullens. Well, certainly, Mary, you must allow Mrs. Pullens is an astonishing clever woman. Indeed, I think nobody can dispute it. Only think of her never using a bit of soap in her house. Everything is washed by steam. To be sure, as Mrs. Jekyll said, the table linen was remarkably ill-coloured, but no wonder, considering it must be a great saving, I'm sure, and she always stands and sees it done herself, for there's no trusting these things to servants. Once when she trusted it to them, they burned a dozen of Mr. Pullens's new shirts, just from carelessness, which I'm sure was very provoking. To be sure, as Mrs. Jekyll said, if she had used soap like other people, that wouldn't have happened. And then it is wonderful how well she contrives to keep things. I declare I can't think enough of those green peas that we had at dinner to-day, having been kept since summer was a year. To be sure, as Mrs. Jekyll said, they certainly were hard, nobody can deny that. But then, you know anything would be hard that had been kept since summer was a year, and I'm sure I thought they ate wonderfully well considering. And these red currants too. I'm afraid you didn't taste them. I wish to goodness you had tasted them, Mary. They were sour and dry, certainly as Mrs. Jekyll said, but no wonder anything would be sour and dry that had been kept in bottles for 3 years. Grizzy was now obliged to change the current of her ideas, for the carriage had stopped at Mrs. Bluemits's. End of Volume 2, Chapter 29. Volume 2, Chapter 30 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 30. It is certain great knowledge, if it be without vanity, is the most severe bridle of the tongue. For so have I heard that all the noises and prating of the pool, the croaking of frogs and toads, is hushed and appeased upon the instant of bringing upon them the light of a candle or torch. Every beam of reason and ray of knowledge checks the dissolutions of the tongue. Jeremy Taylor. They were received by Mrs. Bluemits with that air of condescension which great souls practise towards ordinary mortals, and which is intended, at one and the same time, to encourage and to repel, to show the extent of their goodness even while they make, or try to make, their protégé feel the immeasurable distance which nature or fortune has placed between them. It was with this air of patronising grandeur that Mrs. Bluemits took her guests by the hand, and introduced them to the circle of females already assembled. Mrs. Bluemits was not an avowed authoress, but she was a professed critic, a well-informed woman, a woman of great conversational powers, etc. And, to use her own phrase, nothing but conversation was spoken in her house. Her guests were therefore always expected to be distinguished, either for some literary production, or for their taste in the belles lettres. 2 ladies from Scotland, the land of poetry and romance, were consequently hailed as new stars in Mrs. Bluemits's horizon. No sooner were they seated than Mrs. Bluemits began. As I am a friend to ease in literary society, we shall, without ceremony, resume our conversation, for as Seneca observes, the comfort of life depends upon conversation. I think, said Miss Graves, it is Rochefoucault who says, the great art of conversation is to hear patiently and answer precisely. A very poor definition for so profound a philosopher, remarked Mrs. Apsley. The amiable author of what the gigantic Johnson styles the melancholy and angry night thoughts gives a nobler, a more elevated, and in my humble opinion, a juster explication of the intercourse of mind, said Miss Parkins, and she repeated the following lines with pompous enthusiasm. Speech ventilates our intellectual fire, speech burnishes our mental magazine, brightens for ornament and whets for use. What numbers sheathed in erudition lie plunged to the hilts in venerable tomes, and rusted in who might have borne an edge, and played a sprightly beam, if born to speech, if born blessed heirs of half their mother's tongue. Mrs. Bluemits proceeded. 'Tis thoughts exchange, which, like the alternate push of waves conflicting, breaks the learned scum, and defecates the student's standing pool. The sensitive poet of Olney, if I mistake not, said Mrs. Dalton, steers a middle course betwixt the somewhat bald maxim of the Parisian philosopher and the mournful pruriency of the bard of night, when he says, conversation in its better part may be esteemed a gift and not an art. Mary had been accustomed to read, and to reflect upon what she read, and to apply it to the purpose for which it is valuable, viz., in enlarging her mind and cultivating her taste. But she had never been accustomed to prate or quote, or sit down for the express purpose of displaying her acquirements, and she began to tremble at hearing authors' names, familiar in their mouths as household words. But Grizzy, strong in ignorance, was no wise daunted. True, she heard what she could not comprehend, but she thought she would soon make things clear, and she therefore turned to her neighbour on her right hand and accosted her with, "My niece and I are just coming from dining at Mrs. Pullen's. I dare say you have heard of her. She was Miss Flora Macfuss. Her father, Dr. Macfuss, was a most excellent preacher, and she is a remarkable clever woman." "Pray, ma'am, has she come out, or is she simply bel esprit?" inquired the lady. Grizzy was rather at a loss, and indeed to answer a question put in an unknown language would puzzle wiser brains than hers. But Grizzy was accustomed to converse without being able to comprehend, and she therefore went on. Her mother, Mrs. Macfuss, but she is dead, was a very clever woman too. I'm sure I declare I don't know whether the doctor or her was the cleverest, but many people I know think Mrs. Pullens beats them both. Indeed, may I ask in what department she chiefly excels? Oh, I really think in everything. For one thing, everything in her house is done by steam, and then she can keep everything, I can't tell how long, just in paper bags and bottles, and she is going to publish a book with all her receipts in. I'm sure it will be very interesting. I beg 10,000 pardons for the interruption, cried Mrs. Bluemits from the opposite side of the room, but my ear was smoked with the sounds of publish and interesting words which never fail to awaken a responsive chord in my bosom. Pray, addressing Grizzy and bringing her into the full blaze of observation, may I ask, was it of the Campbell these electric words were spoken? To you, madam, I am sure I need not apologise for my enthusiasm. You who claim the proud distinction of being a country woman, need I ask an acquaintance?" All that poor Grizzy could comprehend of this harangue was that it was reckoned a great honour to be acquainted with a Campbell, and chuckling with delight at the idea of her own consequence, she briskly replied, "Oh, I know plenty of Campbells. There's the Campbells of Mireside, relation of ours, and there's the Campbells of Blackbray, married into our family, and there's the Campbells of Windlestray Glen, are not very distant by my mother's side." Mary felt as if perforated by bullets in all directions, as she encountered the eyes of the company, turned alternately upon her aunt and her, but they were on opposite sides of the room, therefore to interpose betwixt Grizzy and her assailants was impossible. "Possibly," suggested Mrs. Dalton, "Miss Douglas prefers the loftier strains of the mighty minstrel of the mountains to the more polished periods of the poet of the transatlantic plain." "Without either a possibility or a perhaps," said Mrs. Apsley, "the probability is, Miss Douglas prefers the author of the Giaour to all the rest of her poetical countrymen. Where in either Walter Scott or Thomas Campbell will you find such lines as these? Wet with their own best blood shall drip thy gnashing tooth and haggard lip." "Pardon me, madam," said Miss Parkin, "but I am of opinion you have scarcely given a fair specimen of the powders of the noble bard in question. The image here presented is a familiar one. The gnashing tooth and haggard lip we have all witnessed, perhaps some of us may even have experienced. There is consequently little merit in presenting it to the mind's eye. It is easy, comparatively speaking, to portray the feelings and passions of our own kind. We have only, as Dryden expresses it, to descend into ourselves to find the secret imperfections of our mind. It is therefore in his portraiture of the canine race that the illustrious author has so far excelled all his contemporaries. In fact, he has given quite a dramatic cast to his dogs," and she repeated with an air of triumph, "As he saw the lean dogs beneath the wall hold o'er the dead their carnival, gorging and growling o'er carcass and limb, they were too busy to bark at him. From a Tartar's skull they had stripped the flesh, as ye peel the fig when its fruit is fresh, and their white tusks crunched o'er the whiter skull, as it slipped through their jaws when their edge grew dull, as they lazily mumbled the bones of the dead, when they scarce could rise from the spot where they fed." Now to enter into the conception of a dog, to embody one's self, as it were, in the person of a brute, to sympathise in its feelings, to make its propensities our own, to lazily mumble the bones of the dead, with our own individual white tusks. Pardon me, madam, but with all due deference to the genius of a Scott, it is a thing he has not dared to attempt. Only the finest mind in the universe is capable of taking so bold a flight. Scott's dogs, madam, are tame, domestic animals, mere human dogs, if I may say so. Byron's dogs. But let them speak for themselves. The scalps were in the wild dog's maw, the hair was tangled round his jaw. Show me, if you can, such an image in Scott. Very fine, certainly, was here uttered by 5 novices, who were only there as probationers, consequently not privileged to go beyond a response. "Is it the dancing dogs they are speaking of?" asked Grizzy, but looks of silent contempt were the only replies she received. "I trust I shall not be esteemed presumptuous," said Miss Graves, "or supposed capable of entertaining views of detracting from the merits of the noble author at present under discussion, if I humbly but firmly enter my caveat against the word crunch, as constituting an innovation in our language, the purity of which cannot be too strictly preserved or pointedly enforced. I am aware that by some I may be deemed unnecessarily fastidious, and possibly Christina, Queen of Sweden, might have applied to me the celebrated observation, said to have been elicited from her by the famed work of the laborious French lexicographer, viz., that he was the most troublesome person in the world, for he required of every word to produce its passport, and to declare whence it came and whither it was going. I confess I too, for the sake of my country, would wish that every word we use might be compelled to show its passport, attested by our great lawgiver, Dr. Samuel Johnson. Unquestionably, said Mrs. Bluemits, purity of language ought to be preserved inviolate at any price, and it is more especially incumbent to those who exercise a sway over our minds. Those are, as it were, the moulds in which our young imaginations are formed, to be the watchful guardians of our language. But I lament to say that in fact it is not so, and that the aberrations of our vernacular tongue have proceeded solely from the licentious use made of it by those whom we are taught to reverence as the fathers of the sock and lyre. Yet in familiar colloquy I do not greatly object to the use of a word occasionally, even although unsanctioned by the authority of our mighty lexicographer, said a new speaker. For my part, said Miss Parkins, a genius fettered by rules always reminds me of Gulliver in the hairy bonds of the Lilliputians, and the sentiment of the elegant and enlightened bard of Twickenham is also mine. Great wits sometimes may glorious offend, and rise to faults true critics dare not mend. From vulgar bounds with brave disorder part, and match a grace beyond the reach of art. So it is with the subject of our argument. A tamer genius than the illustrious Byron would not have dared to crunch the bone. But where in the whole compass of the English language will you find a word capable of conveying the same idea? Pick, modestly suggested one of the novices in a low key, hoping to gain some celebrity by this her first effort, but this dawn of intellect passed unnoticed. The argument was now beginning to run high. Parties were evidently forming of crunchers and anti-crunchers, and etymology was beginning to be called for, when a thundering knock at the door caused a cessation of hostilities. "That, I flatter myself, is my friend Miss Griffin," said Mrs. Bluemits, with an air of additional importance, and the name was whispered round the circle, coupled with celebrated authoress, fevers of the heart, thoughts of the moment, etc., etc. "Is she a real authoress that is coming?" asked Miss Grizzy at the lady next her, and her delight was great at receiving an answer in the affirmative, for Grizzy thought to be in company with an authoress was the next thing to being an authoress herself, and like some other people, she had a sort of vague mysterious reverence for every one whose words had been printed in a book. 10,000 pardons, dearest Mrs. Bluemits," exclaimed Miss Griffin as she entered. "I fear a world of intellect is lost to me by this cruel delay." Then in an audible whisper, "But I was detained by my publisher. He quite persecutes me to write. My Fevers of the Heart has had a prodigious run, and even my thoughts, which in fact cost me no thought, are amazingly recherché, and I actually had to force my way to you tonight through a legion of printers' devils who were lying in wait for me with each a sheet of my Billows of Love." "The title is most musical, most melancholy," said Mrs. Bluemits, "and conveys a perfect idea of what Dryden terms the sweeping deluge of the soul. But I flatter myself we shall have something more than a name from Miss Griffin's genius. The Aeonian Graces, 'tis well known, always follow in her train." "They have made a great hole in it, then," said Grizzy, officiously displaying a fracture in the train of Miss Griffin's gown, and from thence taking occasion to deliver her sentiments on the propriety of people who tore gowns always being obliged to mend them. After suitable entreaties had been used, Miss Griffin was at last prevailed upon to favour the company with some specimens of the Billows of Love, of which we were unable to procure copies, and the following sonnet, the production of a friend. "Hast thou no note for joy thou weeping lyre? Doth yew and willow ever shade thy string, and melancholy sable banners fling, warring midst hosts of elegant desire? How vain the strife, how vain the warlike gloom! Love's arms are grief, his arrows sighs and tears, and every moan thou makest an altar rears, to which his worshippers devoutly come. Then rather, lyre, I pray thee, try thy skill in married measure on a sprightlier key. Perchance thy gayer tones, like minstrelsy, may heal the poison that thy plaints distil. But much I fear that joy is danger still, and joy, like woe, love's triumph must fulfil. This called forth unanimous applause. Delicate imagery, smooth versification, classical ideas, Petrarchian sweetness, etc., etc., resounded from all quarters. But even intellectual joys have their termination, and carriages and servants began to be announced in rapid succession. "Fly not yet, 'tis just the hour," said Mrs. Bluemits to the first of her departing guests, as the clock struck 10. "It is gone with its thorns and its roses," replied her friend with a sigh and a farewell pressure of the hand. Another now advanced. "Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day." "I have less will to go than care to stay," was the reply. "Pater ti lascio addio," warbled Miss Parkins. "I vanish," said Mrs. Apsley, snatching up her tippet, reticule, etc., and like the baseless fabric of a vision, leave not a wreck behind. "Fare thee well at once, adieu, 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 remember me," cried the last of the band, as she slowly retreated. Mrs. Bluemits waved her hand with a look of tender reproach, as she repeated, "An adieu should in utterance die, or if written should faintly appear, should be heard in the sob of a sigh, or be seen in the blot of a teal." "I'm sure, Mary," said Grizzy, when they were in the carriage, "I expected when all the ladies were repeating, that you would have repeated something too. You used to have the Hermit and all Watts' hymns by heart when you was little. It's 1,000 pities, I declare, that you should have forgot them, for I declare I was quite affronted to see you sitting like a stick and not saying a word, when all the ladies were speaking and turning up their eyes, and moving their hands so prettily. But I'm sure I hope next time you go to Mrs. Bluemits's, you will take care to learn something by heart before you go. I'm sure I haven't a very good memory, but I remember some things, and I was very near going to repeat 'Farewell to Lochaber' myself, as we were coming away, and I'm sure I wish to goodness I had done it. But I suppose it wouldn't do to go back now, and at any rate all the ladies are away, and I dare say the candles will be out by this time." Mary felt it a relief to have done with this surfeit of soul, and was of opinion that learning, like religion, ought never to be forced into conversation, and that people who only read to talk of their reading might as well let it alone. Next morning she gave so ludicrous an account of her entertainment that Lady Emily was quite charmed. "Now I begin to have hopes of you," said she, "since I see you can laugh at your friends as well as me." "Not at my friends, I hope," answered Mary, "only at folly. Call it what you will. I only wish I had been there. I should certainly have started a controversy upon the respective merits of Tom Thumb and Puss in Boots, and so have called them off Lord Byron. Their pretending to measure the genius of a Scott or a Byron must have been something like a fly attempting to take the altitude of Mont Blanc. How I detest those idle disquisitions about the colour of a goat's beard or the blood of an oyster." Mary had seen in Mrs. Douglas the effects of a highly cultivated understanding shedding its mild radiance on the path of domestic life, heightening its charms and softening its asperities with the benign spirit of Christianity. Her charity was not like that of Mrs. Fox. She did not indulge herself in the purchase of elegant ornaments, and then, seated in the easy-chair of her drawing-room, extort from her visitors money to satisfy the wants of those who had claims on her own bounty. No, She gave a large portion of her time, her thoughts, her fortune, to the most sacred of all duties, charity, in its most comprehensive meaning. Neither did her knowledge, like that of Mrs. Bluemits, evaporate in pedantic discussion or idle declamation, but showed itself in the tenor of a well-spent life, and in the graceful discharge of those duties which belonged to her sex and station. Next to goodness, Mary most ardently admired talents. She knew there were many of her own sex who were justly entitled to the distinction of literary fame. Her introduction to the circle at Mrs. Bluemits's had disappointed her, but they were mere pretenders to the name. How different from those described by one no less amiable and enlightened herself. Let such women as are disposed to be vain of their comparatively petty attainments look up with admiration to those contemporary shining examples, the venerable Elizabeth Carter and the blooming Elizabeth Smith. In them let our young ladies contemplate profound and various learning, chastised by true Christian humility. In them let them venerate acquirements which would have been distinguished in a university, meekly softened and beautifully shaded by the exertion of every domestic virtue, the unaffected exercise of every feminine employment. End of Volume 2, Chapter 30. Volume 2, Chapter 31 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 31. The gods, to curse Pamela with her prayers, gave the gilt coach and dappled Flanders mares, the shining robes, rich jewels, beds of state, and, to complete her bliss, a fool for mate. She glares in balls, front boxes, and the ring, a vain, unquiet, glittering, wretched thing. Pride, pomp, and state but reach her outward part, she sighs and is no duchess at her heart. Pope. For many months Mary was doomed to experience all the vicissitudes of hope and fear, as she heard of battles and sieges in which her lover had a part. He omitted no opportunity of writing to her, but scarcely had she received the assurance of his safety from himself, when her apprehensions were again excited by rumours of fresh dangers he would have to encounter, and it required all her pious confidence and strength of mind to save her from yielding to the despondency of a naturally sensitive heart. But in administering to the happiness of others, she found the surest alleviation to the misfortune that threatened herself, and she often forgot her own cares in her benevolent exertions for the poor, the sick, and the desolate. It was then she felt all the tenderness of that divine precept which enjoins love of the Creator as the engrossing principle of the soul. For oh, the unutterable anguish that heart must endure, which lavishes all its best affections on a creature mutable and perishable as itself, from whom 1,000 accidents may separate or estrange it, and from whose death must one day divide it. Yet there is something so amiable, so exalting in the fervour of a pure and generous attachment, that few have been able to resist its overwhelming influence, and it is only time and suffering that can teach us to comprehend the miseries that wait on the excess, even of our virtuous inclinations, where these virtues aspire not beyond this transitory scene. Mary seldom heard from her mother or sister. Their time was too precious to be wasted on dull country correspondence, but she saw their names frequently mentioned in the newspapers, and she flattered herself, from the éclat with which the Duchess seemed to be attended, that she had found happiness in those pleasures where she had been taught to expect it. The Duchess was indeed surrounded with all that rank, wealth, and fashion could bestow. She had the finest house jewels and equipages in London, but she was not happy. She felt the draught bitter, even though the goblet that held it was of gold. It is novelty only that can lend charms to things in themselves valueless, and when that wears off, the disenchanted baubles appear in all their native worthlessness. There is even a satiety in the free indulgence of wealth, when that indulgence centres solely in self, and brings no general self-approving reflections along with it. So it was with the Duchess of Altamont. She sought, in the gratification of every expensive whim, to stimulate the languid sense of joy, and, by loading herself with jewels, she strove to still the restless inquietude of a dissatisfied heart. But it is only the vulgar mind which can long find enjoyment in the mere attributes of wealth, in the contemplation of silk hangings, and gilded chairs, and splendid dresses, and showy equipages. Amidst all these the mind of any taste or refinement, distrusting, asks if this be joy. And Adelaide possessed both taste and refinement, though her ideas had been perverted, and her heart corrupted, by the false maxims early instilled into her. Yet, selfish and unfeeling as she was, she sickened at the eternal recurrence of self-indulged caprices, and the bauble that had been hailed with delight the one day as a charmed amulet to dispel her ennui, was the next beheld with disgust or indifference. She believed indeed that she had real sources of vexation in the self-will and obstinacy of her husband, and that, had he been otherwise than he was, she would then have been completely happy. She would not acknowledge even to herself that she had done wrong in marrying a man whose person was disagreeable to her, and whose understanding she despised, while her preference was decidedly in favour of another. Even her style of life was in some respects distasteful to her, yet she was obliged to conform to it. The Duke retained exactly the same notions of things as had taken possession of his brain 30 years before. Consequently, everything in his establishment was conducted with a regularity and uniformity unknown to those whose habits are formed on the more eccentric models of the present day, or rather, who have no models save those of their own capricious tastes and inclinations. He had an antipathy to balls, concerts, and masquerades, for he did not dance, knew nothing of music, and still less of badinage. But he liked great dull dinners, for there the conversation was generally adapted to his capacity, and it was a pleasure to him to arrange the party, to look over the bill of fare, to see all the family plate displayed, and to read an account of the grand dinner at the Duke of Altamont's in the Morning Post of the following day. All this sounds very vulgar for the pastimes of a duke, but there are vulgar-minded dukes as there are gifted ploughmen, or any other anomalies. The former Duchess, a woman of high birth, similar years, and kindred spirit of his own in all matters of form and etiquette, was his standard of female propriety, and she would have deemed it highly derogatory to her dignity to have patronised any other species of entertainment than grand dinners and dull assemblies. Adelaide had attempted with a high hand at once to overturn the whole system of Altamont House, and had failed. She had declared her detestation of dinners, and been heard in silence. She had kept her room thrice when they were given, but without success. She had insisted upon giving a ball, but the Duke, with the most perfect composure, had peremptorily declared it must be an assembly. Thus baffled in all her plans of domestic happiness, the Duchess would have sought her pleasures elsewhere. She would have lived anywhere but in her own house, associated with everybody but her own husband, and done everything but what she had vowed to do. But even in this she was thwarted. The The Duke had the same precise formal notions of a lady's conduct abroad, as well as her appearance at home, and the very places she would have most wished to go to were those she was expressly prohibited from ever appearing at. Even all that she could have easily settled to her own satisfaction by the simple apparatus of a separate establishment carried on in the same house, but here too she was foiled, for his Grace had stubborn notions on that score also, and plainly hinted that any separation must be final and decided, and Adelaide could not yet resolve upon taking so formidable a step in the first year of her marriage. She was therefore compelled to drag the chain by which, with her own will, she had bound herself for life to one she already despised and detested, and bound she was, in the strictest sense of the metaphor. For though the Duke had not the smallest pleasure in the society of his wife, he yet attached great ideas of propriety to their being always seen together side by side. Like his sister Lady Matilda, he had a high reverence for appearances, though he had not her finesse in giving them effect. He had merely been accustomed to do what he thought looked well, and give him an air of additional dignity. He had married Adelaide because he thought she had a fine presence, and would look well as Duchess of Altamont, and for the same reason, now that she was his wedded wife, he thought it looked well to be seen always together. He therefore made a point of having no separate engagements, and even carried his sense of propriety so far, that as regularly as the Duchess's carriage came to the door, the Duke was prepared to hand her in due form, and take his station by her side. This alone would have been sufficient to have embittered Adelaide's existence, and she had tried every expedient, but in vain, to rid herself of this public display of conjugal duty. She had opened her langelet in cold weather, and shut it even to the glasses in a scorching sun, but the Duke was insensible to heat and cold. He was more provokingly healthy, and she had not even the respite which an attack of rheumatism or toothache would have afforded. As his Grace was not a person of keen sensation, this continual effort to keep up appearances cost him little or nothing. But to the Duchess's nicer tact it was martyrdom to be compelled to submit to the semblance of affection where there was no reality. Ah, nothing but a sense of duty, early instilled and practically enforced, can reconcile a refined mind to the painful task of bearing with meekness and gentleness the ill temper, adverse will, and opposite sentiments of those with whom we can acknowledge no feeling in common. But Adelaide possessed no sense of duty, and was a stranger to self-command, and though she boasted refinement of mind, yet it was of that spurious sort which, far from elevating and purifying the heart, tends only to corrupt and debase the soul, while it sheds a false and dazzling lustre upon those perishable graces which captivate the senses. It may easily be imagined the good sense of the mother did not tend to soothe the irritated feelings of the daughter. Lady Juliana was indeed quite as much exasperated as the Duchess at these obstacles thrown in the way of her pleasures, and more so as she could not quite clearly comprehend them. The good nature of her husband and the easy indolence of her brother, even her folly had enabled her on many occasions to get the better of, but the obstinacy of her son-in-law was invincible to all her arts. She could therefore only wonder to the Duchess how she could not manage to get the better of the Duke's prejudices against balls and concerts and masquerades. It was so excessively ridiculous, so perfectly foolish not to do as other people did. And there was the Duchess of Royston gave Sunday concerts, and Lady Oakham saw masks, and even old ugly Lady Loddon had a ball, and the Prince at it. How vastly provoking, how unreasonable in a man of the Duke's years to expect a girl like Adelaide to conform to all his old-fashioned notions, and then she would wisely appeal to Lord Lindore whether it was not too absurd in the Duke to interfere with the Duchess's arrangements. Lord Lindore was a frequent visitor at Altamont House, for the Duke, satisfied with his having been once refused, was nowise jealous of him, and Lord Lindore was too quiet and refined in his attentions to excite the attention of any one so stupid and obtuse. It was not the least of the Duchess's mortifications to be constantly contrasting her former lover, elegant, captivating, and spiritual, with her husband, awkward, insipid, and dull, as the fat weed that rots on Leith's shore. Lord Lindore was indeed the most admired man in London, celebrated for his conquests, his horses, his elegance, manner, dress, in short, in everything he gave the tone. But he had too much taste to carry anything to extreme, and in the midst of incense and adulation and imitation, he still retained that simple, unostentatious elegance that marks the man of real fashion, the man who feels his own consequence, independent of all extraneous modes or fleeting fashions. There is perhaps nothing so imposing, nothing that carries a greater sway over a mind of any refinement, than simplicity, when we feel assured that it springs from a genuine contempt of show and ostentation. Lord Lindore was aware of this, and he did not attempt to vie with the Duke of Altamont in the splendour of his equipage, the richness of his liveries, the number of his attendants, or any of those previous attractions. On the contrary, everything belonging to him was of the plainest description, and, excepting the beauty of his horses, he seemed to scorn every species of extravagance. But then he rode with so much elegance, he drove his curricle with such graceful ease, as formed a striking contrast to the formal Duke, sitting bolt upright in his state chariot, chapeau bras, and star, and the Duchess often quitted the park, where Lord Lindore was the admired of all admirers, mortified and ashamed at being seen in the same carriage with the man she had chosen for her husband. Ambition had led her to marry the Duke, and that same passion now heightened her attachment for Lord Lindore, for, as someone had remarked, ambition is not always the desire for that which is in itself excellent, but for that which is most prized by others, and the handsome Lord Lindore was courted and caressed in circles where the dull, precise Duke of Altamont was wholly overlooked. Months passed in this manner, and every day added something to Adelaide's feelings of chagrin and disappointment. But it was still worse when she found herself settled for a long season at Norwood Abbey, a dull, magnificent residence, with a vast, unvaried park, a profusion of sombre trees, and a sheet of still water decorated with leaden deities. Within doors everything was in the same style of vapid, tasteless grandeur, and the society was not such as to dispel the ennui these images served to create. Lady Matilda Sufton, her satellite Mrs. Finch, General Carver, and a few stupid elderly lords and their well-bred ladies comprised the family circle, and the Duchess experienced with bitterness of spirit that rest of heart and pleasure felt at home are blessings wealth cannot purchase, nor greatness command, while she sickened at the stupid, the almost vulgar magnificence of her lot. At this period Lord Lindore arrived on a visit, and the daily hourly contrast that occurred betwixt the elegant impassioned lover and the dull phlegmatic husband could not fail of producing the usual effects of an unprincipled mind. Rousseau and Goethe were studied, French and German sentiments were exchanged, till criminal passion was exalted into the purest of all earthly emotions. It were tedious to dwell upon the minute, the almost imperceptible occurrences that tended to heighten the illusion of passion, and throw an air of false dignity around the degrading spells of vice. But so it was, that in something less than a year from the time of her marriage, this victim of self-indulgence again sought her happiness in the gratification of her own headstrong passions, and eloped with Lord Lindore, vainly hoping to find peace and joy amid guilt and infamy. End of Volume 2, Chapter 31. Volume 2, Chapter 32 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 32. On est guère oblige aux gens qui ne nous viennent voir, que prendre querelle, qui pendant toute une visite ne nous disent pas une seule parole bien gentille, et qui se font en place malin d'attaquer notre conduit et de nous faire entrevoir nos défauts. L'Abbé del Bellegarde. The Duke, although not possessed of the most delicate feelings, it may be supposed was not insensible to his dishonour. He immediately set about taking the legal measures for avenging it, and damages were awarded, which would have the effect of rendering Lord Lindore for ever an alien to his country. Lady Juliana raved and had hysterics, and seemed to consider herself as the only sufferer by her daughter's misconduct. At one time Adelaide's ingratitude was all her theme, at another it was Lord Lindore's treachery, and poor Adelaide was everything that was amiable and injured. Then it was the Duke's obstinacy, for had Adelaide got leave to do as she liked, this never would have happened. Had she only got leave to give balls and go to masquerades, she would have made the best wife in the world, etc., etc., etc. All this was warmly resented by Lady Matilda, supported by Mrs. Finch and General Carver, till open hostilities were declared between the ladies, and Lady Juliana was compelled to quit the house she had looked upon as next to her own, and became once more a denizen of Beech Park. Mary's grief and horror at her sister's misconduct were proportioned to the nature of the offence. She considered it not as how it might affect herself, or would be viewed by the world, but as a crime committed against the law of God. Yet, while she the more deeply deplored it on that account, no bitter words of condemnation passed her lips. She thought with humility of the superior advantages she had enjoyed in having principles of religion early and deeply engrafted in her soul, and that, but for these, such as her sister's fate was, hers might have been. She felt for her mother, undeserving as she was of commiseration, and strove by every means in her power to promote her comfort and happiness. But that was no easy task. Lady Juliana's notions of comfort and happiness differed as widely from those of her daughter as reason and folly could possibly do. She was indeed, than folly more a fool, a melancholy fool without her bells. She still clung to low earth-born vanities with as much avidity as though she had never experienced their insecurity, still rung the same changes on the joys of wealth and grandeur, as if she had had actual proof of their unfading felicity. Then she recurred to the Duke's obstinacy and Lord Lindore's artifices, till after having exhausted herself in invective against them, she concluded by comforting herself with the hope that Lord Lindore and Adelaide would marry. And although it would be a prodigious degradation to her, and she could not be received at court, she might yet get into very good society in town. There were many women of high rank exactly in the same situation, who had been driven to elope from their husbands, and who married the men they liked and made the best wives in the world. Mary heard all this in shame and silence, but Lady Emily, wearied and provoked by her folly and want of principle, was often led to express her indignation and contempt in terms which drew tears from her cousin's eyes. Mary was indeed the only person in the world who felt her sister's dereliction with the keenest feelings of shame and sorrow. All Adelaide's coldness and unkindness had not been able to eradicate from her heart those deep-rooted sentiments of affection which seem to have been entwined with our existence, and which, with some generous natures, end but with their being. Yes, there are ties that bind together those of one family, stronger than those of taste, or choice, or friendship, or reason, for they enable us to love even in opposition to them all. It was understood the fugitives had gone to Germany, and after wonder and scandal were exhausted, and a divorce obtained, the Duchess of Altamont, except to her own family, was as though she had never been. Such is the transition from guilt to insignificance. Amongst the numerous visitors who flocked to Beech Park, whether from sympathy, curiosity, or exultation, was Mrs. Downe Wright. None of these motives singly had brought that lady there, for her purpose was that of giving what she genteelly termed some good hits to the Douglases' pride, a delicate mode of warfare in which it must be owned the female sex greatly excel. Mrs. Downe Wright had not forgiven the indignity of her son having been refused by Mary, which she imputed entirely to Lady Emily's influence, and had from that moment predicted the downfall of the whole pack, as she styled the family, at the same time always expressing her wish that she might be mistaken, as she wished them well. God knows she bore them no ill will, etc. She entered the drawing-room at Beech Park with a countenance cast to a totally different expression from that with which she had greeted Lady Matilda Sufton's widowhood. Melancholy would there have been appropriate. Here it was insulting, and accordingly, with downcast eyes and silent pressures of the hand, she saluted every member of the family, and inquired after their health with that air of anxious solicitude which implied that if they were all well, it was what they ought not to be. Lady Emily's quick tact was presently aware of her design, and she prepared to take the field against her. "I had some difficulty in getting admittance to you," said Mrs. Downe Wright. "The servant would fain have denied you, but at such a time I knew the visit of a friend could not fail of being acceptable, so I made my way in spite of him." "I had given orders to be at home to friends only," returned Lady Emily, "as there is no end to the inroads of acquaintances." "And poor Lady Juliana," said Mrs. Downe Wright in a tone of affected sympathy. "I hope she is able to see her friends." "Did you not meet her?" asked Lady Emily carelessly. "She has just gone to Bath for the purpose of securing a box during the term of Kean's engagement. She would not trust to l'éloquence de billet upon such an occasion." "I'm vastly happy to hear she is able for anything of the kind," in a tone of vehement and overstrained joy, rather unsuitable to the occasion. A well-feigned look of surprise from Lady Emily made her fear she had overshot her mark. She therefore, as if from delicacy, changed the conversation to her own affairs. She soon contrived to let it be known that her son was going to be married to a Scotch earl's daughter, that she was to reside with them, and that she had merely come to Bath for the purpose of letting her house, breaking up her establishment, packing up her plate, and, in short, making all those magnificent arrangements which wealthy dowagers usually have to perform on a change of residence. At the end of this triumphant declaration she added, "I fain would have the young people live by themselves, and let me just go on in my own way. But neither my son nor Lady Grace would hear of that, although her family are my son's nearest neighbours, and most sensible, agreeable people they are. Indeed, as I said to Lord Glenallan, a man's happiness depends fully as much upon his wife's family as upon herself." Mary was too noble-minded to suspect that Mrs. Downe Wright could intend to level innuendos, but the allusion struck her. She felt herself blush, and, fearful Mrs. Downe Wright would attribute it to the wrong motive, she hastened to join in the eulogium on the Ben Mavis family in general, and Lady Grace in particular. Lady Ben Mavis is, indeed, a sensible, well-principled woman, and her daughters have been all well brought up." Again Mary coloured at the emphasis which marked the sensible, well-principled mother and the well-brought-up daughters, and in some confusion she said something about Lady Grace's beauty. "She certainly is a very pretty woman," said Mrs. Downe with affected carelessness, "but what is better, she is out of a good nest. For my own part I place little value upon beauty now. Commend me to principles. If a woman is without principles, the less beauty she has, the better." "If a woman has no principles," said Lady Emily, "I don't think it signifies a straw whether she has beauty or not. Ugliness can never add to one's virtues." "I beg your pardon, Lady Emily. A plain woman will never make herself so conspicuous in the world as one of your beauties. Then you are of opinion wickedness lies all in the eye of the world, not in the depths of the heart. Now I think the person who cherishes, no matter how secretly, pride, envy, hatred, malice, or any other besetting sin, must be quite as criminal in the sight of God as those who openly indulge their evil propensity." "I go very much by outward actions," said Mrs. Downe. "They are all we have to judge by." "But I thought we were forbidden to judge one another." "There's no shutting people's mouths, Lady Emily." "No, all that is required, I believe, is that we should shut our own." Mary thought the conversation was getting rather too piquant to be pleasant, and tried to soften the tone of it by asking the most innocent question, whether there was any news. "Nothing but about battles and fightings, I suppose," answered Mrs. Downe. "I'm sure they are to be pitied, who have friends or relations either in army or navy at present. I have reason to be thankful my son is in neither. He was very much set upon going into one or other, but I was always averse to it, for, independent of the danger, they are professions that spoil a man for domestic life. They lead to such expensive, dissipated habits as quite ruin them for family men. I never knew a military man but what must have his bottle of port every day. With sailors, indeed, it's still worse. Grog and tobacco soon destroy them. I'm sure if I had a daughter, it would make me miserable if she was to take fancy to a naval or military man. But," as if suddenly recollecting herself, "after all, perhaps it's a mere prejudice of mine." "By no means," said Lady Emily. "There is no prejudice in the matter. What you say is very true. They are to be envied who can contrive to fall in love with a stupid idle man. They never can experience any anxiety. Their fate is fixed. The waveless calm, the slumber of the dead is theirs, as long as they can contrive to slumber on, or at least to keep their eyes shut. 'Tis very well they are in no danger of stumbling till they come to open them, and if they are sufficiently stupid themselves, there is no danger of their doing even that. They have only to copy the owl, and they are safe." "I quite agree with your ladyship," said Mrs. Downe, with a well-got-up, good-humoured laugh. "A woman has only not to be a wit or a genius, and there is no fear of her. Not that I have that antipathy to a clever woman that many people have, and especially the gentlemen. I almost quarrelled with Mr. Headley, the great author, t'other day, for saying that he would rather encounter a nest of wasps than a clever woman. I should have most cordially have agreed with him," said Lady Emily, with equal naivety. "There is nothing more insupportable than one of your clever women so-called. They are generally underbred, consequently vulgar. They pique themselves upon saying good things, cote qu'il cou. There is something, in short, quite professional about them, and they wouldn't condescend to chat nonsense as you and I are doing at this moment. Oh, not for worlds. Now I think one of the great charms of life consists in talking nonsense. Good nonsense is an exquisite thing, and 'tis an exquisite thing to be stupid sometimes, and to say nothing at all. Now, these enjoyments the clever woman must forego. Clever she is, and clever she must be. Her life must be a greater drudgery than that of any actress. She merely frets her hour upon the stage. The curtain dropped, she may become as dull as she chooses, but the clever woman must always stage it, even at her own fireside. Lady Emily Lindore is certainly the last person from whom I should have expected to hear a panegyric on stupidity, said Mrs. Downe with some bitterness. Stupidity? Oh, heavens! My blood curdles at the thought of real, genuine, downright stupidity. No, I should always like to have the command of intellect, as well as of money, though my taste or my indolence or my whim, perhaps, never would incline me to be always sparkling, whether in wit or in diamonds. 'Twas only when I was in the nursery that I envied the good girl who spoke rubies and pearls. Now it seems to me only just better than not spitting toads and vipers. And she warbled a sprightly French ariette to a tame bullfinch that flew upon her hand. There was an airy high-bred elegance in Lady Emily's impertinence that seemed to throw Mrs. Downe coarse sarcasms to an immeasurable distance, and that lady was beginning to despair. But she was determined not to give in while she could possibly stand out. She accordingly rallied her forces and turned to Mary. "So you have lost your neighbour, Mrs. Lennox, since I was here. I think she was an acquaintance of yours. Poor woman, her death must have been a happy release to herself and her friends. She has left no family, I believe," quite aware of the report of Mary's engagement with Colonel Lennox. "Only one son," said Mary with a little emotion. "Oh, very true. He's in the law, I think." "In the army," answered Mary faintly. "That's a poor trade," said Mrs. Downe, "and I doubt he'll not have much to mend it. Rose Hall's but a poor property. I've heard they might have had a good estate in Scotland if it hadn't been for the pride of the General, that wouldn't let him change his name for it. He thought it grander to be a poor Lennox than a rich Macnaughton, or some such name. It's to be hoped the son's of the same mind." "I have no doubt of it," said Lady Emily. "'Tis a noble name, quite a legacy in itself." "It's one that, I am afraid, will not be easily turned into banknotes, however," returned Mrs. Downe with a real hearty laugh. And then, delighted to get off with what she called flying colours, she hastily rose with an exclamation at the lateness of the hour, and a remark how quickly time passed in pleasant company, and with friendly shakes of the hand withdrew. "How very insupportable is such a woman," said Lady Emily to Mary, "who, to gratify her own malice, says the most cutting things to her neighbours, and at the same time feels self-approbation in the belief that she is doing good. And yet, hateful as she is, I have sometimes been amused by her ill nature when it was directed against people I hated still more. Lady Matilda Sufton, for example. There she certainly shone, for hypocrisy is always fair game, and yet the people who love to hunt it are never amiable. You smile as much as to say, here is Satan preaching a sermon on holiness. But however satirical and intolerant you may think me, you must own that I take no delight in the discovery of other people's faults. If I want the meekness of a Christian, at least I don't possess the malice of a Jew. Now Mrs. Downe has a real heartfelt satisfaction in saying malicious things, and in thrusting herself into company where she must know she is unwelcome, for the sole purpose of saying them. Yet many people are blessed with such blunt perceptions, that they are not at all aware of her real character, and only wonder when she has left them what made them feel so uncomfortable when she was present. But she has put me in such a bad humour that I must go out of door and apostrophise the sun, like Lucifer. Do come, Mary, you will help to dispel my chagrin. I really feel as if my heart has been in a lime kiln. All its kingly feelings are so burnt up by the malignant influences of Mrs. Downe, while you, continued she, as they strolled into the gardens, are as cool and as sweet and as sorrowful as these violets, gathering some, still wet with an April shower. How delicious, after such a mental sirocco, to feel the pure air and hear the birds sing, and look upon the flowers and blossoms, and sit here and bask in the sun from laziness to walk into the shade. You must needs acknowledge, Mary, that spring in England is a much more amiable season than in your ungentle clime. This was the second spring Mary had seen set in England, but the first had been wayward and backward as the seasons of her native climate. The present was such a one as poets love to paint. Nature was in all its first freshness and beauty. The ground was covered with flowers, the luxuriant hedgerows were white with blossoms, the air was impregnated with the odours of the gardens and orchards. Still Mary sighed as she thought of Lochmarlie, its wild tangled woods, with here and there a bunch of primroses peeping forth from amidst moss and withered ferns, its gurgling rills, blue lakes and rocks and mountains, all rose to view, and she felt that even amid fairer scenes and beneath brighter suns, her heart would still turn with fond regret to the land of her birth. End of Volume 2, Chapter 32. Volume 2, Chapter 33 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 33. Wondrous it is to see in diverse minds how diversely love doth his pageants play, and shows his power in variable kinds. Spenser. But even the charms of spring were overlooked by Lady Emily in the superior delight she experienced at hearing that the ship in which Edward Douglas was had arrived at Portsmouth, and the intelligence was soon followed by his own arrival at Beech Park. He was received by her with rapture, and by Mary with the tenderest emotion. Lord Courtland was always glad of an addition to the family party, and even Lady Juliana experienced something like emotion as she beheld her son, now the exact image of what his father had been 20 years before. Edward Douglas was indeed a perfect model of youthful beauty, and possessed all of the high spirits and happy insouciance which can only charm at that early period. He loved his profession, and had already distinguished himself in it. He was handsome, brave, good-hearted, and good-humoured, but he was not clever, and Mary felt some solicitude as to the permanency of Lady Emily's attachment to him. But Lady Emily, quick-sighted to the defects of the whole world, seemed happily blind to those of her lover, and when even Mary's spirits were almost exhausted by his noisy rattle, Lady Emily, charmed and exhilarated, entered into all his practical jokes and boyish frolics with the greatest of delight. She soon perceived what was passing in Mary's mind. "I see perfectly well what you think of my penchant for Edward," said she one day. "I can tell you exactly what was passing in your thoughts just now. You were thinking how strange, how passing strange it is that I, who am, false modesty avant, certainly cleverer than Edward, should yet be so partial to him, and that my lynx eyes should have failed to discover in him faults which, with a single glance, I should have detected in others. Now, can't you guess what renders even those very faults so attractive to me?" "The old story, I suppose," said Mary. "Love." "Not at all. Love might blind me to his faults altogether, and then my case would be indeed hopeless, were I living in the belief that I was loving a piece of perfection, a sort of Apollo Belvedere in mind as well as in person. Now, so far from that, I could reckon you up a whole catalogue of his faults, and nevertheless I love him with my whole heart, faults and all. In the first place, they are faults with which I have been familiar from infancy, and therefore they possess a charm, to my shame be it said, greater than other people's virtues would have to me. They come over my fancy like some snatch of an old nursery song, which one loves to hear in defiance of taste and reason. merely because it is something that carries us back to those days, which, whatever they were in reality, always look bright and sunny in retrospection. In the second place, his faults are real, genuine, natural faults, and in this age of affectation, how refreshing it is to meet with even a natural fault. I grant you, Edward talks absurdly, and asks questions. A faire dresser les chevaux of a Mrs. Bluemits. But that amuses me, for his ignorance is not the ignorance of vulgarity or stupidity, but the ignorance of a light head and a merry heart, of one, in short, whose understanding has been at sea when other people's were at school. His bon mots certainly would not do to be printed, but then they make me laugh a great deal more than if they were better, for he is always naif and original, and I prefer an indifferent original any day to a good copy. How it shocks me to hear people recommending to their children to copy such a person's manners. A copied manner, how insupportable. The servile imitator of a set pattern, how despicable. No, I would rather have Edward in all the freshness of his own faults, rather than in the faded semblance of another person's proprieties. Mary agreed to the truth of her cousin's observations in some respects, though she could not help thinking that love had as much to say in her case as in most others, for if it did not blind her to her lover's faults, it certainly made her much more tolerant of them. Edward was, in truth, at times almost provokingly boyish and unthinking, and possessed a flow of animal spirits as inexhaustible as they were sometimes overpowering. But she flattered herself time would subdue them to a more rational tone, and she longed for his having the advantages of Colonel Lennox's society, not by way of pattern, as Lady Emily expressed it, but that he might be gradually led to something of more refinement from holding intercourse with a superior mind, and she obtained her wish sooner than she had dared to hope for it. The battle was fought which decided the fate of Europe, and turned so many swords into ploughshares, and Mary seemed now touching the pinnacle of happiness when she saw her lover restored to her. He had gained additional renown in the bloody field of Waterloo, and more fortunate than others, his military career had terminated both gloriously and happily. If Mary had ever distrusted the reality of his affection, all her doubts were now at an end. She saw she was beloved with all the truth and ardour of a noble, ingenuous mind, too upright to deceive others, too enlightened to deceive itself. All reserve betwixt them was now at an end, and secure in mutual affection, nothing seemed to oppose itself to their happiness. Colonel Lennox's fortune was small, but such as it was, it seemed sufficient for all the purposes of rational enjoyment. Both were aware that wealth is a relative thing, and that the positively rich are not those who have the largest possessions, but those who have the fewest vain or selfish desires to gratify. From these they were happily exempt. Both possessed too many resources in their own minds to require the stimulus of spending money to rouse them into enjoyment, or give them additional importance in the eyes of the world. And above all, both were too thoroughly Christian in their principles to murmur at any sacrifices or privations they might have to endure in the course of their earthly pilgrimage. But Lady Juliana's weak worldly mind saw things in a very different light, and when Colonel Lennox, as a matter of form, applied to her for her consent to their union, he received a positive and angry refusal. She declared she never would consent to any daughter of hers making so foolish, so very unsuitable a marriage. And then, sending for Mary, she charged her, in the most peremptory manner, to break off all intercourse with Colonel Lennox. Poor Mary was overwhelmed with grief and amazement at this new display of her mother's tyranny and injustice, and used all the powers of reasoning and entreaty to alter her sentiments, but in vain. Since Adelaide's elopement, Lady Juliana had been much in want of some subject to occupy her mind, something to excite a sensation, and give her something to complain of and talk about, and put her in a bustle, and make her angry and alarmed, and ill-used, and in short all the things which a fool is fond of being. Although Mary had little hopes of being able to prevail by any efforts of reason, she yet tried to make her mother comprehend the nature of her engagement with Colonel Lennox as of a sacred nature, and too binding ever to be dissolved. But Lady Juliana's wrath blazed forth with redoubled violence at the very mention of an engagement. She had never heard of anything so improper. Colonel Lennox must be a most unprincipled man to lead her daughter into an engagement unsanctioned by her, and she had acted in the most improper manner in allowing herself to form an attachment without the consent of those who had the best title to dispose of her. The person who could act thus was not fit to be trusted, and in future it would be necessary for her to have her constantly under her own eye. Mary found her candour had therefore only reduced her to the alternative of either openly rebelling or of submitting to being talked at and watched and guarded as if she had been detected in carrying on some improper clandestine intercourse. But she submitted to all the restrictions that were imposed and the torments that were inflicted, if not with the heroism of a martyr, at least with the meekness of one, for no murmur escaped her lips. She was only anxious to conceal from others the extent of her mother's folly and injustice, and took every opportunity of entreating Colonel Lennox's silence and forbearance. It required indeed all her influence to induce him to submit patiently to the treatment he experienced. Lady Juliana had so often repeated to Mary that it was the greatest presumption in Colonel Lennox to aspire to a daughter of hers, that she had fairly talked herself into the belief that he was all she asserted him to be, a man of neither birth nor fortune, certainly a Scotsman from his name, consequently having thousands of poor cousins and vulgar relations of every description, and she was determined that no daughter of hers should ever marry a man whose family connections she knew nothing about. She had suffered a great deal too much from her Mary's father's low relations ever to run the risk of anything of the same kind happening again. In short, she had at length made it out clearly, to her own satisfaction, that Colonel Lennox was scarcely a gentleman, and she therefore considered it as her duty to treat him on every occasion with the most marked rudeness. Colonel Lennox pitied her folly too much to be hurt by her ill-breeding and malevolence, but he could scarcely reconcile it to his notions of duty that Mary's superior mind should submit to the thraldom of one who evidently knew not good from evil. Lady Emily was so much engrossed by her own affairs that for some time all this went on unnoticed by her. At length she was struck with Mary's dejection, and observed that Colonel Lennox seemed also dispirited, but, imputing it to a lover's quarrel, she laughingly taxed them with it. Although Mary could suppress the cause of her uneasiness, she was too ingenuous to deny it, and being pressed by her cousin, she at length disclosed to her the cause of her sorrow. "Colonel Lennox and you have behaved like two fools," said she, at the end of her cousin's communication. "What could possibly instigate you to so absurd an act as that of asking Lady Juliana's consent? You surely might have known that the person who is never consulted about anything will invariably start difficulties to everything, and that people who are never accustomed to be even listened to get quite unmanageable when appealed to." Lady Juliana gave an immediate assent to Lord Glenallan's proposals, because she was the first person consulted about them, and besides, she had a sort of an instinctive knowledge that it would create a sensation and make her of consequence. In short, she was to act in a sort of triple capacity, as parent, lover, and bride. Here, on the contrary, she was aware that her consent would stand as a mere cipher, and once given, would never be more heard of. Liberty of opinion is an attitude many people quite lose themselves in. When once they attempt to think, it makes confusion worse confounded. So it is much better to take that labour off their hands, and settle the matter for them. It would have been quite time enough to have asked Lady Juliana's consent after the thing was over, or at any rate the minute before it was to take place. I would not even have allowed her time for a flood of tears or a fit of hysterics. And now that your duty has brought you to this, even my genius is at a loss how to extricate you. Gretna Green might have been advisable, and that would have accorded with your notions of duty. That would have been following in your mamma's own footsteps, but it is become too vulgar an exploit. I read of a hatter's apprentice having carried off a grocer's heiress t'other day. What do you purpose doing yourself? To try the effect of patience and submission, said Mary, rather than openly set at defiance one of the most sacred duties, the obedience of a child to a parent. Besides, I could not possibly be happy were I to marry under such circumstances. You have much too nice a conscience, said Lady Emily, and yet I could scarcely wish you otherwise than you are. What an angel you are, to behave as you do to such a mother, with such sweetness and gentleness and even respect. Ah, they know little of human nature who think that, to perform great actions, one must necessarily be a great character. So far from that, I now see there may be much more real greatness of mind displayed in the quiet tenor of a woman's life than in the most brilliant exploits that ever were performed by man. Methinks I myself could help to storm a city, but to rule my own spirit is a task beyond me. What a pity it is you and I cannot change places. Here am I languishing for a little opposition to my love. My marriage will be quite an insipid everyday affair. I yawn already to think of it. Can anything be more disheartening to a young couple, anxious to signalise their attachment in the face of the whole world, than to be allowed to take their own way? Conceive my vexation at being told by papa this morning that he had not the least objection to Edward and me marrying whenever we pleased, although he thought we might both have done better, but that was our own affair, not his, and that he thought Edward a fine good-humoured fellow, excessively amusing, hoped he would get a ship some day, although he had no interest whatever in the Admiralty, was sorry he could not give us any money, but hoped we should remain at Beech Park as long as we liked. I really feel quite flat with all these dull affirmations. What, you had rather have been locked up in a tower, wringing your hands at the height of the windows, the thickness of the walls, and so forth, said Mary. No, I should never have done anything so like a washerwoman as to wring my hands, though I might, like some heroines, have fallen to work in a regular blacksmith way, by examining the lock of the door, and perhaps having succeeded in picking it. But alas, I live in degenerate days. Oh, that I had been born the persecuted daughter of some ancient baron bold, instead of the spoiled child of a good-natured modern earl. Heavens, to think that I must tamely, abjectly submit to be married in the presence of all my family, even in the very parish church. Oh, what detractions from the brilliancy of my star! In spite of her levity, Lady Emily was seriously interested in her cousin's affairs, and tried every means of obtaining Lady Juliana's consent. But Lady Juliana was become more unmanageable than ever. Her temper, always bad, was now soured by chagrin and disappointment into something, if possible, still worse, and Lady Emily's authority had no longer any control over her. Even the threat of producing Aunt Grizzy to a brilliant assembly had now lost its effect. Dr. Redgill was the only auxiliary she possessed in the family, and he most cordially joined in condemning Miss Mary's obstinacy and infatuation. What could she see in a man with such an insignificant bit of property, a mere nest for blackbirds and linnets and such sort of vermin? Not a morsel of any sort of game on his grounds, while at Glenallen he had been credibly informed such was the abundance, that the deer had been seen stalking and the blackcock flying past the very door. But the doctor's indignation was suddenly suspended by a fit of apoplexy, from which, however, he rallied, and passed it off for the present as a sort of vertigo, in consequence of the shock he had received at hearing of Miss Mary's misconduct. At length even Colonel Lennox's forbearance was exhausted, and Mary's health and spirits were sinking beneath the conflict she had to maintain, when a sudden revolution in Lady Juliana's plans caused also a revolution in her sentiments. This was occasioned by a letter from Adelaide, now Lady Lindore. It was evidently written under the influence of melancholy and discontent, and, as Lady Emily said, nothing could be a stronger proof of poor Adelaide's wretchedness than her expressing a wish that her mother should join her in the south of France, where she was going on account of her health. Adelaide was indeed one of the many melancholy proofs of the effects of headstrong passions and perverted principles. Lord Lindore had married her from a point of honour, and although he possessed too much refinement to treat her ill, yet his indifference was not the less cutting to a spirit haughty as hers. Like many others, she had vainly imagined that in renouncing virtue itself for the man she loved, she was for ever ensuring his boundless gratitude and adoration, and she only awoke from her delusive dream to find herself friendless in a foreign land, an outcast from society, an object of indifference even to him for whom she had abandoned all. But Lady Juliana would see nothing of all this. She was charmed at what she termed this proof of her daughter's affection, in wishing to have her with her, and the prospect of going abroad seemed like a vision of paradise to her. Instant preparations were made for her departure, and in the bustle attendant on them, Mary and her affairs sank into utter insignificance. Indeed, she seemed rather anxious to get her disposed of in any way that might prevent her interfering with her own plans, and a consent to her marriage, such as it was easily obtained. "Marry whom you please," said she, "only remember I am not responsible for the consequences. I have always told you what a wretched thing a love marriage is, therefore you are not to blame me for your future misery." Mary readily subscribed to the conditions, but, as she embraced her mother at parting, she timidly whispered a hope that she would ever consider her house as her home. A smile of contempt was the only reply she received, and they parted never more to meet. Lady Juliana found foreign manners and principles too congenial to her taste ever to return to Britain. End of Volume 2, Chapter 33. Volume 2, Chapter 34 of Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Volume 2 of Marriage by Susan Ferrier. Chapter 34. O most gentle Jupiter, what tedious homily of love have you wearied your parishioners withal, and never cried, "Have patience, good people," as you like it. The only obstacle to her union thus removed, Mary thought she might now venture to let her Aunt Grizzy into the secret, and accordingly, with some little embarrassment, she made the disclosure of the mutual attachment subsisting between Colonel Lennox and herself. Grizzy received the communication with all the astonishment which ladies usually experience upon being made acquainted with a marriage which they had not had the prescience to foresee and foretell, or even one which they had. For common and natural as the event seems to be, it is one which perhaps in no instance ever took place without occasioning the greatest amazement to some one individual or another, and it will also be generally found that either the good or the bad fortune of one or other of the parties is the subject of universal wonder. In short, a marriage which excites no surprise, pity, or indignation must be something that has never yet been witnessed on the face of this round world. It is greatly to be feared none of my readers will sympathise in the feelings of the good spinster on this occasion, as she poured them forth in the following extempore or improvisatorial strain. Well, Mary, I declare I'm perfectly confounded with all you have been telling me. I'm sure I never heard the like of it. It seems but the other day since you began your sampler, and it looks just like yesterday since your father and mother were married. And such a work as there was at your nursing, I'm sure your poor grandfather was out of all patience about it. And now to think that you are going to be married. Not but what it's a thing we all expected. But for there's no doubt England's the place for young women to get husbands. We always said that, you know. Not but what I dare say you might have been married, too, if you had stayed in the Highlands, and to a real Highlander, too, which of course would have been still better for us all. For it will be a sad thing if you are obliged to stay in England, Mary, but I hope there's no chance of that. You know Colonel Lennox can easily sell his place and buy an estate in the Highlands. There's a charming property, I know, to be sold just now, that marches with Glenfern. To be sure it's on the wrong side of the hill, there's no denying that, but then, there's I can't tell you how many thousand acres of fine muir for shooting, and I dare say Colonel Lennox is a keen sportsman, and they say a great deal of it might be very much improved. We must really inquire after it, Mary, and you must speak to Colonel Lennox about it, for you know such a property as that may be snapped up in a minute. Mary assented to all that was said, and Grizzy proceeded. I wonder you never brought Colonel Lennox to see us, Mary. I'm sure he must think it very odd. To be sure, Sir Sampson's situation is some excuse, but at any rate I wonder you never spoke about him. We all found out your Aunt Bella's attachment from the very first, just from her constantly speaking about Major MacTavish and the militia, and we had a good guess of Betsy's too, from the day her face turned so red after giving Captain MacNab for her toast. But you have really kept yours very close, for I declare I have never once suspected such a thing. I wonder if that was Colonel Lennox that I saw you part with at the door one day, tall and with brown hair and a blue coat. I asked Lady Maclaughlan if she knew who it was, and she said it was Admiral Benbow, but I think she must have been mistaken, for I dare say now it was just Colonel Lennox. Lennox, I'm sure, should be able to remember something about somebody of that name, but my memory is not so good as it used to be, for I have so many things, you know, to think about with Sir Sampson, that I declare sometimes my head's quite confused, yet I think always there's something about them. I wish to goodness Lady Maclaughlan was come from the dentist, that I might consult her about it, for of course you'll do nothing without consulting all your friends. I know you've too much sense for that, and here's Sir Sampson coming. It will be a fine piece of news to tell him. Sir Sampson, having been now wheeled in by the still active Philistine, and properly arranged with the assistance of Miss Grizzy, she took her usual station by the side of his easy-chair, and began to shout in his ear. "Here's my niece Mary, Sir Sampson. You remember her when she was little, I dare say. You know you used to call her the Fairy of Lochmarlie, and I'm sure we all thought for long she would have been a perfect fairy. She was so little, but she's tall enough now, you see, and she's going to be married to a fine young man. None of us know him yet, but I think I must have seen him, and at any rate I'm to see him to-morrow, and you'll see him too, Sir Sampson, for Mary is to bring him to call here, and he'll tell you all about the Battle of Waterloo and the Highlanders, for he's half a Highlander too, and I'm certain he'll buy the Duanbog estate, and then when my niece Mary marries Colonel Lennox—" "Lennox?" repeated Sir Sampson, his little dim eyes kindling at the name. "Who talks of Lennox? I won't suffer it. Where's my lady? Lennox? He's a scoundrel. You shan't marry a Lennox," turning to Grizzy. "Call Philistine and my lady," and his agitation was so great that even Grizzy, although accustomed for 40 years to witness similar ebullitions, became alarmed. "You see, it's all for fear of my marrying," whispered she to Mary. "I'm sure such a disinterested attachment, it's impossible for me to ever repay it." Then turning to Sir Sampson, she sought to soothe his perturbation by oft-repeated assurances that it was not her but her niece Mary that was going to be married to Colonel Lennox. But in vain. Sir Sampson quivered and panted and muttered, and the louder Grizzy screamed out the truth, the more his irritation increased. Recourse was now had to Philistine, and Mary, thoroughly ashamed of the éclat attending the disclosure of her secret, and finding she could be of no use, stole away in the midst of Miss Grizzy's endless verbiage. But as she descended the stairs, she still heard the same assurance resounding. "I can assure you, Sir Sampson, it's not me, but my niece Mary that's going to be married to Colonel Lennox," etc. On returning to Beech Park, she said nothing of what had passed either to Lady Emily or Colonel Lennox, aware of the amusement it would furnish to both, and she felt that her aunt required all the dignity with which she could invest her before presenting her to her future nephew. The only delay to her marriage now rested with herself, but she was desirous it should take place under the roof which had sheltered her infancy and sanctioned by the presence of those whom she had ever regarded as her parents. Lady Emily, Colonel Lennox, and her brother had all endeavoured to combat this resolution, but in vain, and it was therefore settled that she should remain to witness the union of her brother and her cousin, and then return to Lochmarlie. But all Mary's preconceived plans were threatened with a downfall by the receipt of the following letter from Miss Jacky. Glenfern Castle, Shire, June 19, 18 . It is impossible for language to express to you the shame, grief, amazement, and indignation with which we are all filled at the distressing, the ignominious disclosure that has just taken place concerning you through our most excellent friend Miss P. McPry. Oh, Mary, how have you deceived us all? What a dagger have you plunged into all our hearts? Your poor Aunt Grizzy, how my heart bleeds for her. What a difficult part has she to act, and at her time of life, with her acute feelings, with her devoted attachment to the house of Maclaughlan. What a blow, and a blow from your hand! Oh, Mary, I must again repeat, how have you deceived us all? Yet do not imagine I mean to reproach you. Much of the blame is doubtless imputable to the errors of your education. At the same time, even these offer no justification of your conduct upon the present occasion. You are now, I lament to say it, come to that time of life when you ought to know what is right, or where you entertain any doubts, you ought most unquestionably to apply to those who, you may be certain, are well qualified to direct you. But instead of that, you have pursued a diametrically opposite plan, a plan which might have ended in your destruction. Oh, Mary, I cannot too often repeat, how have you deceived us all? From no lips but those of Miss McPry would I have believed what I have heard. Videlicet that you, oh Mary, have for many months past been carrying on a clandestine correspondence with a young man, unknown, unsuspected by all your friends here, and that young man, the very last man on the face of the earth whom you, or any of us, ought to have given our countenance to. The very man, in short, whom we were all bound by every principle of duty, gratitude, and esteem, to have shunned, and who you are bound from this moment to renounce for ever. How you ever came to be acquainted with Colonel Charles Lennox of Rose Hall is a mystery none of us can fathom. But surely the person, whoever it was that brought it about, has much to answer for. Mrs. Douglas, to whom I thought it proper to make an immediate communication on the subject, pretends to have been well informed of all that has been going on, and even insists that your acquaintance with the Lennox family took place through Lady Maclaughlan. But that we all know to be morally impossible. Lady Maclaughlan is the very last person in the world who would have introduced you, or any young creature for whom she had the slightest regard, to a Lennox, the mortal enemy of the Maclaughlan race. I most sincerely trust she is spared the shock we have all experienced at this painful disclosure. With her high principles and great regard for us, I tremble to think what might be the consequences. And dear Sir Sampson, in his delicate state, how would he ever be able to stand such a blow, and a blow too from your hand? Mary, you, who he was always like a father to, many a time, I am sure, have you sat upon his knee, and you certainly cannot have forgot the elegant Shetland pony he presented you with the day you was 5 years old, and what a return for such favours. But I fondly trust it is not yet too late. You have only to give up this unworthy attachment, and all will be forgotten and forgiven, and we will all receive you as if nothing had happened. Oh, Mary, I must for the last time repeat, how have you deceived us all? I am your distressed aunt, Joan Douglas. P.S. I conclude abruptly in order to leave room for your Aunt Nicky to state her sentiments also on this most afflicting subject. Nicky's appendix was as follows. Dear Mary, Jacky has read her letter to us. It is most excellent. We are all much affected by it. Not a word but deserves to be printed. I can add nothing. You see, if you marry Colonel L., none of us can be at your marriage. How could we? I hope you will think twice about it. Second thoughts are best. What's done cannot be undone. Yours, N.D. Mary felt somewhat in the situation of the sleeper awakened as she perused these mysterious anathemas, and rubbed her eyes more than once in hopes of dispelling the mist that she thought must needs be upon them, but in vain. It seemed only to increase with every effort she made to remove it. Not a single ray of light fell on the palpable obscure of Miss Jacky's composition that could enable her to penetrate the dark profound that encompassed her. She was aware, indeed, that when her aunt meant to be pathetic or energetic, she always had recourse to the longest and the strongest words she could possibly lay her hands upon, and Mary had been well accustomed to hear her childish faults and juvenile indiscretions denounced in the most awful terms as crimes of the deepest dye. Many an exordium she had listened to on the tearing of her frock, or the losing of her glove, that might have served as a preface to the Newgate Calendar, Colquhoun on the police, or any other register of crimes. Still she had always been able to detect some clue to her own misdeeds, but here even conjecture was baffled, and in vain she sought for some resting place for her imagination in the probable misdemeanour of her lover. But even allowing all possible latitude for Jacky's pen, she was forced to acknowledge there must be some ground for her aunt to build upon. Superficial as her structures generally were, like children's card-houses, they had always something to rest upon, though unlike them her creations were invariably upon a gigantic scale. Mary had often reflected with surprise that although Lady Maclaughlan had been the person to introduce her to Mrs. Lennox, no intercourse had taken place between the families themselves, and when she had mentioned them to each other, Mrs. Lennox had only sighed, and Lady Maclaughlan had humphed. She despaired of arriving at the knowledge of the truth from her aunts. Grizzy's brain was a mere wisp of contradictions, and Jacky's mind was of that violent hue that cast its own shade upon every object that came into contact with it. To mention the matter to Colonel Lennox was only to make the relations ridiculous, and in short, although it was a formidable step, the result of her deliberation was to go to Lady Maclaughlan and request a solution of her aunt's dark sayings. She therefore departed for Milsom Street, and upon entering the drawing-room found Grizzy alone, and evidently in even more than usual perturbation. "Oh, Mary," cried she, as her niece entered, "I'm sure I'm thankful you're come. I was just wishing for you. You can't think how much mischief your yesterday's visit has done. It's 1,000 pities, I declare, that ever you said a word about your marriage to Sir Sampson. But of course I don't mean to blame you, Mary. You know you couldn't help it, so don't vex yourself, for you know that will not make the thing any better now, only if Sir Sampson should die. To be sure I must always think it was that killed him, and I'm sure it will soon kill me too, such a friend. Oh, Mary!" Here a burst of grief choked poor Miss Grizzy's utterance. "My dear aunt," said Mary, "you certainly must be mistaken. Sir Sampson seems to retain no recollection of me. It is therefore impossible that I could cause him any pain or agitation." "Oh, certainly," said Grizzy. "There's no doubt Sir Sampson has quite forgot you, Mary, and no wonder with your being so long away. But I dare say he'll come to know you yet. But I'm sure I hope to goodness he'll never know you as Mrs. Lennox, Mary. That would break his heart altogether, for you know the Lennoxes have always been the greatest enemies of the Maclaughlans, and of course Sir Sampson can't bear anybody of the name, which is quite natural. And it was very thoughtless in me to have forgot that till Philistine put me in mind of it, and poor Sir Sampson has had a very bad night. So I'm sure I hope, Mary, you'll never think any more about Colonel Lennox, and take my word for it, you'll get plenty of husbands yet. Now, since there's a peace, there will be plenty of fine young officers coming home. There's young Balcadan, a captain I know in some regiment, and there's Delahoolish and Lochgrunason, and—" But Miss Grizzy's ideas here shot out into so many ramifications upon so many different branches of the county tree that it would be in vain for any but a true Celt to attempt to follow her. Mary again tried to lead her back to the subject of the Lennoxes, in hopes of being able to extract some spark of knowledge from the dark chaos of her brain. "Oh, I'm sure, Mary, if you want to hear about that, I can tell you plenty about the Lennoxes, or at any rate about the McLaughlins, which is the same thing, but I must first find my housewife. To save Miss Grizzy's reminiscence, a few words will suffice to clear up the mystery. A family feud of remote origin had long subsisted between the families of Lennox and McLaughlin, which had been carefully transmitted from father to son, till the hereditary brand had been deposited in the breast of Sir Sampson. By the death of many intervening heirs, General Lennox, then a youth, was next in succession to the McLaughlin estate, but the power of alienating it was vested in Sir Sampson, as the last remaining heir of the entail. By the mistaken zeal of their friends, both were at an early period placed in the same regiment, in the hope that constant an association together would quickly destroy their mutual prejudices and produce a reconciliation. But the inequalities were too great to ever assimilate. Sir Sampson possessed a large fortune, a deformed person, and a weak, vain, irritable mind. General, then Ensign Lennox, had no other patrimony than his sword, a handsome person, high spirit, and dauntless courage. With these tempers, it may easily be conceived that 1,000 trifling events occurred to keep alive the hereditary animosity. Sir Sampson's mind expected from his poor kinsman a degree of deference and respect, which the other, so far from rendering, rather sought opportunities of showing his contempt for, and of thwarting and ridiculing him upon every occasion, till Sir Sampson was obliged to quit the regiment. From that time it was understood that all bearing the name of Lennox were for ever excluded from the succession to the McLaughlin estates, and it was deemed a sort of petty treason even to name the name of a Lennox in presence of this dignified chieftain. Many years had worn away, and Sir Sampson had passed through the various modifications of human nature, from the mewling infant to mere oblivion, without having become either wiser or better. His mind remained the same, irascible and vindictive to the last. Lady McLaughlin had too much sense to attempt to reason or argue him out of his prejudices, but she contrived to prevent him from ever executing a new entail. She had known and esteemed both General and Mrs. Lennox before her marriage with Sir Sampson, and she was too firm and decided in her predilections ever to abandon them. And while she had the credit of sharing in all her husband's animosity, she was silently protecting the lawful rights of those who had long ceased to consider them as such. General Lennox had always understood that he and his family were under Sir Sampson's ban, and he possessed too high a spirit ever to express a regret, or even allude to the circumstances. It had therefore made a very faint impression on the minds of any of his family, and in the long lapse of years had been almost forgot by Mrs. Lennox, till recalled by Lady McLaughlin's letter. But she had been silent on the subject to Mary, for she could not conceal from herself that her husband had been to blame, that the heat and violence of his temper had often led him to provoke and exasperate where mildness and forbearance would have soothed and conciliated, without detracting from his dignity. But her gentle heart shrank from the task of unnecessarily disclosing the faults of the man she had loved. And then she heard Mary talk with rapture of the wild beauties of Lochmarlie. She had only sighed to think that the pride and prejudice of others had alienated the inheritance of her son. But all this Mary was still in ignorance of, for Miss Grizzy had gone completely astray in the attempt to trace the rise and progress of the Lennox and McLaughlin feud. Happily, Lady McLaughlin's entrance extricated her from her labyrinth, as it was the signal for her to repair to Sir Sampson. Mary, in some little confusion, was beginning to express to her ladyship regret at hearing that Sir Sampson had been so unwell, when she was stopped. "My dear child, don't learn to tell lies. You don't care twopence for Sir Sampson. I know all. You are going to be married to Charles Lennox. I'm glad of it. I wished you to marry him. Whether you'll thank me for that 20 years hence, I can't tell. You can't tell. He can't tell. God knows. Humph. Your aunts will tell you he is Beelzebub, because his father said he could make a Sir Sampson out of a mouldy lemon. Perhaps he could. I don't know, but your aunts are fools. You know what fools are, and so do I. There are plenty of fools in the world, But if they had not been sent for some wise purpose, they wouldn't have been here. And since they are here, they have as good a right to have elbow room in the world as the wisest. Sir Sampson hated General Lennox because he laughed at him, and if Sir Sampson had lived 100 years ago, his hatred might have been a fine thing to talk about now. It is the same passion that makes heroes of your de Montforts and your Manuels and your Corsairs and all the rest of them. But they wore cloak and daggers, and these are the supporters of hatred. Everybody laughs at the hatred of a little old man in a cocked hat. You may laugh too. So now, God bless you. Continue as you are, and marry the man you like, though the world should set its teeth against you. 'Tis not every woman can be trusted to do that. Farewell. And with a cordial salute they parted. Mary was too well accustomed to Lady Maclaughlin's style not to comprehend that her marriage with Colonel Lennox was an event she had long wished for and now most warmly sanctioned, and she hastened home to convey the glad tidings in a letter to her aunts, though doubtful if the truth itself would be able to pierce its way through their prejudices. Another stroke of palsy soon rendered Sir Sampson unconscious even to the charms of Grizzy's conversation, and she was no longer of use to him, and was evidently at a loss how to employ herself. Mary proposed that she could accompany her back to Lochmarlie, to which she yielded a joyful assent. Once convinced of Lady Maclaughlin's approbation of her niece's marriage, she could think and talk of nothing else. Some wise individuals have thought that most people act from the inspiration of either a good or an evil power. To which class Miss Grizzy belonged would have puzzled the most profound metaphysician to determine. She was, in fact, a Maclaughlinite, but to find the root of Maclaughlan is another difficulty. Thought is lost. Colonel Lennox, although a little startled at his first introduction to his future aunt, soon came to understand the naivety of her character, and his enlarged mind and good temper made such ample allowance for her weaknesses that she protested with tears in her eyes she never knew the like of him. She never could think enough of him. She wished to goodness Sir Sampson was himself again, and could only see him. She was sure he would think just as she did, etc., etc., etc. The day of Lady Emily's marriage arrived, and found her in a more serious mood than she had hitherto appeared in, though it seemed doubtful whether it was most occasioned by her own prospects, or the thoughts of parting with Mary, who with Aunt Grizzy was to set off for Lochmarlie immediately after witnessing the ceremony. Edward and his bride would fain have accompanied her, but Lord Courtland was too much accustomed to his daughter and amused by his nephew to bear their absence, and they therefore yielded the point, though with reluctance. "This is all for want of a little opposition to have braced my nerves," said Lady Emily, as she dropped a few tears. "I verily believe I should have wept outright had I not happily descried Dr. Redgill shrugging his shoulders at me. That has given a fillip to my spirits. After all, 'tis perhaps a foolish action I've committed. The icy bonds of matrimony are upon me already. I feel myself turning into a fond, faithful, rational, humble, meek-spirited wife. Alas! I must now turn my head into a museum, and hang up all my smart sayings inside my brain, there to petrify, as warnings to all pert misses. Dear Mary, if ever I am good for anything, it will be to you I owe it." Mary could only embrace her cousin in silence as she parted from her brother, and her with the deepest emotion, and, assisted by Colonel Lennox, who was to follow, took her station by the side of her aunt. "I wish you a pleasant journey, Miss Mary," cried Dr. Redgill. "The game season is coming on, and—" But the carriage drove off, and the rest of the sentence was dispersed by the wind, and all that could be collected was, "Grouse always acceptable, friends at a distance, roebuck stuff with heather carries well at all times, etc., etc." To one less practised in her ways, and less gifted with patience, the eternal babbling of Aunt Grizzy as a travelling companion would have occasioned considerable ennui, if not spleen. There are perhaps few greater trials of temper than that of travelling with a person who thinks it necessary to be actively pleasant without a moment's intermission, from the rising till the setting sun. Grizzy was upon this fatal plan, the rock of thousands. Silence she thought synonymous with low spirits, and she talked and wondered and exclaimed incessantly, and assured Mary she need not be uneasy. She was certain Colonel Lennox would follow very soon. She had not the least doubt of that. She would not be surprised if he was to be at Lochmarlie almost as soon as themselves, at any rate very soon after them. But even these little torments were forgot by Mary when she found herself again in her native land. The hills, the air, the waters, the people, even the peat stacks, had a charm that touched her heart and brought tears into her eyes as they pictured home. But her feelings arose to rapture when Lochmarlie burst upon her view in all the grandeur, beauty, and repose of a setting sun, shedding its farewell rays of gold and purple, and tints of such matchless hue as no pencil e'er can imitate, no poet's pen describe. Rocks, woods, hills, and waters, all shone with a radiance that seemed of more than earthly beauty. Oh, there are moments in life, keen, blissful, never to be forgotten, and such was the moment to Mary, when the carriage stopped, and she again heard the melody of that voice familiar from infancy, and looked on the face known with her being, and was pressed to the heart where glowed a parent's love. When Mary recovered from the first almost agonizing transports of joy, she marked with delight the increased animation and cheerfulness visible in Mrs. Douglas. All the livelier feelings of her warm heart had indeed been excited and brought into action by the spirit and playfulness of her little boy, and the increased happiness of her husband, while all her uneasiness respecting her former lover was now at an end. She had heard from himself that he had married and was happy, without being guilty of inconstancy. Such are the effects of time upon mutable human nature. Colonel Lennox lost no time in arriving to claim his promised bride, and Mary's happiness was complete when she found her own choice so warmly approved of by the friends she loved. The three aunts and their unmarried nieces, now the sole inhabitants of Glenfern Castle, were not quite decided in their opinions at first. Miss Jacky looked with a suspicious eye upon the mortal enemy of the McLaughlin race, but upon better acquaintance his gaiety and good humour contrived to charm asleep even her good sense and prejudices, and she pronounced him to be a pleasant, well-informed young man who gave himself no airs, although he certainly had rather a high look. Nicky doubted from his appearance that he would be nice, and she had no patience with nice men, but Nicky's fears vanished when she saw, as she expressed it, how pleasantly he ate the sheep's head, although he had never seen one in his life before. The younger ladies thought Captain McNab had a finer complexion, and wondered whether Colonel Lennox, like him, would be dressed in full regimentals at his marriage. But alas, all earthly good still blends itself with harm. For on the day of Mary's marriage, a day consecrated to mirth, and bride cake, and wedding favours, and marriage presents, and good cheers, and reels, and revelry, and bagpipes, on that very day, when the marriage ceremony was scarcely over, arrived the accounts of the death of Sir Sampson McLaughlin. But on this joyous day even Grizzy's tears did not flow so freely as they would have done at another time, and she declared that although it was impossible anyone could feel more than she did, yet certainly it would not be using Colonel and Mrs. Lennox well to be very distressed upon such an occasion, and there was no doubt but she would have plenty of time to be sorry about it yet, when they were all sitting quietly by themselves, with nothing else in their heads, though, to be sure, they must always think what a blessing it was that Colonel Lennox was to succeed. "I wish he may ever fill Sir Sampson's shoes," said Miss Nicky with a sigh. "Colonel Lennox cannot propose a better model to himself than Sir Sampson McLaughlin," said Miss Jacky. "He has left him a noble example of propriety, frugality, hospitality, and respectability, and above all, of forgiveness of his mortal enemies." "Oh, Mary," exclaimed Miss Grizzy, as they were about to part with their niece, "what a lucky creature you are! Never, I am sure, did any young person set out in life with such advantages. To think of your succeeding to Lady McLaughlin's laboratory, all so nicely fitted up with every kind of thing, and especially plenty of the most charming bark, which I'm sure will do Colonel Lennox the greatest good. As you know, all officers are much the better of bark. I know it was the saving of young Ballingall's life when he came home in an ague from some place, and I'm certain Lady Maclaughlan will leave you everything that is there. You was always such a favourite. Not but what I must always think that you had a hand in dear Sir Sampson's death. Indeed I have no doubt of it. Yet at the same time I don't mean to blame you in the least, for I'm certain if Sir Sampson had been spared, he would have been delighted, as we all are, at your marriage. Colonel and Mrs. Lennox agreed in making choice of Lochmarlie for their future residence, and in a virtuous attachment they found as much happiness as earth's pilgrims ever possess, whose greatest felicity must spring from a higher source. The extensive influence which generally attends upon virtue joined to prosperity was used by them for its best purposes. It was not confined either to rich or poor, to caste or sect, but all shared in their benevolence, whom that benevolence could benefit, and the poor, the sick, and the desolate united in blessing what heaven had already blessed, this happy marriage. End of Volume 2, Chapter 34. End of Marriage, Volume 2, by Susan Ferrier.